moisture which had to be kept up around the roots of the trees. The terraces were 4 in number, the pillars 60 feet apart, and 22 feet in circumference, as could be verified from the remains. On the whole, this paradisos, as the Greeks called it, disposed somewhat on the principle of the ziggurat, was not an innovation, and we have seen in a preceding volume that similar constructions, terraces upon arches, bearing groves, or gardens and forming artificially watered slopes, have been portrayed long before Nebuchadrezzar on Assyrian wall sculptures, the Atus OC 238 Media, Babylon, and Persia. Type of both ziggurat and hanging gardens having been carried north in remote antiquity from Chaldea where, beyond doubt, it originated, and was closely connected with the religious traditions of the Holy Mountain and Sacred Tree. *2. If the Mound of Babil has been correctly identified as the site of the Hanging Gardens, that of the Great Temple of Bel Marduk will have, until further discoveries, to remain doubtful. Both temple and ziggurat, the latter with a chapel on the top stage, are thus described by Herodotus. The sacred precinct was a square enclosure 2 stadia, 1,200 feet, each way, with gates of solid brass, which was also remaining in my time. In the middle of the precinct there was a tower of solid masonry, a stadion, 600 feet, in length and breadth, upon which was raised a second tower, and on that a third, and so on up to 8. The ascent to the top is on the outside, by a path which winds round all the towers. When one is about halfway up, one finds a resting place and seats, where persons are wont to sit some time on their way to the summit. On the topmost tower there is a spacious temple, and inside the temple stands a couch of unusual size, richly adorned, with a golden table by its side. They declare, but I for my part do not credit it, that the god comes down in person into this chamber, and sleeps on the couch. In the same precinct there is another temple, in which is a sitting figure of Zeus, i.e., Bel Marduk, all of gold. Before the figure stands a large golden table, and the throne whereupon it sits, and the base on which the throne is placed, are likewise of gold. Outside the temple are 2 altars, one of solid gold, on which it is lawful to offer only sucklings, the other a common altar, but of great size, on which the full-grown animals are sacrificed. It is also on this great altar that the Chaldeans burn the frankincense, which is offered every year at the festival of the god. See Story of Chaldea, pages 274 to 280, and IL. 68 / Story of Chaldea, IL. 70, Ziggurat restored. Babylon the Great. 239 400 years later the Great Temple was only a memory. In the middle of the city, the historian, Diodorus of Sicily, reports * used to stand the sanctuary of Bel. As different writers have said different things about it, and the building itself has broken down with age, nothing certain can be found out concerning it. On one thing, however, all agree, that it was of stupendous height, and that the Chaldeans used to take astronomical observations from the top of it, as the height of the structure made it convenient for them to observe the rising and setting of the stars. Alexander of Macedon, who lived only 100 years after Herodotus, we already found the temple a ruin. Are told that he intended to repair and rebuild it, but could not spare the time and the labor on the work, as the removal of the rubbish would alone have employed 10,000 men during 2 months. And besides, the young conqueror died before he could accomplish even so much. It was thus that all these costly and stupendous, but unwieldy and perishable structures collapsed and literally crumbled to dust and rubbish the moment they were left to themselves, even when the work of destruction was not accomplished or helped by the hand of man, as was too often the case in these countries, exposed as they were to continual invasions and change of masters. The wonder is that Herodotus should have found Babylon still so much the city that Nebuchadrezzar left it, for, in the 100 years that separated him from that * Herodotus died about 425 BC, and Diodorus was a contemporary of Julius Caesar and of Augustus. 240 Media, Babylon, and Persia. Monarch, the great capital had been taken thrice by force of arms, once after a long siege. 12. It is curious that the works which we know to have been carried out by Nebuchadrezzar should have been credited by the Greeks of almost the next generation not to him, but to two queens, one of them entirely fabulous, even mythical, and the other, if not exactly unreal, still more or less apocryphal. The legend of Semiramis, see Story of Assyria, p. 198, ascribes to her the building of Babylon generally, the construction of the Hanging Gardens, the Great Walls, the Temple of Bel, and the bridge. Herodotus, on the other hand, Book I, 184-186, claims the latter, as well as the basin at Sippar, and the turning of the Euphrates, for a certain queen, Nitokris, of whom contemporary records know nothing whatever. This perversion of history is the more to be wondered at, that there certainly was intercourse between Babylon and Greece at the time, since we know of Greek volunteers serving in Nebuchadrezzar's army, and among these of at least one illustrious name, a brother of the poet Alcman. 13. The pride which Nebuchadrezzar took in the city well nigh created by him, has become proverbial from the celebrated passage in which the prophet Daniel presents the lifelike picture of the king walking upon the terraces of his palace, surveying the unspeakably gorgeous prospect around him and at his feet, and exclaiming, "Is not this great Babylon, which I have built for the royal dwelling place, by the might of my power, and for the glory of my majesty?" How well these words, reported by the Babylon and the Gria T24.I. Hebrew eyewitness, accord with the tenor of certain passages in the great king's inscriptions. "For the astonishment of men I built this house, awe of the power of my majesty encompasses its walls. The temples of the great gods I made brilliant as the sun, shining as the day. In Babylon alone I raised the seat of my dominion, in no other city." This excessive pride in his works is betrayed in all his inscriptions, which, on the other hand, are strangely silent about his wars and victories, and we would not know that he had reduced many Arabian peoples to submission but for some vague passages in the book of Jeremiah. It is obvious, however, that the main feature of this great monarch's reign is his admirable home rule. When to his vast system of fortifications and irrigation in the north we add the improvement and regulation of the drainage of the Chaldean marshes by the mouth of the rivers, the foundation of a commercial city with harbor Teredon or Tirdotis at that of the Euphrates, and of a colony, Gerah, on the Arabian coast of the Gulf, we shall see that he did as much for trade as for agriculture, national defense, and the adornment of his cities, opening a most convenient thoroughfare by water for the transport of wares from Arabia and India all the way up the Euphrates to Carchemish. The restoration of the Chaldean monarchy in more than its ancient glory, that dream of national revival and greatness which the princes of Chaldea had pursued, openly or in secret, through more than 3 centuries *, for which Merodach * see Story of Assyria, pp. 170-174. 242 Media, Babylon, and Persia. Baladan and his heroic house of Bit Yakin had plotted and fought, suffered, and died * had at length become a reality. And if the glory was fleeting, the empire short-lived, it was because one man, however great his genius and power, cannot stay or turn the current of historical law. Nebuchadrezzar and his people belonged to a race whose day of leadership was done, and when he died, things resumed their course on the incline down which they were drawn by natural gravitation. 14. Babylon, like the great cities of Assyria, has survived only in the ruins of her principal public or royal buildings. Of her streets, squares, private dwellings, we vainly seek a trace. Only know from Herodotus that the streets all ran in straight lines, not only those parallel to the rivers, but also the cross streets which lead down to the water side, where they ended in the low gate already mentioned, cp 231. The same traveler describes the houses as being mostly 3 or 4 stories high. It is probable that our curiosity on many points will never be satisfied, and until quite lately we knew scarcely more of the Babylonians' private life than of that of their northern neighbors. In fact, for a long time we had to be content with scraps of information from Greek sources, like the following, also from Herodotus, The dress of the Babylonians is a linen tunic reaching to the feet, and above it another tunic made of wool, besides which they have a short white cloak thrown around them, and shoes of a peculiar asterisk. See Story of Assyria, Reigns of Tiglath-Pileser II. And the Sargonides. Babylon the Great. 243 Fashion. They have long hair, wear turbans, and anoint their whole body with perfumes. Every one carries a seal, and a walking stick, carved at the top into the form of an apple, a rose, a lily, an eagle, for it is not their habit to use a stick without an ornament. This description, superficial as it is, and barren on the merely outer traits which would naturally strike a foreigner, contains two details which guarantee its faithfulness, being amply corroborated by modern discoveries in the seals which every one carries. We recognize the familiar seal cylinders, the general use of which accounts for the enormous number of specimens which has been found, amounting to several thousands, scattered in various collections, public and private, that of the British Museum alone counting over 600. As to the ornamental knobs of the walking sticks, such articles are often found in the ruins, and are thought to have served for the very purpose mentioned by Herodotus. He also notes some of the more remarkable customs of those which would be sure to strike a traveler or be pointed out to him, even without his knowing a word of the language. Such is the custom of laying people in the street when they were very ill, for the passers-by to advise them on their case *, also that of holding a matrimonial auction once a year, a sort of fair, at which, marriageable girls being collected in one place, the men assembled to inspect them, forming a circle around them. Then a herald or public crier called their * for the meaning and origin of this custom. See Story of Chaldea, p. 163. J. Herodotus says all the marriageable girls, and makes the cus 244 Media, Babylon, and Persia. Names and offered them for sale, one by one, to the highest bidder. The most beautiful came first, as they, of course, fetched the highest prices. When all the pretty girls were disposed of, the plain ones had their turn, but for them the proceeding was reversed, marriage portions being offered with them. The herald began with the most homely one, asking who would take her with the smallest dowry. She was knocked down to the man who contented himself with the lowest sum. The marriage portions were furnished out of the money paid for the beautiful damsels, and thus the fairer maidens portioned out the uglier, remarks Herodotus, who thinks the whole arrangement a wise and admirable one. 15. It is but lately that our materials for a knowledge of Babylonian life, manners, and customs have received an important and unlooked-for addition. In a field of research where so much is due to chance, and where every great success is a piece of luck and a surprise, not the least of these was the discovery of the secret archive of a family which has been called the banking house of Egypt. Already in 1874 some Arab diggers disinterred from a large mound known under the name of Jumjama several well-preserved terracotta jars, packed full of small tab-tom universal. It was most certainly not so, as proved by the vast number of documents on private life, of which an account follows further on. Still, as later writers mention it, it may have existed as a local survival from barbarous antiquity, piously preserved by some of those worshippers of the good old times, who are a standing feature of all ages and countries. Bab Ylo and the Gria T 245 lets covered with writing. They had learned by this time the value of such finds, and carried the jars to a dealer in Baghdad, from whom George Smith bought them for the British Museum, though far from suspecting what treasure he had stumbled on. The tablets were about 3,000 in number, varying in size from 1 square inch to 12. It was found on examination that they were documents recording all sorts of commercial and pecuniary transactions, and bearing the names of the contracting parties and of witnesses. Among these names, either as principal or witness, more often the firm, always figured the name of some son, or grandson, or descendant of a certain Egypti, evidently the founder of a firm possessed of immense wealth and influence, and which, through many generations, indeed several centuries, transacted money affairs of every sort and magnitude, from the loan of a few nianjis to that of many talents, from witnessing a private will or a contract of sale or partnership between modest citizens of Babylon or some neighboring city, to the collecting of taxes from whole provinces farmed to the house by the government. As these documents, which come under the class known as contract tablets, are carefully dated, giving the day and month, and the year of the reigning king, it has been found possible to make out a genealogical table of the firm *, the head of which, it appears, generally took his sons into partnership in his own lifetime. This table shows that see paper by Mr. S. Chad Boscawen, Transactions of the Society of Biblical Archaeology, Vol. 6, 1878. 246 Media, Babylon and Persia. The founder, Ijabai, was probably at the head of the house in the reign of Sennacherib, about 685 BC. Professor Friedrich de Htzsch has quite lately come to the conclusion that the name Ijabai is the equivalent to the Hebrew Yaakov, Jacob, from which fact he infers that the great banker must have been a Jew, probably of those carried into captivity by Sargon out of Samaria. He remarks, that many of the tablets bear unmistakably Jewish names, and thinks they will yet shed many a light on the life and doings of the Hebrew exiles in Babylon and other Chaldean cities. If this philological point is established, it would be curious to note at how early a date the blessing uttered on the race in Deuteronomy, XXVII, 12 Thou shalt lend unto many nations and thou shalt not borrow, began to take effect. 16 However that may be, the firm of Ijabai and Sons had reached its climax of wealth and power under Nebuchadrezzar, a century after its foundation, having weathered the storms of the two sieges under Sennacherib and Ashurbanipal, as they were to pass unscathed through several more similar political crises, protected by their exceptional position, which made them too useful, indeed too necessary, to be injured. All the financial business of the court, Professor Father Delitzsch tells us, was entrusted to this firm through several centuries. They collected the taxes with which land, and the crops of corn, dates, see article Gefangenskaft, in the Kalwer Bibel Lexikon, also, Zeitschrift für Keilschriftverskungiat 1885, pages 168, 169. FC Story of Assyria, p. 247, Babylon the Great. 247 etc., were burdened, also the dues for the use of the public roads and the irrigation canals, etc., etc. Thus, these insignificant-looking little cakes of clay unroll before us a vivid picture of Babylon's national life. We see people of all classes, from the highest court officer to the lowest peasant and slave, crowd the courts of this treasure house to transact their business. At first, in 1878, it was thought that the palmy days of the firm extended only to the reign of the Persian king, Darius Hystaspes, and the genealogical table, CP 245, went no further than a certain Marduk-Nazir Pal, who appears in the first year of that king, and continues to act until his 35th year. But Professor Delitzsch informs us, in 1882, that Mr. H. Rassam added several hundred tablets to the batch first purchased, and that, among these, there are some dated from the reign of King Gilakese and Dir, i.e., Alexander the Great. This would give these Babylonian Rothschilds a known and provable duration of very nearly 4 centuries. 17 If there should ever arise among Assyriologists a scholar gifted with imaginative power and literary talent, like George Ebers, the pride of Egyptology, such a scholar will find ample material for historical romances of real value in the materials extracted from the jar safes of the house Ijabai. Many an epoch not half so remote in time cannot produce 1/4 so much documentary evidence. The Ijabai tablets, with their dry records of transactions in all branches of social life and mutual relations, present a very complete skeleton, which it would be 248 Media, Babylon, and Persia. A delightful and not over-difficult task to clothe with the flesh and blood of poetically created living persons. The greatest difficulty at present would be the number of unintelligible words. It stands to reason that the language of everyday life and business transactions must be very different from that of historical annals, as represented by the royal wall inscriptions and cylinders. These monotonous and stiff tea productions continually repeat not only the same words, but whole sentences and set forms of speech. Large portions of them are very much like blank forms in which the names only have to be filled in. In short, the public documents are written in an official and conventional style, while the private tablets represent what might be called idiomatic literature, and we all know how much easier it is to learn the book language than everyday speech of even a modern people, with all the facilities and assistance we command, let alone a dead one. 18. It has been objected that to give the firm of Ejibai & Sons the title of banking house is misleading, since the bulk of their tablets shows them to have done the business of money lenders and perhaps notaries public. Yet it is certain that the bank deposits, with their natural accompaniment, drafts, and checks, were in use much before the invention of coining. Father Lenormand quotes such a document, of the reign of Nabonidus, the last king of Babylon, a real banker's draft by which a person living at Ur gives to another an order on a person living at Erech * to another such draft or check * la monnaie dans antiquite, vol. I. p. 117. Babylon the Great. 249 of the reign of Nebuchadrezzar, the sender, at Cutha, and the payer, at Borsip, are named, but not the payee. It is a check to bearer. That such documents were negotiable, like our own letters of exchange or checks, c. could be endorsed and exchanged for their value in gold or silver, discounted, and that in very ancient times, is shown by a bilingual text, Akkadian and Assyrian, which says, his mandate not paid, but yet to be sent he exchanged against silver. These are real banking operations, the invention of which has always been attributed to the Jewish financiers of the Middle Ages, and which it is quite startling to see in familiar operation among their ancestors or kindred over 20 centuries before them. And yet, remarks Lenormand, if we stop to consider the peculiar conditions under which the commerce of the Assyrians and Babylonians was carried on, we shall be able to account for this at first sight strange fact. We shall understand the causes which led these nations to invent the draft or exchange system so much earlier than others. Their trade, from the geographical position of their countries, was necessarily carried on by land, by means of caravans which had to traverse, in all directions, deserts infested by nomadic robbers. In such conditions, one of the merchants' first cares was to find a way to avoid the transporting of money in cash to distant points. Everything made it desirable to find such a way, the cumbersome nature of metallic values, the number of beasts of burden required to carry great quantities of it, as well as the unsafe roads. Therefore, as soon as there was a creditor at one end of a caravan line and a debtor at the other, the idea of the draft system must have dawned on the mind of the creditor. This is so natural that a renewal of the same conditions gave rise to the same results. After a * la monnaie dans antiquite, vol. I. p. 20. fib.ypigxjb, pages 121, 122. 250 Media, Babylon. And Persia. Lange oblivion, in the Middle Ages, when the Jews and the Italian merchants, hampered, why the difficulties of transporting coined money and beset by innumerable risks, reinvented the letter of exchange, but in the more perfect form which has prevailed down to our own times. There is no reason to suppose that the firm Ejibai & Sons did not transact business of this order, and they would therefore be, strictly speaking, entitled to the name of banking house, even though their principal business was lending money, which they did on a large scale like modern banks, which by no means confine their operations to the exchange and transfer of values. 19. It is certain that the documents recording the sales of slaves, cattle, horses, houses, furniture, land, etc. are the most numerous, together with those recording loans obligations, we would call them, at shorter or longer dates, with the interest computed in money, or in grain *, sometimes even in days of work, and often with the provision of penalties, should the payment not be made on time, such as that, if not paid on a certain day, the debt shall be increased 1/3. There are usually several witnesses. The scribe put down the name of those who could not write, and they made a mark in the soft clay with their nails. In many cases the loan was made on security given by a third party, or on mortgage of property, under which head the borrower frequently included his children, nay his own person. Are told that, if tabulated, this was a convenient arrangement to both sides, as many of the government taxes were paid in grain. Babylon the Great. $2 tablets might give the average price of every article sold in Babylon, or even hired, for it was not uncommon for people to rent out their slaves, and there seem to have been speculators who made it a regular trade to train and hire out slaves, by contract, in which case a sum of money is usually agreed on to be paid to the owner should the slave be lost, killed, or injured. Sometimes a condition of the transaction is that the hirer shall teach the slave a trade. Slaves were frequently marked, probably branded for identification, with their master's name, on the wrist, the arm, the shoulder. This facilitated another transaction, which must have been very convenient for people in temporarily straitened circumstances, the conditional sale of slaves, with the provision that whenever the original owner claimed the slave sold on this understanding, that slave should be returned to him or her, the purchase money being refunded. If children had been born meanwhile, the purchaser could keep them if he chose, on paying a small sum for them. All these transactions could equally well be performed through a third person, by power of attorney. In wealthy establishments this power was usually given to the head slave or steward. If a freeman, it behooved the agent to be very careful, as ignorance or neglect of nice points of legal form were just as apt to get people into trouble then as nowadays. Thus we have a contract by which a certain Eba, son of Silla, buys some property on behalf and by authority of a man and his wife. Bunanitu is the name of the latter. Had the scribe omitted the clause, by the 252 Media, Babylon, and Persia, authority of, and had the employer afterwards chosen to deny or repudiate the purchase, Eba, son cf Silla, would have been compelled to keep and pay for it himself, the law being explicit on the subject. If a man has contracted for a field and house in the name of another, but has not received a letter of authority concerning it, or has not shown a duplicate of the tablet, the man who wrote the tablet and contract in his name shall lose that house and field. 20. Not that we can boast the recovery of a complete code of Babylonian law. It is even very doubtful whether such a code existed at all. The lawyers and judges looked for guidance to some very ancient documents, now known as tablets of precedence. These tablets, several of which have been found and deciphered, seem to have formed a continuous series, and are bilingual, the text being in the old Akkadian language, accompanied by an Assyrian translation. These texts or sentences are said to be not exactly laws, but to give precepts or rules for the conduct of man in his various occupations. Had we the entire collection, we should probably find that these rules and precepts, the accumulated fruits of perhaps centuries of experience and observation, embraced the whole range of human life, in its private, social, and public capacities. As it is, we find there much valuable material. One tablet gives instruction for the agriculturist, when and how he is to see the paper of Mr. George Berlin, Akkadian Precepts for the Conduct of Man in Private Life, in trans, of the Seconds of Bible Archaeology, Vol. 8, 1884. Babylon the Great. 253. Prepare and sow his fields, build his house and barn. What are his relations towards his landlord in such and such a circumstance? The most important is the tablet which instructs a man as to his private life and his duties towards his relatives. Beginning with simple rules, it ends with what might almost be called criminal laws. 21. After mentioning, what time a child shall be declared a freeman, i.e., of age, and describing, 2. the ceremony which accompanies the declaration, 3 and 4 speak of the first act of the child when he became a man, which consisted in paying tribute, double the usual sum. 5 and 6 state that the child is henceforth answerable for his actions and will bear the consequences of his sins. The paragraph on the nursing and education of the child are hopelessly injured. One line, however, stands out clear and significant. He, the father, makes Gm, the child, learn inscriptions. Then comes another line, he makes him take a look. This was the chief wife, who seems to have been chosen and asked from her parents by the father, as a last act of parental authority. This union was indissoluble, as can be inferred from the lines, henceforth the jinn's band cannot remove her who possesses his heart. The bride, who was to remain the head of the household for life, was to be a freeborn maiden, and brought a dowry, which, on the death of the husband, returned to her and to her children, or, if there were no children, to her parents, i.e., the source whence it originally came. 22 Then follows the second part of the tablet, 254 Media, Babylon, and Persia. Containing a rudimentary attempt at a penal legislation. A first son is forbidden to deny his duty to his father, under penalty of being reduced to servitude and sold as a slave, when a son to his father *, my father thou art not has said, the nails he I'll cut him for money he shall sell I 2d. For the same offense against his mother, a son, besides being enslaved and expelled from the house, is exposed in the middle of the town, probably pilloried. 3d If a husband ill-treats his wife so that she denies him, he is to be thrown into the river, whether to die, or only undergo an ordeal. A punishment is not specified. Iv hen a wife, her husband having done wrong to her, my Jane spand not thou art has said, in the river they place him forth. When a husband my wife not thou art has said, i.e., refuses her rights, half a mana of silver he weighs. This clause probably answers to our provision of alimony to be paid by the husband to his deserted or injured wife. There are also penalties against the father and the mother who deny their son. Lastly, if a man ill-uses a slave whom he has hired from another, so that the slave dies, or if the slave runs away, breaks down from exhaustion or * long nails, remarks Mr. George Burton, who, it should be remembered, is responsible for the translation, seem therefore to have been the mark of freedom, as long hair and beard were among the Semites. The slaves and people of low condition are always represented on the bas-reliefs as shaved. Babylon the Great. $2 illness, that man weighs half a measure of corn to the master of the slave, for every day, as a compensation * 23. It is rather startling to find that these undoubtedly very ancient texts or precedents, veritable custom law / haute coutume, secure to women a position not only honorable and influential, but almost entirely independent. The laws of property and inheritance are always a fair test of the position which the women occupy in a commonwealth. Now we have seen above, CP 253, that a woman's dowry by no means became her husband's property. That law was completed by the following still more liberal clause: if a widow wished to marry again, set her face to go down to another house, she took with her not only her own dowry, but all the property which her first husband had left her. At her death, her dowry was to be divided between the children of both marriages. Here the tablet is broken off, and we lose the conclusion of the regulation, though it is supposed that, to be logically consistent, it enacted that the first husband's property should go to his children alone. One of the most interesting documents is a will in due and legal form, witnessed and attested, by which a man it should be enacted here on high Assyriological authority that the translations from the document mentioned in 22 must be taken very guardedly, especially in the peculiar details, and as by no means final. The text is defective and the translation necessarily so. The interpretation of this tablet is still so obscure that one could not well say too little about it in a history of Babylonia. Dr. D. G. Lyon, in a private letter. This applies particularly to the special provisions, the general sense being tolerably well established. 256 Media, Babylon, and Persia. Vides for his wife, he leaves certain property to be held in trust for her by his 3 children. She is to have the use of it during her life, and, when she dies, it reverts to the children. A24. Large number of the Egypti tablets, as well as of the older contract tablets, show us women not only concerned as principals in every kind of commercial and legal transactions, in which the husband frequently appears merely as witness, or even as his wife's agent, but personally pleading for their rights before the royal judges, and gaining their suit too. Thus Bepyundید, the same woman whom we saw giving a power of attorney, jointly with her husband, for the purchase of some property in Borsip, reappears as a widow, when she enters a civil suit against her brother-in-law, who wished to despoil her and her daughter of their inheritance, by laying claim to that very house and land. She proved that the purchase was made with her dowry, to which her husband added a sum which he borrowed, and that, on her request, and to secure her interests for future days, he gave her a document witnessing that he had traded with her dowry, and that the purchase was their joint act. He sealed his tablet and wrote upon it the curse of the great gods. I have brought it before you. Make a decision. The judges heard their words, discussed the tablets, and decided in favor of the widow. The matter is related at far greater length in the original document, and is followed by a general settling up of all the family affairs. It is very entertaining to see the same persons turn up again and again, now Babylon the Great. 257 as principals, now as agents, now as witnesses. Thus the money which Bepyundid's husband added to her dowry is said to have been borrowed from a certain Idun Marduk son of Basha, whose name we find as witness on the bill of sale, CP 251, while still another tablet gives us his own marriage contract. This shows that the house Ejibai, like modern firms, had its well-established circle of permanent clients, and there is no doubt that by carefully studying and sifting their archives, it would be possible to trace the fortunes and mutual relations of various families through several generations. This fascinating task will devolve on the future novelist of Assyriology, and spare him, to a great extent, even the trouble of inventing a plot for his story. He will also find numbers of expressive and peculiar idiomatic forms of speech, to add a picturesque local color to his narrative, such as when two men entering into partnership and bringing each so much to begin operations with, call the capital thus formed mother of business Y25. Another class of documents, which will be to our novelist a rich and choice feast, is the daily increasing collection of private letters, of which quite a number have been deciphered of late. Scant room limits us to but one specimen. It is a request for assistance, addressed by an aged father to an absent son, a verse, letter, from Idun Aha. 2. Remit his son. Bel, and Nebo, peace and life for my son may they bespeak. He, my son, knows that there is no corn in the house. 2 or 3 gur of corn by the hands of someone whom thou knowest may my son 258 Media, Babylon, and Persia cause to be brought. There is none. By the hands of the boatman whom thou indicatedst, send / unto me. Send the gift. Cause it to go forth to thy father. Thi.s Bel and Nebo for the preservation of my son's life grant. Remat after the peace of commit her son asks. Equals thy mother asks after thy health. Asterisk 26. We have seen above, pages 251-2, that among a father's first duties to his child was numbered that of sending him to school, making him learn in script ions. That this was no empty talk is amply proved by a large class of tablets, perhaps the most amusing of all, which have been found to be nothing more nor less than reading books and children's copy books, with school exercises, consisting in short sentences and lists of signs, written out a great many times, for practice, through all the stages of bad A spelling and worse calligraphy. Great many such tablets are bilingual, and Professor A.H. Sayce had the good fortune of lighting on one sufficiently well preserved to be intelligible through several consecutive lines. It proves to be a simple nursery tale, which he translates, as far as the text goes, under the attractive title, Story of the Foundling, as follows: the child who had neither father nor mother, who knew not his father or mother, into the fish pond he came, into the street he went, from the mouth of the dogs one took him, from the mouth of the ravens one led him away, before the soothsayer one took him from their mouth. The soles of his feet with the soothsayer seal underneath him were marked. To the nurse he was *. The original tablet is in the private collection of the Mrs. Bruce, of New York, together with the manuscript translation by Mr. Theology G. Pinches, both as yet unpublished. Babylon the Great. 259 given, to the nurse for 3 years his grain, his food, his shirt, and his clothing were assured. So for a time his rearing went on for him. He that reared him rejoiced. His stomach with the milk of man he filled and made him his own son. Here the tablet breaks off. But the fragment is quite sufficient to show to what kind of literature the document belongs, especially by the light of Professor Sayce's remarks, which we cannot do better than copy for our readers. He classes this text as an Akkadian reading book, intended to teach the elements of the extinct Akkadian language of primitive Chaldea to Babylonian boys of a later day, then goes on. Easy passages in Akkadian have been selected for the purpose and provided with Assyrian translations, while the text is interspersed with exercises upon the principal words occurring in it. Thus the phrase "he made him his own son" is followed by examples of the various ways in which the words composing it could be combined with other parts of speech or replaced by corresponding expressions: his son, his sonship, for his son he reckoned him, in the register of sonship he inscribed him, etc. Like the lesson books of our own nurseries, the old Babylonian lesson book also chose such stories as were likely to interest children, and the author wisely took his passage from the folklore and fairy tales of the boys' nursery rather than from the advanced literature of grown men. In the same manner our children first learn the dead languages of their own race, Latin and Greek. Adoption seems to have been common in Babylonia, especially in families where there were no sons. In the document quoted on pages 255 to 6, Bunanitu tells the judges that she bore her husband only one daughter, and that he formally adopted a stranger, took him to sonship, and wrote a tablet of his sonship. FCAH Sayce's paper Babylonian Folklore, in the Folklore Journal, Vol. I, January, 1883, pages 16 feet. 260 Media, Babylon, and Persia. In collections of fables and anecdotes or short stories. 27. These are not the only school exercises that have survived, and the method of impressing things on the mind by writing them out does not appear to have been limited to children. Mr. H. Rassam has brought home many fragments containing law texts from the tablets of precedence, copied out carefully 3 times, evidently by law students, for purposes of memorizing. As for the class of documents known as contract tablets, they do not by any means cease with the Babylonian Empire. Stray specimens bring down the use of them to an astonishingly late period, as late as the 1st centuries after Christ, if we are to trust one which is dated from the reign of a Persian king who reigned about 100 AD, showing that the use of cuneiform writing died out very gradually and prevailed much longer than had at first been supposed. Media and the rise of Persia. I had the throne of Media, during Nebuchadrezzar's long reign, been occupied by Cyaxares, or a monarch of the same ambitious and active stamp, it is very probable that the Babylonian would have had occasion, in his lifetime, to test the efficiency of those bulwarks and defenses which his foresight so busily devised. For relationship, especially the artificial connection by marriage, has not much weight in politics, and if the founder of the Median Empire had seen an opening toward rounding it off, as the modern phrase goes, at the expense of either or both his neighbors, it is not likely that consideration for either his daughter or daughter-in-law would have stopped him. But he died quite early in Nebuchadrezzar's reign, 584, and his son and successor, Astyages, the Ishtuggo of cuneiform records, CP 221, was a man of self-indulgent habit, indolent and pleasure-loving, the very model of the spendthrift heir, bent merely on enjoying the greatness he has not helped to build, until, by his carelessness, he loses it. His accession, therefore, was a very good thing for his brother-in-law of Babylon and his father-in-law Alyattes, of Sardis, who, with the help of his son 262 Media, Babylon, and Persia, Croesus, went on consolidating and enlarging the dominion of Lydia, and settling old standing accounts with the Greek cities of the seashore. Nor was the change that had come over the nation less great. The Medes were no longer the rough warriors, inured to hardships, careless of wealth, of which they had not learned the value, who did not regard silver, and as for gold, took no delight in it. Isaiah 13:17. The booty of Nineveh and the other Assyrian cities had taught them the uses of luxury, and the court of Ecbatana was not outdone in splendor by either Babylon or Sardis. The palace of Median royalty, too, was fully equal in magnificence to those of the older capitals. It is even possible that it outshone them in mere barbaric gorgeousness, such as the lavish use of gold and silver, though there is great reason to believe that it remained far behind in point of artistic decoration. For the Aryan conquerors had no art of their own, and had not yet had time to learn that of their neighbors, nor, perhaps, to find out that art was in itself desirable and worth learning, a notion originally foreign to the rather stern and practical Iranian mind. Rud, as national dignity demands that royalty should be housed in seemly splendor, an effect of great magnificence and imposing majesty was produced by other means. 3-4. If they had not made a study of art, especially that of decoration, the Medes had brought with them a manner of building which was to be fruitful of artistic results, and inaugurate a style of architecture entirely different from that with which we have Media and the rise of Persia. 263 become so familiar in the lands of the Tigris and Euphrates. In the abundantly wooded mountains and valleys of eastern Iran, the building material indicated by nature is timber. The nomad's movable tent or hut is imitated in wood, enlarged, and becomes the cabin of logs or boards, with porch and gallery resting on roughly hewn trunks of trees. This, again, in constructions destined for public purposes, expands into the hall with aisles of columns supporting the roof, and with wide pillared porch. The transition is easy to the combination of public and private apartments which forms the royal dwelling or palace. By devising the plan on a grander scale, by the choice of hard and handsome woods, of tall and stately trees, and by great finish of workmanship, it was possible to produce a building of real beauty, preserving the original and characteristic feature, a profusion of columns, to be distributed in every possible combination of aisles, porches, porticos surrounding the inner courts, etc. Exactly such a construction was the palace at Ecbatana. The forests of the Zagros supplied fine timber as bountifully as those of Bactria, and the Medes could preserve their own traditional style of building without falling into the absurdity of the Assyrians, who went on heaping mountains of bricks, after the manner of Fayat and marshy Chaldea, when they had quarries of fine stone at hand all around them. For the ancient Greek writers describe the palace of the Median kings, possibly begun by Diox, and enlarged by Cyaxares, as occupying an area of fully 2/3 ot a mile, at the foot of Mt Orontes 264 Media, Babylon, and Persia. Modern Elvend, it was built entirely of costly cedar and cypress, but the wood was nowhere visible, as not only the columns and beams, but the ceilings and walls, were overlaid with gold or silver plating, while the roof was made of silver tiles. Herodotus is filled with admiration at the effect produced by the walls which enclosed the palace, rising in circles, one within the other. The plan of the place is that each of the walls should outtop the one beyond it by the battlements. The nature of the ground, which is a gentle slope, favors this arrangement in some degree, but it was mainly effected by art. The number of the circles is 7, the royal palace and the treasuries standing within the last. Of the outer wall, the battlements are white, of the next, black, of the third, scarlet, of the fourth, blue, of the fifth, orange, all these are covered with paint. The last two have their battlements coated respectively with silver and gold. The city was built outside the circuit of the walls. The only drawback to this picturesque and well-defended situation was the want of water. There was none nearer than the other side of Mt Orontes, several miles from the city, where a small lake fed a mountain stream. That stream was turned from its course and brought by a tunnel, 15 feet in width, which was cut through the base of the mountain for the purpose. This is the work which Median legend, followed by the Greeks, attributed to the fabulous Queen Semiramis*. It is very probable that it was planned and carried out by Cyaxares. See Story of Assyria, p. 198. Media and the Rise of Persia. 265-5. The general effect, as beheld from a distance, especially from the low level of the plain, must have been marvelously quaint and impressive. The graded height of the 7 concentric walls and the combination of colors at once recall the great ziggurat of Nebo, at Borsip*, and naturally suggest that the general idea may have been borrowed from there. This may well be, and, if so, we may be sure that the significance and sacredness of the number 7 in the Iranian religion prompted the imitation. Besides, the legend of the original holy mountain, of which the Chaldean ziggurat was a reminder, was common to both races, and Dunker no doubt comes very near the truth when he explains the peculiar construction and decoration of the Median palace in the following words: as Ahura Mazda sat on his golden throne in the sphere of pure light on the summit of golden Hyukaria, so the earthly ruler was to dwell in his palace at Ecbatana, in golden apartments, enclosed within a golden wall. Theavesta shows us Mithra in golden helmet and silver cuirass. The wheels of his chariot are of gold, his milk-white steeds' 4 feet are shod with gold, their hind feet with silver. So it was meet that the royal roof and battlements should gleam in silver and in gold. Nor can the account be rejected as improbable on the plea of extravagance. The booty from Assyria could surely cover the outlay, and that we, without materially draining the treasury, are expressly told that when Alexander of Macedon see Story of Chaldea, pages 280 to 283. FC Story of Chaldea, pages 274 to 276. 266 Media, Babylon, and Persia. Conquered Asia, he carried away most of the silver tiles off the roof, yet 75 years later another conqueror still found at Ecbatana booty to the amount of about $5 million in gold and silver plating and silver roof tiles. Yet the bulk of the gold and silver, to the value of $8.5 million, had been removed by the Persian king before Alexander came. We must remember that the accumulation of wealth in Nineveh and Calah must have far exceeded our powers of calculation, and that one of the very last acts of Assyrian power was the wholesale cleaning out of the treasure houses of the kings of Elam, at Shushan, where no other enemy had ever put his hand * through all the 20 centuries of that kingdom's prosperity. 6. Whether Ecbatana was surrounded, like Babylon, by an outer wall of defense, we do not know. There was no such wall at the time of Herodotus, or he would have mentioned it. Still, as Ecbatana had been taken in the interval, it is quite possible there may have been a wall and it was demolished by the victors. This question and many others may be cleared up some day when serious diggings are undertaken at Hamadan. Unfortunately, nothing of much importance has yet been done, and of the few fragmentary relics that have been found, it is impossible to say whether they belong to this period or a later one. The same uncertainty confronts us at every turn when we attempt to inquire for details concerning the Median nation, its institutions, and its life. Perhaps no other empire of like extent and * see Story of Assyria, p. 399. Media and the Rise of Persia. 267. Power has left so few traces of its existence, so few handles for history to take hold of. This is certainly owing to the lack of durable monuments. Not an inscription has reached us, not one undoubtedly genuine specimen of art or craft, nothing but legends of epical character, and those not in native form or garb, but transmitted through Greek writers, who got them in fragments, through the channel of ignorant, unreliable interpreters, and proceeded to impart them as history. Of the real value of such history, we have a sample in the accounts of Semiramis. But, though modern research has very well established what is 7iot true in the old Greek stories, it has hitherto failed in procuring much positive information concerning the Medes. A7. Few facts, however, we may hold for certain. One of the principal is that the Medes used to call themselves Aryas, and were generally known under that name to their neighbors and subjects. Another, that the population of the empire was mixed. Herodotus knows by name of 6 so-called tribes, and these names it has been found possible to trace from the Greek corruption to the original Iranian forms. They tell their own story. One means natives, another nomads, a third dwellers in tents, a fourth owners of the soil, and only one is expressly designated as Aryan people, Ar/Xantos in Persian, happy face, Arya-Xantu. Such a distinction strongly implies that the others were not Aryans, and admirably tallies with the theory of the gradual advance of the Aryan Medes and their occupation of Ilip and the other portions of the Zagros 268 Media, Babylon, and Firsta Highlands, where they became a rune class, a military aristocracy, which held the natives, the owners of the soil, of different, mostly Turanian, race, in subjection. The sevenfold belt of defense, with which the foreign royalty enclosed itself, may have been at first a necessary precaution against possible risings. In the course of time, as the distinction grew less marked, and the enmity of the races became merged in a common national feeling, the conqueror's name was adopted by the rest of the population, and they all called themselves Medes together. As to the nomads and the tent dwellers, shepherds, this designation probably covers a large proportion of still fluctuating population in the steppes of central and western Iran, composed mainly of Iranian elements, for the Median Empire at this period of its greatest extension covered an area reaching from the Halys and Araxes on one side, across a vast tract of desert and mountain wilds on the other, some say, as far as the Indus itself. But its eastern boundaries were never very well defined. It seems certain, however, that most countries composing eastern Aran, Hyrcania, Parthia, Bactria, and several more which figure on ancient maps, were subject and paid tribute to Media. Some of them probably were ruled by Median governors. 8. The sixth Median tribe on Herodotus' list bears the name of Magi. That these were the priests, forming a separate body, there is no shadow of a doubt. It is the name and the only one under which the Iranian priesthood has been known to foreign nations. Yet, as we have seen, it is not Media and the rise of Persia. 269 The name that is given them in the Avesta, where the priests, ever since they form a body or class, are uniformly designated as Athrivans. There is a contradiction here, which is further enhanced by the fact that the Magi, although undoubtedly the guardians of Avestan law and worship, indulged in practices foreign to that law, nay, directly opposed to it, principally that of conjuring and divining, which has become inseparably associated with that priestly class, in the universally accepted words magic, magician. Herodotus tells us that the Magi presided at sacrifices, where they chanted hymns, and that they delighted in killing with their own hands ants, snakes, flying and creeping things, in fact, all sorts of animals except dogs. This is quite in accordance with the Avestan law. Much later writers report that the Magi worshipped and sacrificed to the evil power, and one of them expressly relates that they press in a mortar the herb called omomi, hauma, invoking the power of evil and darkness, then mix the juice with the blood of a sacrificed wolf, and pour the drink offering on a spot on which the sun never shines. Such practices, judged by the light of the Avesta, are nothing less than impious, and could not possibly have been originated by the Iranian Athravan of early Mazdaism. But they are by no means incompatible with the spirit of Turanian or so-called shamanistic religions, like that of pre-Semitic Chaldea, several of which incline to pay the rites of worship rather to the powers of darkness than those of light. The shamans or sorcerer * Plutarch, Isis and Osiris. 270 Media, Babylon, and Persia. Priests of many Turanian tribes of our own day, from Lapland through Siberia and Central Asia, are the representatives of the still surviving hideous superstition. Indeed, there still exists, among the Kurds who live in Assyria, in the Sinjar hills, where Layard visited and studied them, as far as they would permit, a very curious sect which, together with many old Christian and Musulman features, presents a survival of what was probably the religion of pre-Aryan Media. They are called the Zadis, or devil worshippers. They believe in God, but do not show him any observance, while they show servile reverence to the devil, who has a temple among them, and to whose symbol, the serpent, they pay public honor. For, they say with a kind of perverse logic, God, being good of his nature, can do nothing but good to men, and there is no necessity of asking him to do so. The devil, on the contrary, being bad, is inclined to do harm, unless kept in a good humor by constant entreaty and propitiation. Traces of similar conceptions still linger among various mountain tribes of Armenia and Kurdistan, ancient Zagros. 9. After all that has been said, we shall not be far from the truth if we assume the Magi to have been originally the native priesthood of the vast mountainous region subsequently occupied by the Medes and known as Western Iran. With the arrival of the Aryan conquerors, who brought their own lofty, pure, recently reformed religion, began the process of mutual concessions and assimilation which marked the third stage of the Avestan evolution. See Story of Chaldea, p. 180. Media and the Rise of Persia. 27. And to which we referred the foreign and mostly Turanian practices that make up so great a portion of the Vendidad, see pages 142 to 156. The fusion of the two religions was followed by that of the two priesthoods, and the Ithravans were merged in the Magi, the sixth Median tribe on the list of Herodotus. How the fusion was effected, and why the name Magi absorbed and was substituted for the older one, will probably never be found out. Indeed, that very name has been and still is the subject of discussion among the leading scholars. Many connect it with the Akkadian Imga, priest, Semitic Mag, which enters into the familiar title of Rabbanag. Others will not hear of this Chaldean connection, and assert a purely Aryan origin of the word, accounting for it by the Vedic word inact, great, perhaps holy. Whether traces of an original conflict and hostility should be detected in certain passages of the Avesta, and the pre-Aryan priesthood should be understood under the false Ithravans denounced in those passages, as some would have it, is too doubtful a question to be here discussed. Must be content with the certainty that, in historical times, the Magi were the national priestly class of Media or Western Iran, the keepers and propagators of the Avestan law as represented by the Vendidad, keeping in view the important fact that the observances which they so severely enforced, such as the exposure of the dead, were not by any means adopted by all the Iranian nations. It was only in the ultimate development reached by Zoroastrian magism * see Story of Chaldea, p. 255. 2 Habs Media, Babylon, and Persia. Under the Sassanids, that the religious law of ancient Media was proclaimed the only orthodox one, and made obligatory for the whole of Iran, cp 28. 10 The Magi of this period appear as a powerful separate body, possessing large territories with cities of their own, the center of which is Ragi, in olden times the chief city of Media after Ecbatana. In these territories they seem to exercise something like actual independent sovereignty, and Rag is the seat of their chief and head. As they claim to form a clan, descended directly from Zarathustra, this their high priest, a sort of Zoroastrian pope, invested with both spiritual and temporal power, bears the title of Zarathustra Tima, or Chief Zarathustra, literally most Zarathustra, of all we Zarathustras. See from this that the name was sometimes used as a title. It is used in this manner in a fragment of Catechism which we find at the end of a chapter of Zend, commentary, on the Ahunavarya, Yasna, 19, and which clearly defines the state of things. The 4 classes and the 5 chiefs having been mentioned, an examination begins, by question and answer, of which the following is an extract Q. What classes of men? A. The priest, the warrior, the tiller of the ground, and the artisan. Q. What are the chiefs? A. They are the house chief, the village chief, and the tribe chief, the chief of the province, king, and the Zarathustra as the 5th. That is in those provinces which are outside the Zarathustrian domain. Raga, the Zarathustrian city, has only 4 chiefs. How are these chiefs constituted? Media and the Rise of Persia. 2/3 A. They are the house chief, the village chief, the tribe chief, and the Zarathustra as the 4th. Evidently there is no king in Regi, and his place is occupied by the high priest, who, let it be noted, is ranked above the kings in the hierarchy of the other provinces. Cannot say at what time the priestly class achieved so high a position, but there may have been something of the kind in the time of Herodotus, which would justify him in making of the Magi a separate tribe. Certain it is that the religion of Zoroaster, as it was rehandled by the Magi, spread westwards as far as the Median domination reached, for, centuries after its fall, Greek writers find fire chapels and Magi officiating therein, with Paididna and Barksvia, chanting sacred songs from a book in Lydia and Cappadocia. How far that domination extended in the east, it were difficult to say. Some think that it stretched from the Indus to the Halys, and only failed to reach the Ionian sea coast because it was unexpectedly cut off by a kindred and hitherto vassal nation, the Persians. We too have no means of ascertaining at what time or in what manner took place the migration of this Iranian people, or when they reached the rugged but well-conditioned country by the Persian Gulf to which they gave their name, Persis, and which corresponds pretty accurately to the province still known under the same, but slightly altered, name of Pars or Farsistan. It will probably always remain a matter of uncertainty whether they came from the northeast across the desert by a 2/4 Media, Babylon, and Persia route of their own, as a separate body and independently of the main current of Iranian migration more directly making for the west, or whether they formed part of that current, and only after reaching the upper highlands of the Zagros, Azerbaijan and Kurdistan, branched off on a further tramp, and, following the direction of the valleys embedded between the sevenfold ridges of the Zagros, settled in that continuation of it which rounds off to skirt the sweep of the Gulf, and sends out decreasing spurs to meet those that may be called the outposts of the great Suleiman range. What speaks most in favor of the latter supposition is that ever since the name of the Medes, Mate, Matai, Amade, makes its appearance in the royal annals of Assyria, as early as Shalmaneser II, another name almost invariably accompanies it, or at least occurs on the same inscription, that of the land and people of Barsua or Parsua, which have been located with almost certainty just beyond the principalities of Urartu, Armenia, somewhere in Azerbaijan. There is nothing unlikely in the hypothesis of the Parsuas having first occupied the Zagros highlands jointly with the Medes, then separated and founded a new and more independent principality of their own. At all events they call themselves Aryas, as did the Medes, and one of their mightiest kings, Darius I, in his great rock inscription, of which more fully hereafter, glories in being a Persian, son of a Persian, an Arya, of Aryan seed. If the identity of the Barsuas or Parsuas of the Assyrian inscriptions with the later Persians be accepted, it may further be Media and the rise of Persia. 2/5 admitted as not entirely unlikely that religious differences may have had something to do with the separation, for we shall see that the Persians retained the Zoroastrian revelation in a far purer and more unalloyed form than their kindred, the Medes. 12 By its conditions of soil and climate, Persia proper, as Persis may be called, was eminently apt to produce a race of a high moral and physical standard. Notwithstanding its almost tropical latitude, the elevation of its ground gives it the advantages of moderate zones, as shown by the vegetation of the country, which, together with sycamores, cypresses, myrtles, the fig tree, the date palm, the lemon, orange, and pomegranate, embraces trees and fruits common to far more northern regions, such as the oak, the poplar, willow, acacia, even the juniper, pears, apples, plums, nuts, and various berries. The peach with its varieties is indigenous to the country of which it bears the name in several languages. The valleys, too, produce different kinds of grain and vegetables: wheat, barley, millet, beans, etc. Such wealth of field and orchard is sufficient to ensure the well-being of a nation, but, requiring assiduous cultivation, does not expose it to lapse into idleness, while the climate in the uplands, moderate in summer, severe in winter, with several months of snow and frost, and great variations of temperature within the 24 hours, is wholesome and bracing, and certainly does not encourage effeminacy. The want of water, the great plague of the level parts of Iran, which begins to be felt at once in the plains into which the mountains of Persia slope down, to 26 Media, Babylon, and Persia. The east and north, does not affect the uplands, which abound in mountain springs, although there is no room for long and wide rivers, the 5 ridges which stretch across the country being broken only by narrow and precipitous passes. The wooded pastures on the mountain sides and the rich meadows in the valleys were a very paradise for cattle, so that the Iranian settlers had every encouragement to follow the 2 pursuits recommended to them as essentially worthy and holy: farming and cattle, rice, Persian and Median foot soldiers. The Greeks ascribed much of the endurance and warlike qualities for which they respected the Persians to the fact of their living so much out of doors and being trained to watchfulness by their occupation of guarding flocks and herds by day and by night. Riding, also, was in much favor among them, and hunting of every kind was their favorite exercise and pastime, for their mountains swarmed with pheasants, partridge, grouse, and other small game, while the open country teemed with lions, bears, antelope, wild asses, etc., and invited to all Media and the rise of Persia. 2// The royal sports of the Assyrians. It naturally follows that the Persians were accomplished bowmen. Indeed, Herodotus, in a celebrated passage, expressly says that their sons were carefully instructed from their 5th to their 20th year in 3 things alone: to ride, to draw the bow, and to speak the truth. Of course, this description applies only to the class of warriors or nobles, as the agriculturists and the priests would have many more things to learn, but it gives one the idea of a simple and manly training, wholly in accordance with the principles of the purest Mazdaism. The national garb, too, was hardy and simple: a short coat and trousers, both of dressed leather, with a plain belt, the whole calculated to favor the greatest freedom and ease of motion. But when they came in contact with the luxurious and effeminate Medes, the Persians, being naturally imitative to excess, soon began to adopt, together with more refined and courtly manners, the long-flowing, wide-sleeved robe, wrapped round the body and gathered up on one side in graceful folds, which was known to the Greeks as the Median robe, being characteristic of and probably invented by that nation. It is clear that the costliness of this garment could be increased to any amount by the fineness of the material and of the dye, Tyrian purple for instance, and by the addition of embroidery and ornament. 13. The population of Persia proper was not more unmixed than that of Media. The native inhabitants were, as usual, not extirpated by the newcomers, but reduced to subjection. This is 278 Media, Babylon, and Persia. How it comes about that, of the 10 or 12 tribes into which Greek historians divide the Persian nation, only 3 are named: the Pasargati, the Marathians, and the Maspii as the principal ones, on which all the others are dependent. Herodotus, I. 125. These are clearly the Iranian conquerors, the ruling class, the aristocracy. Of the others, 4 are expressly said to be nomads, and were surely not Aryan at all, while the rest may have been of mixed race. Of the nomad tribes, the only one which we can identify with any degree of certainty, is that of the Mardians, who lived in the western highlands of Persis, and were probably a branch of or identical with the better known Amardians. These latter were a people probably of a mixed race, akin to the Elamites and Kashi, and occupied the mountain region now known as Bakhtiari Mountain. Their language appears to have been quite, or very nearly, that spoken in Elam, the Sujana. Of the Greeks, and to have belonged to the agglutinative type, Turanian or Auralo-Altaic *, consequently to have been closely related to the ancient language of Shumir and Akkad. It is most probably this region which is repeatedly mentioned in the Assyrian royal annals under the name of Anzan, Anshan, and sometimes Asan and Anduan. It was a part or a dependence of the kingdom of Elam, figuring at *. The Turanian race is frequently called Auralo-Altafk, from the fact that the valleys of the Aural and Altaic ranges have always been the chief nests and strongholds of its tribes. /C Story of Chaldea, pages 145 ff. Media and the rise of Persia. 279 times among its allies, and at others included in the title of the kings of Elam. 14. The beginnings of Persia as a nation were not different from those of Media, or, indeed, any other nation. The process is always the same. It is the gathering of the separate and in a great measure independent clans or tribes under the leadership of one more numerous, more powerful, more gifted than the others. That such a movement can be effected only through the agency and authority of one master spirit stands to reason, and the successful chieftain naturally becomes the king of the state he has created. Such was the origin of the Persian hereditary monarchy, the founder of which is known, from testimony too public and solemn to be disputed, to have been Hachemonish, more familiar under the Greek form of the name as Achaemenes, a prince of the clan of the Pasargati, which was always held to be the noblest of the three ruling tribes. CP 278. He must have been a contemporary of Ashurbanipal, and was succeeded by a long line of kings, famous under the name of Achaemenid or Achaemenian dynasty, the last scion of which lost his crown and life in the struggle with the young Greek conqueror, Alexander of Macedon, 331 BC. The tribal city of the clan, also called Pasargati, became the royal capital of the United Nation. It was regarded with great reverence ever after as the cradle of the monarchy, and when that monarchy extended into the mightiest empire that the world had yet seen, and its kings had the choice of four great capitals for their residence, the 280 Media, Babylon, and Persia. Security attached to their modest ancestral city was so great that each succeeding king came there to be inaugurated. It was HKE the French kings going to Reims, or the Scotch kings to Scone, for their coronation. The place where Pasargati stood is now called Murgab, and there are some ruins there, the oldest in Persia. 15. The Persians were by nature a conquering people, and although not strong enough at this early stage of their national life to undertake distant expeditions, they found close at hand an opportunity for an easy acquisition too tempting to be neglected. Elam was utterly destroyed, its people carried away, and scattered, its princes slain or dragged into bondage, its cities and temples sacked and turned into dens for beasts to lie in, its trees burned, and its wells dried up. Not a condition this, in which a country could defend its very heart against an invader, much less its outlying provinces. The land of Anshan was open to its Persian neighbors, and it must have been at this time that Disps, Chaish, the son of Achaemenes, occupied it, and assumed the title of Great King, King of Anshan, or of the city of Anshan. After his death, the royal house of the Achaemenians split itself into two lines. One of his sons, Kairos I, Kur-Ush, succeeded him in Anshan, while another, Ariaramnes, Aryaramana, reigned in Persia. These were followed respectively by their sons, Cambyses I, in Anshan, and Arsames, Arshama, in Persia. It is extremely probable that Kairos and Ariaramnes were *C Story of Assyria, pages 399 to 401. Media and the rise of Persia. 281 Among the allies or vassal princes who helped Cyaxares to overwhelm Assyria. There is no doubt, at all events, that Persia stood towards Media in the position of a subject and tributary country, since the beginning of its greatness dates from its revolt against the Median rule under Kairos II, and the overthrow of the Median Empire by that king. I6. None of the histories we inherit from antiquity, either entire or in fragments, nor, consequently, of the modern histories compiled from those materials, gives us the facts crowded into the last few paragraphs. No one had the remotest idea of Kairos having been anything but a king of Persia, or of the Achaemenians having reigned in a double line, and the very name of Anshan was unknown. Two sets of monuments accidentally discovered at various times and in various places revealed these facts, which, standing forth in the uncompromising simplicity and stubbornness of contemporary evidence, overthrew the familiar structure raised out of the stories, half fabulous as they now turn out to be, which the Greek writers took on trust from Median and Persian sources, epical ballads, most of them, not untainted with myth. Of these monuments some are Persian and 3 are Babylonian cylinders recording some of the acts of Nabonidus, the last king of Babylon, and the capture of that city by Kairos, who on both cylinders is called and calls himself king of Anshan, not of Persia. It is well established that Kairos, at the time of the conquest of Babylon, was already king of Persia, but that country was rather distant and probably little known. 282 Media, Babylon, and Persia. To the Chaldeans, whereas the land and city of Anshan were very near and had long been familiar to them, as doubtless also the new reigning family that had established itself there. As to his lineage, this is how he sets it forth in his proclamation, on mounting the throne of Babylon: I am Kairos, Kurush, the great king, the powerful king, the king of Tintir *, king of Shumir and Akkad, king of the four regions, son of Cambyses, Cambygia, the great king, king of the city of Anshan, grandson of Kairos, the great king, king of the city of Anshan, great-grandson of Teisps, Thespish, the great king, king of the city of Anshan. 17 very different in size from these tiny Babylonian monuments are the Persian ones, and, like the cylinders, somewhat posterior to the time our history has reached, indeed still later, since we owe them to Persian kings, successors of Kairos. The most important one for the point now under examination is the famous rock of Behistun or Blsutun, or rather the inscription engraved on that rock by Darius, second successor of Kairos, and after him the greatest of the Oxemenians. The rock, noticed from very ancient times on account of its isolated position and peculiar shape, rises nearly perpendicular to a height of 1700 feet, the most striking feature of the road from Hamadan, ancient Ecbatana, to Baghdad, and near the modern town of Kermanshah. On the straightest and smoothest face of the rock Darius determined to perpetuate, by means of sculpture and writing, the great deeds of his reign. The monument was to be absolutely *Tintir, the most ancient name of Babylon, in the Akkadian, or pre-Semitic period, see Story of Chaldea, p. 216. 284 Media, Babylon, and Persia. Indestructible, and, first of all, inaccessible to the sacrilegious hand of invader or domestic foe. This was so well secured by the height at which the work was executed, over 300 feet from the base, that it could be scarcely got at for the purpose of studying or copying it. Indeed, the French scholars, Messrs. Flandin and Coste, after many attempts, gave up the task, which it was the glory of Sir Henry then Major Rawlinson, with the help of field glasses successfully to achieve, at the cost of 3 years' labor, 1844-1847, infinite hardships and dangers, and an outlay of over $5,000. How the artists and engravers originally ever got to the place, is a question which the steepness of the ascent makes very puzzling, unless there were some practicable paths which were cut away subsequently, and even then they could not have worked without ladders and scaffoldings. Besides, the rock had to undergo an elaborate preliminary preparation. Not only was the surface smoothed down almost to a state of polish, but wherever the stone showed crevices or dints, it was closely plastered with a kind of cement, matc lying and fitting it so exactly as to be hardly distinguishable. The result of all this foresight and painstaking, we have before us in the shape of a very remarkable piece of historical sculpture, surrounded by numerous columns of inscription, making in all over 1,000 lines of cuneiform writing. The long narrative is repeated 3 times in the different languages, so as to be intelligible to all the 3 races which the new empire had united under its rule, in Persian, in Assyrian, and in the language of Anshan, which was probably that of all Elam or Sujana. 286 Media, Babylon, and Persia. As the country began to be called from its capital Shushan or Susa, and possibly of the un-Aryan population of the entire Zagros region. For this land gauge has been shown to belong neither to the Aryan nor to the Semitic, but to the Turanian or agglutinative type. It used at first to be called Proto-Median, / earliest Median, but now it is proposed to call it Scythic, i.e., Turanian, or Amardayan, in compliment to the nation who is thought to have inhabited Anshan. This immense monument of human pride, labor, and patience was attributed by the Greeks, like everything out of the common in these parts of Asia, and in a distorted form, to the mythical Queen Semiramis *18. The Persian kings, succeeding, as they did, long lines of Assyrian and Babylonian monarchs, appropriated their literary style, which henceforth became the set and invariable form of Oriental public speaking and writing. This style we accordingly recognize in the trilingual Behistun inscription, with perhaps just a shade less of stiffness. Like Kairos, like every long-descended prince, Darius, Drayabus is the Persian form, begins by establishing his genealogy. I am Darius the great king, the king of kings, the king of Persia, the king of nations, the son of Hystaspes, the grandson of Arsames, the Achaemenian. My says Darius the king, father was Hystaspes, Vishtaspa, of Hystaspes the father was Arsames, Arshama, of Arsames the father was Ariaramnes, Aryaramana, of Ariaramnes the father was Tispes, Chaishpaish, of Tispes the father was Achaemenes, Hachemenish. Says Darius the king, on that account we are called Achaemenians. From ancient times we have descended, from ancient times our family have been kings. See Story of Assyria, p. 198. Media and the Rise of Persia. 28 says Darius the king, there are 8 of my race olio have been kings before me, I am the 9th. In a double line Tuesday have been Atngs. The Behistun inscription was known and deciphered long before the discovery of the cinders of Nabonidus and Kairos. Therefore the last words of the above passage, printed in italics, were found so extremely puzzling, that the decipherers entertained great doubts about it, and intimated by the sign, that they considered the translation uncertain and provisional. By comparing the whole passage, however, with the corresponding one from Kairos' proclamation, given above, p. 282, we shall at once see how beautifully the two complete each other. Each of the kings traces his separate line upwards, till both unite in their common ancestor, Tspes, the conqueror or annexer of Anshan. Evidently he divided his kingdom between his two sons, Kairos I and Ariaramnes, at his death, and the Achaemenian house continued to reign in 2 lines, one in Anshan, and one in Persia proper. And in numbering those of the race who were kings before him, Darius clearly includes those of the Anshan line. This gives the following genealogical scheme: 1 Achaemenes, founder of the I-Persian Royahi. 2 Tispes, annexer of Anshan. Line of Anshan, 3 Kairos I line of Persia, 4 Ariaramnes. 5 Cambyses L6 Arsames. Kairos Ilatin -ID Persia to Erea, J exclusion of Fensthean, Hystaspes, T8 Quetzales. Cam H.Ysesiit.T, LL.Inanarandal, DEI.R succeeded by 9. Darius. 288 Media, Babylon, and Persia. Had Hystaspes reigned, Darius would have been TJIC 10th. But Lai expressly states that 8 of his race reigned before him, and he is the 9th. On the other hand, Hystaspes is never given the title of king in the numerous inscriptions recording the genealogy of Darius and his descendants on the walls of their palaces at the royal city of Persepolis. These 2 indications converge to the conclusion that Kairos, before he overthrew the Median Empire and started on his career of conquest, established himself as king of both Anshan and the ancestral country Persia, to the exclusion of Hystaspes, who would seem to have submitted with a good grace, since history shows him an honored and trusted kinsman and counselor at the court of Kairos and governor of an important province, Hyrcania. When the elder line became extinct in the person of Cambyses, the son of Kairos the Great, the nearest and natural claimant was Hystaspes, the representative of the younger line, but he appears to have been a singularly unambitious person, for we again find him passed by, this time in favor of his son, who reigns long and gloriously, while he is content to command some of that son's armies. We have been forced to anticipate considerably in order to establish our authorities for a narrative conflicting in many points with the course of events we universally accepted until very lately. We'll now resume it at the next authentic move, the fall of the Median Empire. p. 290 Media, Babylon, and Persia. 2. All this thoroughly confirms one portion of the narrative as it stands in Herodotus. According to him, Kairos, having spent part of his youth at the court of Astyages, had formed a party for himself among the Medes, headed by a certain Harpagus, a great lord, and kinsman of the king, with whom he corresponded, and by whose advice he was guided when he incited the Persians to open revolt. This he is said to have done by appealing to their national pride and saying to them, in substance, follow my bidding and be free. For myself, I feel that I am destined by Providence to undertake your liberation, and you, I am sure, are no whit inferior to the Medes in anything, least of all in bravery. It is not at all unlikely that he increased the ardor of his comparatively penurious countrymen by holding out to them the prospect of securing wealth and the delights of luxury. The Persians, continues Herodotus, who had long been impatient of the Median dominion, now that they had found a leader, were delighted to shake off the yoke. Astyages immediately sent out an army against the rebels, but as it was commanded by Harpagus, the result can be guessed. When the two armies met and engaged, only a few of the Medes who were not in the secret fought, others deserted openly to the Persians while the greater number counterfeited fear and fled. Kairos thereupon marched to Ecbatana. The old king came out to meet him with a hastily summoned body of citizens, both young and old, but was utterly defeated and taken prisoner. Thus, after a reign of 35 years, Astyages lost his crown, Kurush, the king, the Achaemenian. 29 and the Medes were brought under the rule of the Persians. He was not beloved, and was accused of having caused the disaster by his cruel and tyrannical ways. Still Kairos, who was by nature magnanimous and mild, did his royal captive no injury, but kept him at his court until his death, honorably treated and amply provided for. This revolution took place in 549 BC. The Median Empire, counting from the fall of Nineveh, had lasted 57 years. 3. So far the narrative of Herodotus is proved by contemporary monuments to be correct, but only in portions and in substance. The details are historically as worthless as the Greek stories about Semiramis, and evidently derived from the same source, Median and Persian epic ballads, largely mixed with myth. This narrative, too widely known to be ignored, must be briefly touched upon, even at the risk of spoiling by condensation one of the most entertaining and best told stories in the world. The only touch of reality about it is the statement that Astyages had no son, which, however, immediately branches off into folklore. First of all, the king has a dream, which the Magi interpret as meaning that the son of his daughter Mandaeni would rule the whole of Asia, whereupon he marries her away from his court to a Persian named Cambyses, a private man, of good family, indeed, but of a quiet temper, whom he looked on as much inferior to a Mede of even middle condition. In consequence of another dream, he sends for Mandaene, so as to have her and see Herodotus, Book I, 123-130. 292 Media, Babylon, and Persia. Her child in his power, and when that child, the little Kairos, is born, the king immediately orders his kinsman and trusty servant Harpagus to carry him to his home and slay him. Harpagus has not the heart to do the cruel thing himself, but makes over the babe to one of the royal herdsmen, whose range of pasture land lay among mountains infested with wild beasts, with the order to expose him in the wildest part of the hills, where he should be sure to die speedily. The herdsman's wife, whose own babe had just died, persuaded her husband to exchange the two, and 3 days later the dead child, arrayed in all the others' costly attire, is shown to the men sent by Harpagus, while the royal infant is brought up by the herdsman's wife, whose name is Spaka, which means bitch, female dog, as her own and under an assumed name. For when he reached his 10th year, Kairos made himself conspicuous by his masterful ways among his comrades, with whom he used to play at being their king, making them obey him in real earnest and punishing severely any act of insubordination. This led to complaints from the parents of the other boys, some of whom were of noble birth and resented the supposed little plebeian's insolence, and the matter ended by being brought before the king, who had Kairos and his playfellows summoned to his presence. Something in the demeanor of the boy, his free and haughty manner of answering questions and accusations, a certain family likeness, too, roused Astyages' suspicions, and the herdsman was easily frightened into confession. Astyages, who Kurush, the king, the Achaemenian, 293 had taken a liking to his grandson, was sincerely glad that he should turn up alive, and sent him home to Persia, to his father and mother, having first taken the advice of the Magi, who were of opinion that, the boy having been king in play, the dreams had been literally fulfilled, and there was no further danger. But not therefore was Harpagos forgiven for his breach of trust. Cruel and revengeful as he was, Astyages dissembled his anger under a great show of friendliness, and bade his kinsman send his son to the palace as attendant to the newly found prince, and to come to supper that evening himself. The meat placed before Harpagos was the flesh of his own child, whose hands and feet and head were presented to him in a basket after he had eaten. He made no sign, but from that moment secretly worked against the king, alienating from him the great Median nobles and preparing the general falling off in favor of Kairos, with whom he communicated as soon as the boy was old enough. From this point the narrative, as given above, is in the main correct, though not free from fanciful embellishments. 5. So Herodotus knows nothing of Kairos' royal parentage on the father's side. This at once suggests Median informants. It would be soothing to the vanity of the conquered people, even after they had long accepted the new ruler and lived prosperous under him and his descendants, to connect him with their own royal house, thus creating an hereditary claim for him on their own side, and taking the bitterest sting from conquest submission to a stranger 294 Media, Babylon, and Persia. And foreigner, and at the same time looking down on Gea's father as being much inferior to a Mede of even middle condition. But the inconsistencies which grow out of this perversion of facts are v and xy glaring. This objection, for one, is unanswerable. If Kairos was Astyages' natural heir, as this story makes him out to be, why should the old king be incensed at the prospect of his accession to power, to the extent of seeking his life? Is it not unnatural to madness for him to cut off his own line, contrary to the instinct common to all mankind, let alone sovereigns, who are always so ambitious to found or continue dynasties, that they are much more likely to supply the want of heirs by adoption, or even fraud, than to destroy those given them by nature? As to the story of Kairos' exposure, providential escape, and obscure bringing up, it is an old bit of Aryan folklore which has been told various times of almost every national hero. Of course every nation that eats it stamps it with some national peculiarity. In its application to Kairos, we detect the Iranian touch in the name of the woman, Speka. The 7EAL story was that the child was saved and suckled by a dog, Ahura Mazda's own sacred animal, SEC pages 139 to 141, to intimate miraculous preservation, divine protection. Indeed Herodotus in one place tells us as much. But the Greeks, who had not the remotest comprehension of their own myths, let alone other peoples, were not confined to the Aryan race, however, but turning up also in the treasury of Semitic tradition. Compare the legends of the first Sargon of Agade, Story of Chaldea, pages 205, 206, and of Moses. Kurush, the king, the Achaemenian. 295 shocked by the absurdity of the statement, and explained it away in the manner we have seen. 6. There were several other versions of the story of Kairos' youth. They have been retailed by various Greek writers, without any attempt at criticism, and do not appear much more reliable than that selected by Herodotus, except only that the miraculous element is wanting. They all agree in making him a resident at the Median court during his boyhood and early youth, and one makes him a Mardian, or a Mardian, thus unconsciously coming near the truth as concerning his connection with Anshan, CP 280, of which, however, not one of these compilers knows anything, any more than of his supposed relationship to Astyages. One of these versians gives an exceedingly probable account of his proceedings after his victory. Astyages, this informant tells us, had one daughter, Amytas, not Mandane, and she was married to a noble Mede of the name of Spidama, who thus found himself heir to the throne. This dangerous claimant Kairos put to death when he had made himself master of Ecbatana and the royal family, but spared his 2 sons and treated the princess with every respect, then took her to wife, thus transferring her claim to himself. This is the passage in Herodotus. So it happened that his parents, catching the name, his nurses, and wishing to persuade the Persians that there was a special providence in his preservation, spread the report that Kairos, when he was exposed, was suckled by a bitch. This was the sole origin of the rumor. It was the reverse that was really the case. I know 3 ways in which the story of Kairos is told, all differing from my own narrative. Herodotus, I. 95. 296 Media, Babylon, and Persia. As to the old king, he honored him as a father, and made him satrap, governor, of Hyrcania. There is a tradition that the king of Armenia, Tigranesi, a monarch with whom began a long and famous line, aided Kairos in his revolt, although his own sister had lately become second wife to Astyages. Armenian historians add that the perfidious old Mede had invited his new brother-in-law to visit him, with the intent of murdering him, but that Tigranes was warned in time by his sister. It is further reported that it was on this occasion Tigranes, who always remained Kairos' devoted friend and ally, adopted the Zoroastrian religion and introduced it into Armenia. This report must be taken for what it may be worth, as there is no evidence that could be called proof, to confirm it. It may have been owing to the Armenian alliance that Kairos within the next 2 years extended his rule westward as far as the Halys-/ to the farthest boundary of the Median Empire on the western side. He does not seem to have encountered much resistance in this quarter, as Herodotus merely remarks, the Cappadocians submitted to Kairos, after having been subject to the Medes. There is a tradition to the effect that the king of Cappadocia was married to a sister of Cambyses, the father of Kairos, but it may have been an invention, to give a plausible and creditable color to his submission. 7. We do not know how much time and labor Kairos expended on the countries of eastern Aran that made up so important a portion of the Median inheritance which he claimed and systematically Kurush. The king, the Achaemenian. 297 gathered under his rule. It is probable that their reduction and the necessity of keeping them in a state of submission provided him with occupation for the rest of his life, and that at intervals between the acts of the great undertakings in the West, to which his ambition chiefly inclined him, he may have personally headed an expedition into the east and northeast. It would be as vain as unprofitable to try and follow the fortunes of all the obscure nations Bactrians, Sogdians, Charismians, Hyrcanians, Saki, Ze, Scythians, Aryan and Turanian, etc., who are little more than names in the history of the world. In his treatment of them, as in all other respects, Kairos showed himself superior to all the conquerors the world had yet seen. He is said to have left it to the peoples he subdued to fix the figure and nature of the tribute they were able and willing to pay. 8. His just and mild rule soon reconciled the Medes to the change of masters, and he made special efforts to secure their devotion. He never forgot, indeed, that his first favor and duty was owing to his own people, the Persians, and made it understood at once that they were to be the first in the new empire, by exempting them from tribute and selecting his generals and satraps, governors, from their number, besides having his choicest troops composed of Persians. His chief wife, his queen, was herself an Achaemenian. Her name, as given by the Greeks, was Cassandane. She is frequently spoken of as a woman of great mental power and real influence. Kairos was deeply attached to her, and when 298 Media, Babylon, and Persia, she died, caused a great mourning to be made for her throughout the empire. But the second place was ungrudgingly allotted to the Mcdes. After the first excitement of war and victory, they were never treated as a conquered nation, but as a brother people. In war and in peace, in the army and the council, in attendance on the royal person, they always come next to the Persians. Indeed, we find Medians entrusted with important military commands scarcely 10 years after the fall of the Median Empire. Unity of race and, to a great extent, of language and religion must have largely contributed to this result, which, however, might not have been as easily achieved under a monarch less temperate and judicious than Kairos proved himself throughout. If he really did marry the daughter of Astyages, the connection must have helped to smooth matters, though the Median princess never could claim precedence over the Persian one, the two queens faithfully representing in their relative position that of their respective countries. Still, the fusion was so complete as to become invisible to the eyes of foreigners, who speak of the Medes and Persians jointly, as of one people, not infrequently using one name for the other. 9. It has been asked, what was the capital of the Persian Empire? And it is a question not easy to answer. In reality, there were several, according as the kings resided in the royal city of this or that of the countries which composed the empire. Kairos, indeed, true to his nation and ancestry, apparently conferred this dignity on his Jm40. Gate pillar of Kairos palace at Pasargad, with inscription, I am Kurush. The king, the Ox/Emenian. 30 Media, Babylon, and Persia. Own clan Cit Pasargadi. He built a palace there, and a treasury, and his body rested there in death. Great sacredness attached to the place in consequence, and every Achaemenian king went there for his inauguration. But it did not possess the conditions that go to make a thriving, populous center, and became neglected as a residence. It is now represented by a knot of ruins, not very striking or numerous, in the valley of Murgab, watered by the Pulwar, a scant and insignificant stream, formerly named after the great king himself, Kairos. It is uninteresting and short-lived, as most watercourses of this arid region, and after receiving a single tributary, ends in a salt lake. Few truncated columns, and many more bases without columns, a few gate pillars, and a platform with a casing of very fine stone masonry, are all that remains of these constructions. Interesting as they are eclipsed by two relics which appeal more powerfully to the fancy of the beholder. One is a square, isolated, and very massive stone pillar, bearing a bas-relief representing a human figure with 4 unfolded wings and a most peculiar head-dress, Seal 41. That this strange figure is meant for Kairos is placed beyond doubt by the inscription which we read at some height above its head. But there is some reasonable doubt as to whether it was intended for the living king, or rather for an ideal representation of his glorified Fravashi after death. The other relic is the great king's tomb, or rather grave chamber, which stands well preserved, but open and empty, on its base of 7 retreating stages or high steps, all of solid 41. Bas-relief representing Kairos, or possibly his glorified Fravashi, with trilingual inscription above, Lam Kurush, the king, the Achaemenian. Pasargad. 302 Media, Babylon, and Persia. Blocks of white marble, surrounded by fragments of what evidently was once a colonnade. The monument was found intact by Alexander of Macedon, who visited it. His historians describe it as a house upon a pedestal, with a door so narrow, it is moreover only 4 feet high, that a man could scarcely squeeze through. The gilt sarcophagus, we are told, 42 Tomb of Kairos at Pasargadi. Entire height, 36 feet, height of chamber or chapel, 7 feet, area, 7 by IC feet, thickness of walls, 5 feet, stood by a couch with feet of massive gold, covered with purple-dyed draperies, and the walls were hung with Babylonian tapestries. Suits of clothes were also found, of costly material and workmanship. There was, besides, a table on which were deposited various precious relics, Persian weapons, some jewels, the king's own bow, shield, and sword. The inscription was brief and simple, O man. I am Kurush, Kurush, the king, the Achaemenian. 303 The son of Kambijiya, who founded the greatness of Persia, and ruled Asia. grudge me not this monument. Inside the enclosure was a small house, occupied by some magi, who received an mple daily allowance of provisions, and whose duty it was to guard the place and keep it in order. The office had been first instituted by Cambyses, the son of Kairos, and was hereditary. When Alexander returned to Pasargati from his unsuccessful expedition to India, he found the noble shrine desecrated and plundered, the sarcophagus gone, and could do nothing but give orders to repair the monument, and restore it, at least outwardly, to a decent and seemly condition. 10. The ruins of Pasargati are the most ancient monuments we have of Persian art, and the merest glance at them suffices to show that it was, from first to last, and in its very essence, imitative, with the single exception of the Aryan principle of building, consisting in the profuse use of columns. As the Persians, fortunately, used stone, their monuments have survived, while nothing is left of the Median constructions, which were of wood. These monuments show traces of the influence of every country they have known or conquered. Had we no other specimen of Persian sculpture than that bas relief, Il 41, should be justified in declaring it to be imitated from Assyrian models. Even the close, fitting fringed robe betrays the originals from which the Persian artist copied. As to the head-dress, it is one frequently seen on the brow of Egyptian divinities and royalties, while the massive pillar itself 304 Media, Babylon, and Persia, is a clumsy imitation of an Assyrian stele. That the tomb of Kairos, Il 42, reproduces, on a small scale and in different material, the Assyro-Babylonian ziggurat is too obvious to need demonstration, while the chapel is distinctly Greek in design, and what little remains of Cairo's own constructions, shows that he employed Greek artists from the Colonis on the seashore. The column bases are exactly like those found in the ruins of some Ionian temples, and the masonry of the great platform recalls early Greek wall masonry. See Il 29. Shall soon become acquainted with far more numerous, imposing, and elaborate monuments of Persian art, but shall find nothing, even in its most beautiful productions, to reverse the verdict of lack of originality which was pronounced on that art as soon as it was discovered. 2. But, to return to the political world of Western Asia, which we left unheeded for years to follow the rising star of Persia. With Cairo still on the eastern side of the Halys, the balance of power, established after the Battle of the Eclipse, see pages 220,222, was as yet unbroken, no changes having taken place in the territorial conditions of the potentates who concluded that memorable agreement. The greatest of the three states in point of extent had merely changed hands and name. It was the Median Empire no longer, but the Persian, that was all. In 546 BC everything was apparently undisturbed, yet everything trembled in the balance. For the men were no longer the same. The petty, indolent, tyrannous Mede had been forced to yield 43 supposed tomb of Cambyses I at Pasargady*. Possibly an Hga, or fire chapel. 306 Media, Babylon, and Persia. His place to one who was a hero and a genius, while in Babylon the change was reversed. The great Nebuchadrezzar's scepter had passed into feeble and incapable hands. Discord and civil troubles filled the land he had ruled so wisely and strongly, and opened the way for the invasion against which he had accumulated so many defenses. The fate of Babylon was so inevitable that her dreaded neighbor could leave her for the last while he attended to more pressing business. Lydia's turn was to come first. 12 Aliot's long reign, 58 years, ended, with his life, in or about 560 BC. He was by far the wisest and greatest of the Mermati, indeed, so far as we know, of all the Lydian kings. By successive conquests and annexations, he left Lydia the most extensive and powerful state of Asia Minor, with a numerous and well-ordered army, especially formidable from its trained and splendidly mounted cavalry, and a treasury overflowing with wealth of every description. He well deserved the affection and reverence of his people, who erected to his memory, at public cost, the gigantic sepulchral mound or barrow, a full half-mile in circumference, which is even now a conspicuous feature of the plain by the Hermes, near the ruins of Sardis. Herodotus calls it a structure of enormous size, only inferior to the monuments of Egypt and Babylon. He was succeeded by his son, some say grandson Croesus. Excavations have repeatedly been made in the mound and have led to the discovery of the sepulchral cylinder, 11 feet long by 8 broad and 7 high, all lined with polished white marble, but empty, cleaned out at an unknown time by unknown plunderers, for the sake of the many precious things it doubtless contained. F.C. Dr. Victor Floigel's Cyrus und Herodot, pages 132 to 138. Kurush, the king, the Achaemenian. 307. A brilliant and magnificent prince, of good parts, of an amiable and humane disposition, whose unheard of prosperity and sudden fall have made him a favorite theme with Greek moralists. His greatest fault seems to have been an exceeding self-complacency and an inordinate pride in the immense wealth which have made his name a byword for all times. 13. Croesus was the first openly to resent the elevation of Kairos, who was to him nothing more than an usurper. His motive in so doing was a mixed one, as very well indicated by Herodotus. He learnt that Kairos had destroyed the empire of Astyages, and that the Persians were becoming daily more powerful. This led him to consider with himself whether it were possible to check the growing power of that people. Furthermore, he coveted the land of Cappadocia, which he wished to add to his own dominions, and lastly he felt called upon to avenge the wrongs of his kinsman. He felt very sure of victory, still he did not undervalue the foe on whom he meditated an attack, and cast about him for allies. The most natural ones were Babylon, who was threatened by the same danger as himself, and Egypt, who owed Lydia a good turn for the aid received from Gyges at the time of her own war of independence. Although the dynasty whose establishment was helped by that assistance had lately been overthrown by a revolution. An upstart usurper, a mere army officer, of the name of Ahmes, supported by the soldiers whom he commanded, had dethroned Hopfra, 569 BC, and see Story of Assyria, p. 380. 308 Media, Babylon, and Persia. Soon after put him to death. The Greeks mispronounced his name Amasis, which form is the generally accepted one. Nor did Croesus content himself with human means to ensure his success. He sent to the most famous Greek oracles to inquire what would be the result if he crossed the Halys and attacked the Persians. The replies were encouraging, especially that of the Delphic oracle. In the joy of his heart, Croesus overwhelmed Apollo's temple with his gifts, not unmindful, very probably, of the god's favorable reply to the suit of his forefather Gyges, but heedless of the ugly qualifying clause, and little thinking, at all events, that he was the fifth descendant appointed for the expiation of the ancestral crime, CP 189. The oracles had added a recommendation to look and see who were the most powerful of the Greeks, and to make alliance with them. This was patriotic advice, and the object of it to bring Greece forward and open to her an influence in the affairs of the great political world of the day, an altogether praiseworthy one. The Spartans were, at the time, unquestionably the most powerful among the Greek nations, so Croesus sent to them messengers with gifts in their hands, who informed them of the god's bidding, and declared in the king's name, knowing that you hold the first rank in Greece, I desire to become your friend in all true faith and honesty. The Spartans, who were, moreover, grateful to Croesus for some substantial favors formerly received of him, were full of joy at the coming of the messengers, and at once took the oaths of friendship and alliance. Kurush, the king, the Achaemenian. 309-14. The enumeration of Croesus' gifts to the Delphic Apollo is too astounding to be passed over. And as they existed in the temple treasury and could be seen by visitors in the time of Herodotus, he cannot be taxed with exaggeration. This is the passage: Croesus, having resolved to propitiate the Delphic god with a magnificent sacrifice, offered up 3,000 of every kind of sacrificial beast, and besides made a huge pile and placed upon it couches coated with silver and with gold, and golden goblets and robes and vests of purple, all of which he burnt in the hope of thereby making himself more secure of the favor of the god. Further, he issued his orders to all the people of the land to offer a sacrifice according to their means. When the sacrifice was ended, the king melted down a vast quantity of gold * and ran it into ingots, making them 6 palms long, 3 palms broad, and 1 palm in thickness. The number of ingots was 117, 4 being of refined gold, the others of pale gold, probably electron, HCP 216. Also caused a statue of a lion, the royal emblem of Lydia, Seal 33, to be made in refined gold, the weight of which was 10 talents. On the completion of these works, Croesus sent them away to Delphi, and with them 2 bowls / craters / of an enormous size, one of gold, the other of silver, which used to stand, the latter upon the right, the former upon the left, as one entered the temple. The silver one holds 600 amphorae, over 5,000 gallons. Sent also 4 silver casks and 2 lustral vases for holy water. Besides these various offerings, Croesus sent to Delphi many others of less account, among the rest a number of round silver vases. Also he dedicated a female figure in gold, 3 cubits high, and further he presented the necklace and the girdles of his wife. 15 There was nothing now to delay Croesus in the execution of his cleverly laid plans. If we are to * this gold must be understood to have been melted down in the flames of the sacrificial pyre, by way of consecration. On the custom of burning large quantities of precious things in sacrifice, see Story of Assyria, p. 122. 3 Iomedia, Babylon, and Persia. Believe Herodotus, warning voices were heard amidst his own counselors, bidding each him consider that the Persians were poor, and if he conquered them he would reap no advantages from his victory, while his own stake was so tremendous that if he lost, nothing would be left him to live for, so that, far from attacking the Persians, he should be thankful to the gods, that they had not put it into the heads of the Persians to invade Lydia. That, however, is just what the Persians would inevitably have done, had not Croesus been beforehand with them, and he would have earned great praise had he been successful. He had every reason to hope, being well provided with treasure, men, arms, and allies, and leaving no secret enemies or doubtful friends in his rear. For at the very last moment, Kairos had sent heralds to the Ionian cities, with an invitation to revolt from the Lydian king, and they had refused to do so. But as men's judgments go by the event, the blame of the disaster which befell Lydia was laid entirely on Croesus, whom historians have found fault with, among other things, for overhastiness in leading his troops across the Halys. Yet it has always been considered good tactics, once hostilities are opened, to carry the war into the enemy's territory, and Kairos was on the march. I-6. The first battle was fought in Cappadocia. The combat, Herodotus reports, was hot and bloody, nor had victory declared in favor of either party, when night came down upon the battlefield. Thus both armies fought valiantly. This result, though far from unfavorable, seems to Khosgi, the king, the Acarmenian. 311 have dashed the exuberant spirits of the Lydian, whose chief mistake was overweening confidence, and to have thrown him into a confusion and vacillation of which his adversary was too great a general not to take advantage. The tardiness of the allies did the rest, and Croesus, owing to the precision and rapidity of the Persians' movements, was actually left alone to fight out a war for which he had thought he could not provide enough assistance. The end came very quickly. An outline of the event can, best be gathered, in short passages, from Herodotus' leisurely narrative. Croesus laid the blame of his ill success on the number of his troops, which fell very short of the enemy, and as on the next day Kairos did not repeat the attack, he set off on his return to Sardis, intending to collect his allies and renew the contest in the spring. He meant to call on the Egyptians to send him aid. He intended also to summon to his assistance the Babylonians. And further he meant to send word to Sparta. Having got together these forces in addition to his own, he would, as soon as the winter was past and springtime come, march once more against the Persians. With these intentions Croesus, immediately on his return, dispatched heralds to his various allies, with a request that they would join him at Sardis in the course of the 5th month from the time of the departure of his messengers. He then disbanded the army, consisting of mercenary troops, never imagining that Kairos, after a battle in which victory had been so evenly balanced, would venture to march upon Sardis. Kairos, however, when Croesus broke up so suddenly from his quarters after the battle, conceiving that he had marched away with the intention of disbanding his army, considered a little, and soon saw that it was advisable for him to advance upon Sardis in all haste, before the Lydians could get their forces together a second time. Having thus determined, he lost no time in carrying out his plan. He marched forward with such speed, that he was himself the first to announce his coming to the Lydian king. That monarch, 312 Media, Babylon, and Persia. Placed in the utmost difficulty by the turn of events which had gone so entirely against all his calculations, nevertheless led out the Lydians to battle. In all Asia there was not at that time a braver or more warlike people. Their manner of fighting was on horseback, they carried long lances, and were clever in the management of their steeds. The two armies met in the plain before Sardis. It is a vast flat bare of trees, watered by a number of streams, which all flow into one larger than the rest, called the Hermus. The combat was long, but at last, after a great slaughter on both sides, the Lydians turned and fled. They were driven within their walls, and the Persians laid siege to Sardis. Thus the siege began. Meanwhile, Croesus, thinking that the place would hold out no inconsiderable time, sent off fresh heralds to his allies from the beleaguered city to say that he was already besieged, and to beseech them to come to his aid with all possible speed. Among his other allies Croesus did not omit to send to Lacedaemon. If it chanced that the Spartans were themselves just at this time engaged in a quarrel when the herald arrived from Sardis to entreat them to come to the assistance of the besieged king, yet notwithstanding they instantly set to work to afford him help. They had completed their preparations, and the ships were just ready to start, when a second message informed them that the place had already fallen, and that Croesus was a pre-winner. Deeply grieved at his misfortune, the Spartans ceased their efforts. 17 Thus the dynasty of the Mermati was overthrown, and Lydia ceased to be a kingdom all at one blow. The fall was as rapid and irretrievable as that of Assyria, but aroused very different feelings in the lookers-on. Neither Lydia as a country *. This is the battle which Kairos is said to have won by the cunning device of placing the camels in front of his troops, in order to rout the Lydian cavalry, seeing that horses have a natural detestation of the sight and especially the smell of camels, which is overcome only by habit and training. Lace seaman, another name for Sparta. Kurush, the king, the Akhalmemian. 313 Nor her rulers personally were regarded with hatred. The Mermati had been mild masters and generous friends, open to all the influences of a refined and genial culture, delighting in intercourse with wise and accomplished foreigners. The catastrophe which cut them off with a suddenness comparable only to descending lightning, and strongly suggestive of divine judgment, was witnessed by neighbors and subjects with silent awe and feelings made up in about equal parts of sympathy with the sufferers and apprehension for themselves, an awe which was heightened by the grand closing scene of the tragedy, which the Greeks utterly misunderstood, and consequently misrepresented in their reports. 18 This is how Herodotus, Diodorus, and others related, with but slight variations. Kairos, they say, determined to make an example of his prisoner, and ordered Croesus to be burned alive with 14 young Lydians. One author even describes the procession, how the women preceded and followed the king and the 14 boys, as they were led along in chains, with loud lamentation and tearing of clothes, how the richest ladies of Sardis sent their slaves with gifts of costly robes and ornaments of every kind, to be laid on the pyre and burned with the victims. The wood had actually been set on fire, when Kairos relented, moved by some words uttered by Croesus, and ordered the flames to be put out. But they had gained too much ground already, and all efforts to quench them were unavailing. Then Croesus offered up a prayer to Apollo, who sent a violent shower, which extinguished the 314 Media, Babylon, and Persia, fire. And thus was Croesus saved, and lived henceforth, more friend than prisoner, at the Persian now court. This account bristles with incongruities and contradictions. In the first place, such a proceeding is utterly inconsistent with the Persian hero's humane and magnanimous temper, and, besides, we had just before been told that he had given order, before the city was taken, to spare the king in battle. As for the torture and slaughter of 14 innocent boys, it is a cruelty which he cannot for a moment have contemplated. Then, again, as a Zoroastrian, Kairos could not possibly commit such an outrage on the most sacred element of fire, even admitting that the Zoroastrian religion, as professed by the Persians, was free from the exaggerated fire worship introduced by Median magism. But if a fallen foe, a great king, elected to die rather than bear the ignominy of defeat and bondage, and chose to do so in a sacrificial ceremony sanctioned by the sacred traditions of his country, it was not the victor's place to prevent him. His very respect would forbid interference, while his presence at the solemn act would be meant as a mark of courtesy and admiration. This then is the now generally accepted explanation of a statement which has long puzzled and, one may almost say, scandalized every student of ancient history. Such royal sacrifices in the king's own person or that of his firstborn son were familiar to Oriental religions and of not infrequent occurrence. Still less unusual was the sacrifice of youths or children as expiatory offerings. Everything points to this explanation as the only correct Kurush, the king, the Achaemenian. 315 Even the account of the quantity of precious things laid on the pyre *. If Croesus prayed aloud, he certainly prayed that the sun god might accept the self-offered victim and show mercy to his people. When a heavy shower interrupted the self-immolation in the very act of consummation, it was most natural to interpret it as a sign that the god rejected the sacrifice. Nor is it unreasonable to believe that the humane and sensible Kairos took occasion from it to urge his deeply bowed captive to give up his desperate intent, assuring him of treatment befitting a noble foe and a king, or that Croesus, finding out what manner of man this was that had conquered him, yielded his will to him and consented to live, henceforth his captive no longer, but his friend. F. Kairos, who did not do generous things by halves, gave him a city in the neighborhood of Ecbatana, the income from which was to provide for his wants, and became so much attached to the gentle and wise quondam king, that he seldom dispensed with his company even in his most distant expeditions, always asked and often followed his advice, and before his death is said to have commended his son Cambyses to his kind and watchful care, knowing how much the rash and headstrong youth needed a counselor and moderator. The grandson of Croesus, an infant at the time of the disaster, lived to a great old age, and is men * see above, p. 309, the account of Croesus' great sacrifice in honor of the Delphic Apollo, and Story of Assyria, pages 120 to 139. F. C. Dunker, Vol. 4, pages 330 to 332, also Ed Meyer, Geschichte des Altertums, Vol. I, p. 604. 3L6 Media, Babylon, and Persia. Tionid as an aged grandee under one of the late Achaemenians. 19 Kairos was planning great things. Not only was his presence required in the Far East, where the Bactrians and some nomadic tribes were showing themselves unmanageable, but he contemplated a personal expedition against Babylon, and even an Egyptian campaign for the pharaoh's interference in the favor of Lydia was not to be forgotten or condoned, even though it had been only an intention to which circumstances denied fulfillment. Kairos was therefore impatient to depart from Sardis, and left the subjugation of the Greek cities of the seashore to one of his generals, his old friend Harpagos, that being a necessary sequence of the conquest of Lydia. But before he left, he was confronted by some Lacedaemonian envoys, who addressed him with great boldness, forbidding him, in the name of their people, to molest any Greek city in any way, since they would not suffer it. Great must have been the astonishment of the mighty conqueror at this, to him, inconceivable presumption, when the envoy's words were conveyed to him by the interpreter. It must have been in simple amazement that he asked some Greek bystanders who these Lacedaemonians were, and what was their number, that they dared to send him such a notice. If I live, he is then said to have replied, the Spartans shall have troubles enough of their own to talk of, without concerning themselves about the Lonians. Such was the first tiny cloud of the great thunderstorm that was to burst over Hellas 50 years later. The Greek cities, meanwhile, submitted with Kurush, the king, the Achaemenland. 317 out very much resistance. Within 3 years they were successively brought under the yoke, with the exception of Miletus, who made special terms and retained her independence. Kairos did not make any exorbitant demands on his new subjects' purse or allegiance. But he placed each city under a chief, chosen among its own nobles, whom he made responsible for her conduct and the payment of the tribute, in fact, a tyrant, who governed with almost royal authority, but was himself under the constant supervision and authority of the Persian satrap * residing at Sardis. Whatever it became under later kings, the Persian rule under the first Achaemenians was moderate and mindful of the various people's welfare. Lycia and Cilicia, after some demurring, followed suit. Nor had Kairos during his lifetime to contend with rebellion in this part of his dominions, though he never visited it again, with the exception of a single rising in Sardis, immediately after his departure, a rising which was easily quelled, and, being treated with wise leniency, was not repeated. Indeed, so thoroughly did the Lydians become reconciled to the new order of things, that they gave themselves up entirely to the arts and industries of peace, which formerly had shared their attention with the manlier games of ambition and war, and soon became notoriously the most luxurious, pleasure-loving, and effeminate of Asiatic nations. Their influence in this direction on their conquerors was very great, and by no means wholesome. Satrap, old YQX%\ZX\. Kshatrapt, defender of the empire or * of royalty 3L8 Media, Babylon, and Persfa. 20 The turn of Babylon was coming at last. Indeed a first and unsuccessful attempt, probably because premature and ill-managed, was made in this same year 546 BC, or the next, from Elam. Here arises the question, was the whole of Elam conquered and annexed by the Persian king? It must have been no long or difficult task, and, in the absence of all information on the subject, it is suggested, with great probability, that it may have been accomplished immediately after the overthrow of Lydia and before the first attack on Babylon. For Herodotus tells us that Kairos returned to Ecbatana with the bulk of his army straight from Sardis, and the nearest way to Akkad lay undoubtedly through Elam. In whatever manner he may have occupied the capital, Shushan, henceforth better known as Susa, he was delighted with its situation, and turned it into a thoroughly Persian city and his own favorite royal residence, in preference to his own city of Pasargati, which, from its insignificance, remoteness, isolation, and unfavorable geographical conditions, was little fit to be the capital of a great empire, embracing a vast variety of countries and nations, while Susa, contrasting favorably with the clan city of the Achaemenians in every one of these particulars, seemed made for the purpose. Henceforth Susa may be considered as the principal capital of the Persian Empire, and its river, the Kosps, a branch of the Eulogus, Bole, had the honor of supplying the kings with the only drinking water they would use. Kairos first instituted this custom, which was religiously kept up by his successors. Kurush, the king, the Achaemenian. 3I9 Wherever the great king travels, Herodotus reports, he is attended by a number of four-wheeled cars drawn by mules, in which the Kosps water, ready boiled for use, and stored in flagons of silver, is moved with him from place to place. Later Achaemenian kings built their palaces, the gorgeousness of which is brought home to us by the numerous and magnificently preserved specimens and fragments discovered by Mr. Dulafoy, within the last 3 years. There, like the Assyrian kings in Nineveh, they stored most of the wealth furnished them by tribute and conquests, and such was the accumulation in the treasure house of Susa, that Alexander of Macedon, when he took possession of it, 331 BC, found in it, besides immense sums of money, 50,000 talents of silver in ore and ingots, equal in value to about 38 millions of dollars, also 5,000 quintals of finest purple dye, a quintal being equal to about 100 pounds, and the value estimated at $125 per pound. 21. The affairs of Babylon between the death of Nebuchadrezzar, 561 BC, and the first Persian invasion, 546 BC, can be disposed of in a very few lines. His son Marduk, the evil Merodach of the Bible, is said to have governed in a reckless and headstrong manner. Some Egyptite tablets are dated from his short reign, and the only other mention of him we find is the grateful report *. It is amusing to find so early an instance of this hygienic precaution, the boiling of water, which we are wont to consider as so very modern. J.C. Appendix to this chapter. 320 Media, Babylon, and Persia. Of the Bible historian of the favor he showed to the king of Judah, Jeconiah, whom, after a captivity of 36 years, he took out of prison, and he spake kindly to him and set his throne above the thrones of the kings that were with him in Babylon. And he changed his prison garments, and did eat bread before him continually all the days of his life. And there was an allowance given him of the king, every day a portion, all the days of his life. 2 Kings, XXV, 27:30. Marduk was assassinated, after a reign of only 2 years, 559 BC, by his brother-in-law, Nergal-Sharezer, known through the Greeks as Neri-Glissar, who succeeded him and reigned 4 years, peacefully enough it would seem, completing some works left unfinished by Nebuchadrezzar, such as the walls along the Euphrates, and repairing temples. His son, Labishi-Marduk * was but a boy, but is said to have shown a thoroughly perverse disposition, and perished, after only 9 months, in a palace conspiracy. His assassins placed on the throne a certain Nebuchadnezzar, better known as Nabonidus, 555 BC. He was the son of the Rab Mag, probably high priest, or chief of the priesthood, of Babylon, and it is uncertain whether he was connected with the royal family. But his mother was Nitocris, that same queen to whom Herodotus erroneously attributes so many of Nebuchadrezzar's works. CP 240. From a mention of this princess in one of Cairo's cylinders, we are justified to assume that she was a woman of remarkable parts, and wielded an unusual power and influence in *. The name is mutilated by the Greek writers in all sorts of ways: Lavatorakos, Lavrasorchad, etc. Kurush, the king, the Achaemenian. 32 State Affairs. It is surmised by some scholars that she may have been a daughter of Nebuchadrezzar, which would indeed account both for her character and the position she held, as also for the fact that her son reigned for so many years unopposed and unmolested. As it is highly probable that there still were some public works to finish, and that the Queen Mother may have taken an active interest in them, we may find in this circumstance the most natural explanation of Herodotus' mistake. 22 There can be little doubt that Nabonidus owed his elevation in a great measure to the priesthood, to which he, by birth, belonged. His zeal in building and especially repairing temples surpasses that of his most pious predecessors, and seems to have been accompanied by a sort of antiquarian taste, which prompted him to search for the cylinders of the original founders, so as to establish the age of each sanctuary. To this remarkable peculiarity we owe some of our most precious discoveries, and in fact a new departure in the chronology of ancient Chaldea. Unfortunately for himself, however, Nabonidus appears to have devoted most of his care and to have shown a marked preference to the older temples of the land, whereupon the priesthood of the capital itself, the guardians of the more special patrons of later Babylon, Bel-Marduk and Nebo, took offense on behalf of these deities and considered their own dignity slighted and their interests neglected by one who, in their opinion, should have *see the discovery of Nabonidus * cylinders at Sippar. Enlersum, Story of Chaldea, pages 213, 218, 219. 322 Media, Babylon, and Persia. Been their devoted champion. If this phng was openly expressed, it is clear that Nabonidus took no pains to conciliate this dangerous class. In the great cylinder which contains the annals of his reign, we are struck with the sullenly spiteful persistence with which the priestly scribe repeats, at each new year, Nebo came not to Babel, Bel came not forth. The customary processions were omitted. Kairos was a great hero and statesman, still it is more than doubtful whether he would have had quite such easy work with Babylon had not treachery done most of it for him. It was probably in reliance on his secret intelligences in the capital that he hurried his first attempt, of which the Great Cylinder gives an account, in the 9th year, 546, Q. Nebuchadnezzar the king was in Teva *, the king's son, officers and army were in Akkad. The king's eldest son Belshazzar, the Belshazzar of the Bible, is here meant, whom his father had associated with himself in the government, much in the same way that Esarhaddon shared the royal power with his son Ashurbanipal. Have a small cylinder, found in the temple of the moon god Edur, Mugir, with a very fervent prayer addressed to that god on behalf of himself and his son by Nabonidus, as for me, Nebuchadnezzar, king of Babel, in the fullness of thy great divinity, grant me length of life, to remote days, and for Belshazzar, my firstborn my son, the desire of heart. Reverence for thy Teva is thought to be a separate quarter of Babylon, perhaps the new quarter built by Nebuchadrezzar, on the west bank of the Euphrates. Kurush, the king, the Achaemenian. 323 Great divinity establish thou in his heart, may he not be given to sin. To his mother and to the son the king seems to have mainly left the care and burden of state affairs, for it is expressly said that in the month of Nisan, March, the first month of the year, the king to Babel came not, while on the 5th day of the same month the queen mother died who resided in the fortified camp on the Euphrates, beyond Sippar. The king's son and his soldiers mourned for her 3 days, and there was weeping. In the month of Sivan, May-June, there was mourning in the land of Akkad for the king's mother. The death of so important a person, who almost seems to have shared in the command of the army of defense, encamped on the northern frontier of the army, must have produced dismay and perhaps confusion, and it is not impossible that Kairos may have hastened his expedition in order to take advantage of this, to him, opportune moment. In the month of Nisan, the chronicle continues, Kurash, king of Parsu, collected his army and crossed the Tigris below Arbela. The following lines are too much injured to make much sense, but something must have delayed the Persian king, perhaps the occupation of Elam, since it is only in the 3rd month of the author of the book of Daniel, v. 2, makes of Belshazzar the son of Nebuchadrezzar. Should his grandmother, Queen Nitocris, really turn out to be a daughter of that king, there would be nothing amiss with the designation, which, in Oriental speech, often was and is used in a wide sense, for descendant. King he certainly could be called, from the position he held by his father's will. Indeed, one lately published inscription shows that he had a separate royal establishment. 324 Media, Babylon, and Persia. Following /year, Sivan of the 10th year of Nabonidus, that, Kurash came into Akkad from the land of the Elamites. Then we read the prefect of Erech, and here the line breaks off. It is evident that Kairos met with a repulse before Erech, one of the most important cities of the empire. At all events there is no further mention of the Persians until the 17th year of Nabonidus, 538 BC. We 23. Have no certain information as to the manner in which Kairos spent the 7 or 8 years between this premature attempt and his second, successful, Babylonian campaign. He had work enough, no doubt, to fill the time what with expeditions into the Far East, building Pasargadae, and fortifying and improving his home rule. As to Nabonidus, we are quite as much at fault, the cylinder which is our most trusty guide being illegible from his 11th year to his 17th, he his last. One thing is clear, he had not found, perhaps not sought, the way to reconciliation with the haughty and covetous priesthood of Babylon. On the contrary, he had done much to alienate them. Still more he did, indeed, show himself in Babylon at last, and gave orders for the procession to take place. Nebo came from Borsip, and Bel went forth. There was also a sacrifice for peace. But at the same time he mortally offended the priests by sending for the gods of other cities and placing them in the sanctuaries of the great Babylonian patrons, the gods of Akkad, those above the atmosphere and those below the atmosphere, descended Kurush, Tija king, the Achaemenian 325 to Babel, with the exception of those of Borsip, Cutha, and Sippar. That this sealed the king's doom, we can see from the tone assumed by the priestly scribes in the proclamation cylinder which they indited for Kairos after the fall of Nabonidus. At this desecration, they exclaim with pious horror, "The Lord of gods was exceedingly wroth, and all the gods inhabiting Babylon deserted their shrines." They were no longer seen at festivals and processions, for they had migrated to other congregations who had reserved places for them. In other words, the priests removed, probably under impressively mournful ceremonies and in the most public manner, the statues and images of the offended gods. The effect fully answered their purpose. Then the people of Shumir and Akkad, who had been left in darkness, prayed to Marduk to return. He granted their prayer, returned, and rejoiced the land. But not unconditionally. The god, while he restored to favor his unoffending worshippers, could not tolerate the presence of an impious ruler, and he Marduk selected a king to conduct after his heart what he committed to his hands. He proclaimed the name of Kurash, king of the city of Anshan, to be king over the whole country, and to all people he declared his title. To his own city of Babel he summoned him to march, and he caused him to take the road to Tintir. Like a friend and benefactor he conducted his army. It is impossible to state more plainly, that the priesthood of Babylon plotted against their king, betrayed him, and called in the enemy. 326 Media, Babylon, and Persia. 24 There was, however, still another influence at work, which, for being secret, and, so to speak, underground, should not be overlooked or underrated. It was the influence of the exiled Jews. In the 48 years of their captivity, from 586 to 538, they had, under the guidance of their prophets, become in many ways another and a nobler people, more united, more self-contained, more firmly grounded in the pure and absolute monotheism of their religion, as formed and developed by the efforts of the great prophets. With their wealth, their strength as a compact body of many thousands inspired by one spirit, one hope, directed by one influence, with the eminent position even at court which some of their nobles seem to have attained, see the book of Daniel, they were a power and a danger to the state. The rise of Persia must have been to them as the rising of the star of deliverance, and there can be no doubt that they either took part in the plots against Nabonidus or plotted against him on their own account, and, independently of the Babylonian priesthood, entered into negotiations with Kairos and promised him assistance and support. No other inference can be drawn from the remarkable likeness which the Hebrew documents of the time bear to the Babylonian ones. Passages like this, Yahweh stirred up the spirit of Korsh king of Persia, that he made a proclamation saying, "All the kingdoms of the earth hath the Lord, the God of heaven, given me." 2 Chronicles, XXXVI. 22,23, D. This other, Yahweh saith of Korsh, "He is my shepherd and shall perform all my Kurush," the king, the Achaemenian. 32/pleasure, Isaiah XLVI 28*, show more than an accidental coincidence in thought and wording with the line already quoted from the proclamation cylinder, of Kairos, and he Marduk selected a king to conduct after his heart what he committed to his hands. He proclaimed the name of Kurash, king of the city of Anshan, to be king over the whole country, and to all people he declared his title. The sequel of the two documents presents the same exact parallelism, as follows: "Thus saith Yahweh to his anointed, to Korsh, whose right hand I have holden, to subdue nations before him, to open doors before him. I will go before thee and make the rugged places plain. I will break in pieces the doors of brass and cut in sunder the bars of iron, and I will give thee the hidden riches of secret place. Isaiah XLV, 1-3. The country of Gudi and all its forces he caused to bow before his feet, as well as the whole nation of blackheads, Chaldeans, whom he brought into his hand. Marduk the great lord, directed his heart and hand. To his own city of Babylon he summoned him to march, and he caused him to take the road to Tintir, like a friend and benefactor he conducted his enemy. Proclamation Cylinder of Kairos. 25. The advance of the invading forces took place from several sides. The proclamation cylinder speaks of them as far extending, of which, like the waters of the river, the numbers could not fail of be abui be told. The beginning seems to have degree 538 BC been made by rising in the lowlands by the Gulf, and Kairos himself appeared south of Babylon. The latter part of the book of Isaiah, from chapter XL, is not by Isaiah, the grand old prophet and minister of Hezekiah, but by a later writer, of the time of the captivity, whom Bible scholars have agreed to designate as the second Isaiah. 328 Media, Babylon, and Persia. In the month of Dumuzi, June-July, where he probably encountered a loyal army, as a battle is mentioned. At the same time his general, the mate Gobryas, was conducting operations in the north. After crossing the Tigris below Nebuchadrezzar's bulwark, the so-called Median Wall, he advanced straightway against Sippar, as it was essential to gain possession of the great reservoir and the 4 canals. From this point the annal cylinder is admirably preserved, and tells the story completely. The men of Akkad broke out into a revolt. The soldiers took Sippar on the 14th day without fighting. Nebuchadnezzar fled. On the L6th day Ugberu Gobryas, the governor of Gudium, the Zagros highlands, Kurdistan, and the army of Kurash, descended to Babel without fighting. Then he got Nebuchadnezzar, who had been bound, into his power. At the end of the month of Dumuzi the rebels of Gudi closed the doors of the temple of Marduk, but there was nothing there for their defense, nor in the other temples, there were no weapons. In the month Arishamna, October-November, nearly 4 months after the occupation, on the 3rd day, Kurash descended to Babel. The streets were black before him. He promised peace to the city and all within it. Ugberu he confirmed as his viceroy, appointed governors, and from the month Kislev to the month Adar November-March he sent back to their shrines the gods of Akkad whom Nebuchadnezzar had brought down to Babel. In the dark month Arishamna, on the nth day, the king died. From this matchless monument, whose authority is absolutely unimpeachable, supported as it is by that of the companion cylinder, we learn the capture of Babylon as it really took place, and that is a story entirely different from any given in the various *. The other cylinder, with a touch of genuine priestly spite, says, Nebuchadnezzar, the king who did not worship him, he Marduk delivered into the hands of Kurash. Kurush, the king, the Achaemenian. 329 sources to which we were compelled to trust until these late discoveries. No war, no siege, no defense, no emptying of the Euphrates into the great reservoir, no nocturnal surprise, but treason, revolt, voluntary surrender, peaceful occupation, and a triumphal entry. The one battle mentioned may be that to which Herodotus alludes, Book I, 190, but not one other point of his narrative is correct. Nabonidus was evidently delivered into the hands of Gobryas by his own treacherous subjects, probably the priests. His death on the 8th day after the arrival of Kairos has an ugly look, yet, from our knowledge of that monarch's character, suspicion of foul play scarcely can attach to him. At all events, this testimony disposes of another story, according to which the king surrendered himself into Kairos' hands, who treated him kindly and gave him a province near Persia, whither he retired, and where he peacefully spent the rest of his life. The somewhat obscure passage about the rebels of Gudi seems to refer to a stand attempted by a faithful body of Highlanders in one of the temple quarters. It is not improbable that they may have been commanded by the king's son, Belshazzar, of whom we find no mention, and that he may have perished in the desperate venture. This might account for the story in the book of Daniel, as describing a part of the event. As for the feast, it was the season of the famous festival held in honor of the god Dumuzi, or Tammuz, in the course of his own month *, and it is not at all see Story of Chaldea, pages 324 to 326. 330 Media, Babylon, and Persia. Likely that it should have been celebrated, as a matter of religion, even at the last extremity. 26 Kairos could not linger in any one part of his empire, which was now the most extensive the world had ever seen. Yet he spent several months at Babylon, ordering, conciliating, rewarding, and doing all that the most enlightened statesmanship could dictate to establish his rule, not on the fears, but the gratitude and security of his new subjects. There is nothing that wins a people so rapidly and surely as respect shown to its religion. Kairos, therefore, did not scruple to sacrifice in the temples and to the gods of the ancient imperial city, calling himself, as well as his son Kamujaya, Cambyses, the worshipper of Marduk the great lord, and daily to pray to Marduk and Nebo, on behalf of himself and his son, for length of days and success. As for more solid tokens of gratitude and favor, we find no record of such, but it is easy to imagine that, in the flush of his easy victory, the conqueror could not be anything but generous to those who had smoothed the way for him. Can infer as much from the royal magnificence with which he rewarded the Jews for their assistance. He delivered them from their bondage, bade them return to their own country and there rebuilt Jerusalem and the temple, for which purpose he gave them a grant of timber in the Lebanon, and restored to them all the sacred gold and silver vessels which Nebuchadrezzar had carried away and distributed among the temples of Babylon. He made a public proclamation to the effect that such was his pleasure, enjoining on all men to help Kurush, the king, the Achaemenian 33 and further their undertaking by gifts and active assistance. In the preamble to this proclamation he speaks like a follower of Yahweh, saying that the God of heaven has charged him to build him a house in Jerusalem, which is in Judah, exactly as he calls himself a worshipper of Marduk, and states that Marduk the great lord ordered him to repair his shrine. It does not follow that he ever professed either the Babylonian or Jewish religion, or was anything but a Mazdaisnian himself. But the political principle on which he consistently acted was to gain his subjects' confidence and affections, and, to this end, it was absolutely necessary that he should outwardly conform to their modes of religious speech and worship when he was among them. 27 Early in the spring of the following year, 537 BC, at least we seem to gather as much from the mutilated end of the annals, Kairos departed from Babylon, leaving there his eldest son Kamuyses as his viceroy. Have no information as to how exactly he occupied the next 8 years. Some part of the time he must have spent at home, and we know that he deposited in his new palace at Pasargadse most of the untold wealth which the treasuries of Sardis, Ecbatana, and Babylon had yielded him. Ancient historians are not unanimous on the manner of his death, which took place in 329 BC. It seems probable that he perished in an expedition against the Masajet, a distant and very barbarous nomadic tribe, whose range lay in the far northeast beyond the Sea of Aral. That is the version which Herodotus gives, but, as usual, so obscured with 332 Media, Babylon, and Persia. Fables and incongruities that the narrative will not bear close inspection. No amount of fact or details, however, did we possess them, could materially add to the respect and admiration with which this most majestic and gracious figure inspired both the contemporary world and remote posterity. It is not only that he was, in the highest sense, a good king, but that he was the first good king we know of. He is, moreover, the first historically approved great and good man of our own race, the Aryan, or Indo-European. The grandeur of his character is well rendered in that brief and unassuming inscription of his, more eloquent and proud in its lofty simplicity than all the Assyrian self-extolling, bragging annals, I am Kurush the king, the Achaemenian. Note. The unexpected discovery of the Anjan royalty, as was natural, produced a great commotion and led to some hasty and immature conclusions, which, on closer investigation, have proved unnecessary. Thus Kairos was turned into an Elamite of Turanian or Kostshan, Kassite, stock, a polytheist, and idolater too. And it was contended that his very name, with its ending in ush or ash, was un-Aryan, nay distinctively Kostshan. The same was asserted of the Mundeo-mental name of his son, Kambuji. Yet, now that his Aryan Achaemenian genealogy is established beyond dispute, sound policy and a wise tolerance account for his concessions to the religious feelings of conquered nations, and as to the two names, there are not many of more undoubted and ancient Aryan origin, they both occur in the oldest Hindu epic literature. The Kurus were Aryan people in northern India, also a famous heroic race of kings, and there was another Aryan people in the northwest corner of India, that was known under the name of Kamboja. The name has survived even yet in that of a country bordering on Siam. See principally de Harlez, Museum, I. 4, Spiegel, Die Altberdatzisken Keilenschriften, 2d ed., p. 86, and H. Zimmer, Alt-Indisches Leben, pages 102 ft. Appendix to Chapter 11. The late discoveries at Susa, of all historical diggings in Western Asia, those of Susa had, next to Hamadan, Akbatana, yielded the fewest and poorest results up to 1885. Neither Mr. Loftus nor other explorers, although they knew well enough where the palaces of the Achaemenian kings were situated, had succeeded in bringing to light any important relic, owing to the obdurate stupidity and malevolent fanaticism of the Musulman authorities at Dizful, a city built near the site of the ancient capital of Elam. Early in March, 1885, a French expedition, conducted by Mr. Edleulafoy and his learned and courageous wife, arrived at the ruins, determined to attempt the impossible rather than go home disappointed and, though they had to contend at first with the same difficulties, they were successful in the end. They were rewarded by a series of finds of exceptional value, which are, at this moment, being ordered and placed in the Louvre Museum, where they will form a worthy counterpart to the Sarzec collection. The place was easy to identify by various unmistakable landmarks. The city of Susa, writes Mr. C. Story of Chaldea, p. 92. 334 Media, Babylon, and Persia. Theolaphoi, was cut in two by a wide river, known at present under the name of Abkarka, ancient Kosps. On the right bank were the populous quarters, on the left temples, or at least a ziggurat, the royal city, the citadel, and the palace, the ruins of which, entombed in an immense earth mound, rise in the midst of the other, lesser mounds, like a steep islet from the sea. Along the Karka a few trees are growing, the last descendants of the sacred groves that were desecrated by Ashurbanipal's generals. It is known that Darius, son of Hystaspes, the second successor of Kairos, had Susa rebuilt and ornamented, and it was his palace for which search was made first. But it was found that this palace had been destroyed by fire, and that on top of its remains had been erected another and more sumptuous one, by his grandson, Artaxerxes, as proved by a long cuneiform inscription, containing that king's name and parentage, which ran along a magnificent frieze of painted and glazed tiles, representing striding lions, c. 44, and which formed the decoration of the pillared porticos. Of course the frieze was not found in its place or entire, but had to be patiently pieced together of fragments. These, however, turned up in such quantities as to allow the restoration of the frieze in a state very near completeness. Procession was thus obtained of 9 of these superb animals, a work of art which was pronounced in no way inferior to the Babylonian models from which it is imitated. In the same manner, out of fragments carefully see Story of Assyria, pages 399, 400. 336 Media, Babylon, and Persia. Collected, Mr. Theolaphoi succeeded in reconstructing another marvelous piece of work, a frieze representing archers of the royal guard. One day, he says, they would bring me a hand, the next a foot in a golden boot. Adding piece to piece as they fitted, I put together the feet, ankles, legs, the skirt, the body, the arm, the shoulder, and at last the head of an archer. There was a procession of them as well as of the lions. See frontispiece. The costume is sumptuous to the last degree, it is the graceful and becoming median robe, the drapery of which, in the natural fall and softness of the folds already betrays the influence of Greek art, grafted on the conventional model of Assyrian slab sculpture. The cut of the clothes is the same for all, but the material, or at least the design, varies, clearly showing that the archers wear the uniforms of different corps. Their hair is held by circlets of gold, they have golden bracelets at the wrist and golden jewels in their ears. Their spears have a silver caul at the lower end. We know from Herodotus that this equipment belonged to the royal bodyguard of picked warriors, known by the name of the 10,000, or, the Immortals, from their number Bur, and because, as soon as a man died, in battle or from sickness, another forthwith took his place, so that there never were more nor less than 10,000, and it is highly interesting to find oneself confronted with contemporary and authentic representations of members of that famous body. Perhaps the most interesting detail about them is the fact, revealed by this discovery, that some of their late discoveries at Susa. 337 uniforms were covered with scutcheon badges, woven or embroidered in the stuff, very much hke those worn by the retainers of noble and royal liouses in the Middle Ages. Let us hear Mr. Dulafoy's description, 45. In large detail of the design woven into the right-hand archer's robes. See frontispiece. On a white ground are regularly scattered black lozenges bordered with yellow. In the middle of each lozenge is painted a white knoll bearing 3 towers, 1 yellow and 2 white. The design is framed by a yellow line in relief. This ornament represents, in the clearest possible manner, the citadel of Susa. This, at least, is the conventional representation of it on the Assyrian sculptures that refer to the capture of Susa by Ashurbanipal. When the great lords of the Middle Ages had their arms embroidered or woven into the garments of their retainers, they little dreamed that they had been anticipated by the Persian monarchs. The lion frieze and the archer frieze are not the only specimens of Persian enameled brick. 338 Media, Babylon, and Persia. Decoration brought to light at Susa. Hardly less handsome in a different way is the casing of variegated enameled brickwork which adorned the battlement parapet or banister of the great double stairs that led from the plain to the great court in front of the palace, in a slope so gentle, with 46 battlemented stair parapet cased WTH enameled brickwork, at Susa. Palace of Artaxerxes. Compare battlements at Tersharakan, Il. 53 in Story of Assyria. Steps so broad and low, that they might easily be mounted on horseback. The combinations of colors in the numerous fragments which it was Mr. Dulafoy's good fortune to collect, seem to have been, though striking, singularly harmonious. He gives the following, as most frequently occurring the late discoveries at Susa. 339 on light blue ground, prevailing color white, with touches of green and pale yellow. On dark green ground, prevailing color golden yellow, with touches of blue and white. On black ground, prevailing color golden yellow, with touches of pale green and white. 47 Royal Seal of the Achaemenian Kings. Found at Susa, by Mr. Dulafoy. The gateways were cased in a white and roseau-ored mosaic, above which stretched the Grand Lion procession. Not the least interesting of Mr. Dulafoy's finds is the royal seal of the Achaemenian kings, not the 340 Media, Babylon, and Persia. Impression alone, but the seal itself, conical-shaped, of a valuable grey, opal-like stone. The 2 sphinxes which seem to guard the royal medallion, plainly are how, by their Egyptian character, that this seal 48. Winged bull at Persepolis. Compare Assyrian winged bull, Story of Chaldea, Il 27.1 could have been adopted only after the conquest of Egypt. But the most remarkable feature about it is the figure within the winged disc, hovering above the royal effigy. It is an obvious imitation of the Assyrian Ashur symbol, and like that symbol 49 Persian pillar base and capital, 342 Media, Babylon, and Persia. is always found above or in front of the king, wherever he appears in the wall and rock sculptures of the Achaemenians. It is plain that they adopted it as the meetest emblem of their own supreme god Ahura Mazda, and we find it lavishly reproduced on all their monuments, be they palaces or tombs. The only difference lies in the national garb worn by the Iranian god, and the curve of the wings, 50. Double griffin capital, which on Assyrian sculptures are straight. Compare IL 54 and Story of Assyria, IL 1-4 and 22. We find the same alteration in the winged bulls, the majestic warders of the palace gates at Persepolis, the capital of the later Achaemenian kings. A column was also found at Susa, the most perfect specimen of the kind, in far better preservation than any at Persepolis, although exactly similar to the latter in the peculiar and complicated ornamentation of the upper shaft and capital, which seems to have the late discoveries at Susa. 343 been a distinctive and original creation of Persian art. At least nowhere else are seen the animal forms which surmount the column and support the entablature, sometimes horses, sometimes bulls, or griffins used in just this way. 51 Double bull capital. Xil Cambyses, 529 to 522 BC 1. Cambyses was the eldest son of Kairos the Great and his Persian queen, Cassandane, and as such the undisputed heir to the crown of Persia proper and of the vast empire created by his father. One Greek writer, it is true, calls him the son of Amydus, but it is a fiction which, it is easy to see, came from a Median source. Had his mother been a foreigner, he could not have reigned, still less have succeeded so smoothly and quietly, as a matter of course. He was not a novice in statecraft, having had several years' practice as viceroy at Babylon, where several Egypti tablets have been found, dated from that time, Cambyses being entitled King of Babel and Kairos King of the countries, a more comprehensive title. 2 Cambyses probably was honestly desirous of governing well and justly, and on several occasions can be shown to have tried to follow in his father's footsteps. For he was not devoid of fine qualities, but he lacked the self-control and admirable balance which made the chief greatness of his father's character. So he suffered his faults to obscure and degrade his better self, and unfortunately they were Cambyses, 529 to 522 BC 345, just the faults that are most heinous and dangerous in a man armed with absolute power, ungovernable temper and suspiciousness. The former frequently carried him beyond all bounds of decency and moderation, converting even acts of justice into the enormities of a raving tyrant. Thus on one occasion, having detected one of the 7 supreme judges in dishonest practices, such as taking bribes and tampering with justice, he had him flayed, ordered his chair to be covered with the skin, and compelled his son, who succeeded him in the office, to sit in that chair, when trying cases as a warning. True, he was quick to regret his violent outbreaks, still he must have inspired more terror than love in his immediate circle, and we may well credit the report, mentioned by Herodotus, that his subjects drew this difference between him and the great Kairos, that, while they used to call the latter father, they had no title for Cambyses but the formal one of Most-Her. Of this feeling towards him he was sensitively aware and bitterly resented it. This unamiable nature was further poisoned by the jealousy with which he regarded his only brother, young Bardi whom he not unjustly suspected of being the People's favorite, and therefore looked upon as his own dangerous rival. Yet he at first acted honorably, even generously by that brother. He either gave him the Greeks jibe the name Esmertus, having probably heard Bertus, some call this prince Tanaoxares or Tanyaxakes, which Iranian scholars take to be a corruption for the Persian Thavarakshit Kra, i.e., king of the bow, not unlikely, for we are told that Bardi had the reputation of being the best archer and marksman among the Persians. 340 Media, Babylon, and Persia. Or confirmed him in the government of Kharizmia, Bactria, Parthia, and Carmania, i.e., of nearly the whole of eastern Iran, because such had been his father's behest. 3. It is very probable that, after the fashion of Oriental politics so familiar from the history of Assyria's wars, the death of the King of Kings was the signal for risings in some of the annexed countries, and that this fact is alluded to in Herodotus' brief statement that Cambyses conquered over again the nations that had been conquered by Kairos. After which he began to prepare for an Egyptian campaign. Nothing could be more natural, and reasonably, it was what the course of events itself brought up as the next thing to be done. The universal monarchy, which evidently was the dream of Kairos, would have been incomplete without Egypt, nor was the pretense wanting to give plausible color to the aggression, for had not Amasis promised his assistance to Lydia against Persia, and been prevented from interfering only by the excessive rapidity of the conqueror's movements? And was not this a presumption that called for chastisement? It would, therefore, have been strange indeed if the new king had not turned his thoughts that way. But this was far too simple an explanation to please the ancient historians, who dearly loved an ornate story with, if possible, a thinly veiled moral to it. So we are informed that Cambyses sent to Amasis to ask for one of his daughters in marriage, and that the usurper, now well established in the throne of the two Egypts, being unwilling to send a child of his own to a Cambyses, 529 to 522 BC 347, mote an unknown land and to the tender mercies of one whose violent temper may have been reported to him, bethought him of a stratagem, for to refuse point blank would have been dangerous, and sent to Cambyses as his own daughter, a princess of the name of Nitetis, a surviving daughter of his predecessor Hopfra, or Apries, whom he had overthrown and supplanted. She went willingly, seeing an opening for avenging her father and family, by simply telling Cambyses of the deception practiced upon him, which so enraged him, that he vowed the ruin of Egypt on the spot. The whole story is palpably improbable, if only from the fact that Nyctus must have been over 40 at the time. But the Egyptians had a much neater and more plausible story of their own. They told Herodotus, who, however, was too well informed to believe them, that Nyctus had been one of Cairo's wives, and the mother of Cambyses. By this perversion of facts, they connected Cambyses with their own royal family, and converted the conquest into merely an armed change of dynasty, such as had occurred more than once in their history, besides making of the conqueror the avenger of his own grandfather. For the Egyptian campaign, although probably planned from the beginning of the new reign, could not have effect until the 4th year. It presented great difficulties, which Cambyses was wise enough not to underrate, but to meet with adequate preparations. Amasis was not a contemptible foe, and had quietly done many things which made a foreign invasion a more difficult task than at 348 Media, Babylon, and Persia used to be. He had occupied the island of Cyprus and made friends with several Greek islands, a stroke of policy which secured him the use of considerable maritime forces, besides averting the danger of a Persian occupation which otherwise would very probably have followed the submission of the Greek cities on the sea coast. Amasis moreover was liberal-minded and, breaking through the stubborn prejudices of his people, even at the cost of a good deal of his popularity, he opened the country to the Greeks, whom he permitted to have a settlement near the mouths of the Nile, kept a body of Greek mercenaries, and even went so far as to take a wife from the Greek colony of Cyrene. He could therefore rely on the assistance and watchfulness of his new friends from the other side of the sea. To counteract these moves, Cambyses determined to oppose fleet to fleet, Greeks to Greeks. He ordered the cities of the Phoenicians and of the Ionians to arm and man their ships and be ready to support the land army. The order was obeyed without a sign of either revolt or treason, which goes far to show that the Persian rule was a just and lenient one, at least compared to that of earlier conquerors. The Phoenician and Ionian fleets were commanded to join together just below Mount Carmel and then to proceed downwards along the coast, keeping pace with the army, which was to march along the ordinary military route. Of this a portion, amounting to several days' march, passed through a stretch of desert, the terrible wilderness of the Sinai Peninsula. But Cambyses succeeded in gaining the sheiks of the roving Bedouin tribes. Cambyses, 2c. 22 BC 349 Midianites and Amalekites whose dominion the peninsula virtually was, so that they promised not only not to molest his army on its march, but to supply it with water. It seemed as though luck would complete what prudence and foresight had so well begun, for a short time before Cambyses started on the expedition, there came to him a Greek deserter, a certain Phans, who had commanded the Greek bodyguard of Amasis, and secretly left it, being discontented with something or other, to join the invaders. Amasis was well aware of the evil consequences this desertion could have for Egypt, and sent trusty men in pursuit. They tracked him as far as Lycia, where they actually captured him, but he managed to escape and gain the Persian court. He followed the king and, as Amasis had expected, made himself very useful by his knowledge of the country and the advice he was able to impart on every occasion. 5. Everything was now ready, 525 BC, but the king still lingered. He was leaving his empire on a dangerous expedition that would keep him away months, perhaps years. To whom should he entrust the government in his absence? The most natural and fittest person for such a trust would have been his only brother Bardiya, his heir presumptive also, as he himself was childless. But the inveterate distrust of all Oriental despots towards their own flesh and blood would not suffer him to entertain the thought. Nay, so much was that feeling intensified by his own individual temperament, jealous and suspicious to the verge of monomania, that he could not even bear to leave his brother behind. Visions of 350 Media, Babylon, and Persia plots and usurpation harassed him continually. Ruler of most of the eastern countries of Iran, I see, nearly half the empire, whose allegiance was not very firm at best, how easily could Bardiya, the admired and beloved, incite them to open rebellion, when he would dispose of sufficient forces to overpower the other half, and seize on his absent brother's crown, perhaps without even meeting with any opposition. Smarting with the consciousness of his own impopularity, Cambyses brooded over these evil presentiments until, driven beside himself with apprehension and distrust, he sought security from fancied dangers in crime. He had Bardiya secretly assassinated. Nothing is known of how the deed was done, for the details given by the various Greek writers are contradictory, and evidently apocryphal. The only authentic record and quite sufficient it is we have in the great Behistun inscription, wherein Cambyses' successor, King Darius, makes the following brief and explicit statement: a man named Cambyses, son of Kurush, of our race, he was here king before me. Of that Cambyses there was a brother, Bardiya was his name, of the same mother and of the same father with Cambyses. Afterwards Cambyses slew that Bardiya. When Cambyses had slain Bardiya, it was not known to the people that Bardiya had been slain. Afterwards Cambyses proceeded to Egypt. 6. The campaign was short, and successful beyond Battle of Pelusium. Conquest of Egypt, 525 BC 111, expectation. While the preparations had been go.mg on, there had been a C1HANGE01 FRUL, ERS, TTH_EYS AND1 Wadi AM a CS1HAD1 died, and when the Persian army reached the east Camyses, 22 BC, 35 mouth of the Nile, it was his son, Samanid III. More frequently called Samanid by the Greeks, whom they encountered. There was one battle, near Pelusium, and it was final. Samanid at once retreated to Memphis with the bulk of his army, intending to make a stand in this the holiest and most ancient city of the monarchy. Pelusium was held for a short time by another detachment, but was unable to resist the pressure of army and fleet combined. The surrender of this fortress opened Egypt to the invader. His ships now sailed up the Nile and reached Memphis before the land army, to which they afforded a most welcome and necessary support, since the Nile had to be crossed before the capital could be attacked. It would seem that the city did not offer much resistance. The citadel, indeed, with its garrison commanded by the king, did well and bravely, but was overpowered by numbers and forced to surrender. The noblest of the land fell as captives into the hands of the conqueror, and Samanid was of the number. This virtually ended the war, and the whole country submitted almost with alacrity. An Egyptian inscription has been found which says, when the great king, the lord of the world, Cambyses, came up against Egypt, all the nations of the world were with him. He made himself master of the whole land, and bade them sit down there. It may be doubted, however, whether the submission would have been as rapid and universal had the reigning house been more popular. It was not only that Amasis had been an usurper, he 352 Media, Babylon, and Persia was not the first, and usurpers, when they flatter the national tastes and prejudices, seldom find the people's hearts obdurate against them. But Amasis had been a friend of the Greeks, had admitted them to settle in the country, and even enlisted a bodyguard of the hated and despised foreigners, all grievous sins in the eyes of the proud and bigoted Egyptians. 7. On finding himself thus almost unexpectedly master of so great a country, where everything must have been bewilderingly strange to him and to his companions, Cambyses acted as became a son and pupil of the great Kairos, whose golden rule was mild treatment to the vanquished, respect and toleration to their customs and religion. He treated the captive Samitic kindly and honorably, and there was no question of sacking cities, plundering or desecrating temples, wasting plantations, and the like atrocities. The only act of severity which he enforced, was the execution of 2,000 Egyptian youths, whose lives the Persians demanded, in reprisal for the massacre of the entire crew of the first ship that reached Memphis in advance of the fleet and found itself cut off from all assistance. The ordinary crew of a warship in those days consisted of about 200 men, and there was nothing excessive, according to Oriental ideas, in inflicting a tenfold penalty. It was simply the fate of war. Otherwise nothing was changed or disturbed in laws, institutions, or the national life generally. The principal fortresses were garrisoned, and a satrap appointed to maintain the peace and collect the tribute, that Cambyses, 529 to 522 BC 353 was all. As to the Egyptian religion, its forms of worship must have been not only highly distasteful to a Mazdaeonian, but ludicrously absurd, especially the divine honors paid to so many animals, useful and noxious alike: the cat, the jackal, the crocodile, the ibis, and the preservation, by means of embalming, of dead bodies, both of men and sacred animals. Yet he outwardly conformed to the religious customs of the people whose ruler he had become, and took pains to appear before them in every way as the pharaoh, the successor of pharaohs, and as such he is represented on a painting, kneeling in adoration before the Apis bull, the most sacred of all animals, reverenced as the living emblem of the one supreme God himself. This painting still exists in one of the galleries which formed the catacombs or burying places expressly constructed for the mummified remains of successive lines of Apis bulls through unnumbered centuries. The inscription informs us that the recently deceased Apis had been deposited in the resting place prepared for him by the king Cambyses, while another inscription reports the birth of a new Apis, in the 5th year of Cambyses. The inscription quoted above, CP 351, is a long one, engraved on the statue of an Egyptian, who held public offices under Amasis, Samitic III, Cambyses, and Darius, and speaks with great praise of Cambyses' zeal in religious matters and his liberality to temples and their ministers. The stories, therefore, which Herodotus transmitted of the blasphemous and sacrilegious atrocities in which that king was said to have indulged, even to the Decicra 354 Media, Babylon, and Persia, of graves and the killing of the Apis bull with his own hand, may safely be set aside as later inventions prompted by spite against the conqueror and retailed to foreigners by ignorant or malicious guides. Greek travelers of Herodotus' time were the more likely to put faith in them, that they had themselves a mortal grudge against the Persians, and certain Persian customs must have struck them as iniquitous. Thus Herodotus is horrified at Cambyses wedding his two sisters, while we have seen that, according to the king's own religion, such unions were meritorious acts enjoined by the highest authority. 8. The most natural course for Cambyses to pursue, the conquest of Egypt once achieved and established, would have been to depart to his own lands, leaving behind governors and garrisons. But he lingered on and on, evidently possessed with an invincible repugnance to return, evincing more and more signs of mental perturbation, and yielding to unprovoked fits of murderous temper which made him a terror to his nearest kinsmen and attendants. These fits became the more frequent and ungovernably that he indulged in excessive drinking of ice, not uncommon among the Persians. It is most probable that remorse for his brother's fate was at the bottom both of his reluctance to face his own people again and of his attacks of spleen. He sought occupation in further plans of conquest, intending to carry his arms into the heart of Libya and of Ethiopia. He also meditated an expedition against Carthage, which was to be reached by sea, along the 52. Ruined palace at Firuzabad. Central Hall. 356 Media, Babylon, and Persia. North coast of Africa. But the Phoenicians blankly refused to lend their ships to be used against their own colony, and as the plan could not be carried out without their assistance, it was abandoned. But he did send out a body of troops westward into the desert to take possession of the oasis held by the Ammonians and famous for its ancient oracle and temple known as the Temple of Ammon, one of the names of the Egyptian supreme deity, an important position for anyone who wished to command the submission of the various tribes scattered between the desert and the shore. The little army never came back, nor was it ever heard of. There was a tradition among the Ammonians that it had encountered one of the terrible hot blasts of the desert and been buried in sand drifts. Cambyses was more fortunate in his Ethiopian expedition, which he commanded in person. He went up the Nile farther than the Assyrians had ever gone, passed through the country of the Kushite Ethiopians, and actually reached the region inhabited by Negroes, whose woolly hair, thick lips, and garb of skins figure among the subject nations on the sculptures of the royal palaces at Persepolis. See ill. 54. This fact, together with the payment of tribute, consisting in slaves and elephants' tusks, show the expedition to have been successful and to have amounted to a real conquest rather than to a passing raid. On his march back, however, and when already approaching the confines of Upper Egypt, Cambyses had to contend with the same foe as the troops sent out to Ammon, and narrowly escaped the same fate. Cambyses, Z222 BC 357-9. 3 years had passed, and still the king tarried in Egypt, when suddenly strange and appalling news came from home. Bardi, it was reported, the king's brother, had rebelled and proclaimed himself king. Heralds had gone forth to all ends of the empire to announce that allegiance should henceforth be paid to him and not to Cambyses. One of these heralds came to Egypt, bearing the message to the army there, unabashed by the king's presence. As Bardiya's death had been kept a profound secret and the people only thought that he lived secluded in his palace, no unusual thing in the east, no one saw any reason to doubt the news, and Cambyses found himself confronted with the reality of the fancied danger which had driven him to frenzy, but in a form which far outdid in horror his worst apprehensions. It was as though his murdered brother's ghost had risen before him and sat on his throne. Urged by his counselors, and his kinsmen the Achaemenian princes, he reluctantly commanded the army to set out on their homeward march. But his spirit was broken. He alone knew that the usurper must be an impostor who had in some way found out that Bardiya was dead, and took advantage of the people's ignorance of the fact to personate him. He had no hope of retrieving his fortune, for his conscience told him he deserved no better. And he had no child for whose sake to struggle and to hope, so that even should the issue be favorable, the inheritance of Kairos must pass away from his direct line, to the younger branch. True, the Persians were a loyal people, and not likely 35's Media, Babylon, and Persia. To follow an impostor, once unmasked, but how could the wretched king effectively unmask him, save by divulging his own foul deed? Still, the good of the empire imperatively demanded that this should be done, and he resolved to humble himself and confess, but to survive such a confession was more than his proud spirit could stoop to. Besides, he was bitterly conscious that he should not be missed or mourned. Was not the readiness with which his subjects, those of his own race and of the provinces, had obeyed the first call to rebellion, the best proof that he had forfeited their love and confidence, that the Verino, the awful kingly glory that will not stay where truth is not, had gone from him? He had been right, it was his brother who was to them the son of the great Kairos, of him whom they had called father, Li was only the master. His long absence had done the rest. And now the liberation of the empire, the restoration of royalty, would best be entrusted to guiltless hands. Nothing could prosper in those of the murderer, the Mithra deceiver. So he called together the noblest among the Persians who attended him, told his lamentable story with the dignified simplicity of one who already was not of this world, and bidding them, especially the Achaemenians, repair the evil that had been done, put an end to his own life. On his young kinsman, Darius, temporarily devolved the task of taking the army home and commanding it, until the question of succession should be duly settled. See above, p. 80. 360 Media, Babylon, and Persia. 10. This is the tragedy in its grand and simple features, divested of the diffuse and conflicting statements, the puerile anecdotes of the Greek chroniclers, and viewed by the light of the great Behistun inscription, which gives it in the following brief, but sufficiently explicit paragraph. When Cambygia had proceeded to Egypt, then the state became wicked. Then the lie became abounding in the land, both in Persia and in Media, and in the other provinces. Afterwards there was a certain man, a Magian, named Gauhimata. Thus lied to the state, I am Bardiya, the son of Kurush, the brother of Cambygia. Then the whole state became rebellious. Spring 522 BC. From Cambygia it went over to him, both Persia and Media, and the other provinces. He seized the empire. On the 9th day of the month Garmapada, then it was he seized the empire. Afterwards Cambygia, having killed himself, died. After Gaumata the Magian had dispossessed Cambygia both of Persia and Media, and the dependent provinces, he did after his own desire, he became king. There are, among the Babylonian contract tablets, 2 dated September and October of the first year of King Barzia, ample confirmation, if such were needed, of this statement, of the universal acceptation of the usurper's claim, and of the credulity with which his self-assertion met in the provinces. In July or August. This probably refers to the consecration or inauguration at Pasargadse. 13. Darius I, the son of Histasps, 522 to 485 BC. First period, Civil Wars. There was not a man, neither Persian, nor Mede, nor any one of our family, who could dispossess that Gaumata, the Magian of the empire. The people feared him exceedingly. He slew many who had known old Bardiya. For that reason he slew them, lest they should recognize me that I am not Bardiya, the son of Kurush. No one dared anything concerning Gaumata, the Magian, until I arrived. Then I prayed to Ahura Mazda. Ahura Mazda brought help to me. On the 10th day of the month Bhagayatish, the first month, March-April, then it was that I, with my faithful men, slew that Gaumata, the Magian, and the men who were his chief followers. The fort named Sikathavadis, in the district Nisea in Media, there I slew him. I dispossessed him of the empire. By the grace of Ahura Mazda I became king. Ahura Mazda granted me the empire. Thus Darius, in the Behistun record. The lengthy and highly adorned narratives of the Greek historians afford a valuable commentary to this brief and pithy statement. Valuable, for overladen as they are with trumped-up anecdotes, speeches of Greek invention, and facts misrepresented because not understood, they still supply us with a continuous thread of action, enabling us to make out the main features of a most dramatic incident. May pretty safely reconstruct it as follows: 362 Media, Babylon, and Persia. 2. After Cambyses' death, his army, on the homeward march, declared in favor of the supposed Bardia. Darius hastened to Persia and, before deciding on a course of action, secretly wrote to the satraps of the several provinces, to try and secure their assistance. The result was not encouraging. There seemed to have really been only 2 on whom he could implicitly rely, besides his own father, who was satrap in Parthia. This convinced him that it would be imprudent to proceed openly and violently, since most people believed in the usurper, and Bardiya, had he been alive, would now have been the natural and legitimate heir of his childless brother. Besides, the Magian had taken care to ingratiate himself with the provinces, by notifying them all, as soon as he assumed the scepter, that he granted them freedom from war service and from taxes for the space of 3 years. He was therefore far from unpopular, and Darius wisely shrank from a civil war, the issue of which would have been a more than doubtful. Bold stroke, an accomplished fact, such was the only safe and practical solution, and Darius decided on a daring deed, which would have been impossible but for certain Persian customs, on which he cleverly built his plans. We 3 have seen, CP 279, that the Persian nation was first constituted by the fusion of several tribes, probably originally 7, under the leadership of Achaemenes, the head of the noblest of them, the Pasargati. But although this particular family thus became invested with hereditary royalty, great privileges were awarded to the heads of the 6 other 54 Darius on his throne, outborn high subject nations. Puspolis, note the Negro in the lower left-hand corner. 364 Media, Babylon, and Persia tribes or clans, who were, in fact, the king's peers and enjoyed perfect equality with him, short only of the royal power itself. They all wore the royal head-dress, the tall kidaris or tiara. They could enter the royal presence at all times, unannounced. They were the king's companions and advisers by right of birth, and it was only from their families he could choose his first wife, his queen, as it was into their families that he married his own sons and daughters, his brothers and sisters. On this ancient and sacred custom Darius built his simple plan. The heads of the 7 tribes, he being one of them, and their leader, should present themselves at the palace gates, alone, without any followers. The pretender could not possibly deny himself to them without violating a fundamental law of the empire, and he would, by so doing, arouse suspicion. Once inside the palace, their own bravery and opportunity should do the rest. The 6 chiefs agreed to stand by Darius and dare the venture with him. They could take their own time to mature the plot, for one who gave himself out as a son of Kairos could not, without betraying himself, attempt anything against the 7 princes. Yet he seems to have felt some uneasiness, since, as the inscription tells us, he removed from Persia into Media, and there established himself not in the capital, Ecbatana, but in a mountain castle. This removal considerably increased the difficulty and danger for the conspirators, since he was there surrounded by his brother Magi, who, as we have seen, formed a separate and powerful class in the country. Still, the plan arranged by the 7 Dari-10 Civil Wars, 365 princes could not well be altered. Indeed, it became more urgent than ever that it should be carried out. They fearlessly rode up to the castle gate, Darius pretending that he was the bringer of a message to the king from his father Hystaspes, the heir presumptive. As he had foreseen, they passed, unchallenged and unhindered by the guards. Few moments later and the usurper had ceased to live. After a brief and desperate scuffle with some attendants, the retinue of the 7, which had been left at some distance behind, now hastened to their support and prevented a popular outbreak. This day was set apart for all coming times, to be celebrated by a festival in memory of the slaughter of the Magian. The Greeks, utterly misunderstanding the purport of this festival, gravely asserted that a slaughter of whatever Magians were met with on the street, took place every year on the anniversary of that day, so that no Magi showed themselves outdoors as long as it lasted. Almost immediately after this feat of boldness, Darius was proclaimed king, probably by previous agreement with his companions, and with the consent of his father Hystaspes, who continued to govern his distant province. In his great inscription he faithfully records the names of his 6 companions, emphasizing the fact that they were his only helpers. These are the men who alone were there when I slew Gomeda, the Magian, who was called Bardiya. These alone are the men who were my assistants. One of them was Gobryas, his father-in-law. He had reigned 7 months since the death of Cambyses, very nearly a year in all. 366 Media, Babylon, and Persia. For thus was accomplished with astonishing ease and scarcely any bloodshed one of the most important revolutions in history. Short interval of peace now followed, during which Darius devoted all his energies to the work of reconstruction. He tells us so, in his usual concise but comprehensive manner, the empire which had been taken away from our family, that I recovered. I established the state in its place, both Persia and Media, and the other provinces. As it was before, so I made it. The temples which Gaumata the Magian had destroyed, I rebuilt. I reinstituted for the state both the religious chants and the worship, and gave them to the families which Gaumata the Magian had deprived of them. By the grace of Ahura Mazda I did this. I labored until I had established our family in its place as it was before. Thus I labored, by the grace of Ahura Mazda, that Gaumata the Magian should not supersede our family. The mention in this passage of the Behistun inscription of temples destroyed and rebuilt has sorely puzzled the decipherers. For it is well known that the Zoroastrian religion admits of no temples, and that its only rallying points of worship are its tashgdjis or fire altars, in the open air or in unpretending, unadorned chapels. That a Mazdaean, therefore, should take to himself credit for rebuilding temples seemed an unaccountable anomaly. The Persians have had temples, but at a later period, which does not come within the bounds of the present work. That period may we be called that of the final decadence of pure Mazdaism. Know of temples erected to Mithra and Anahita Artvisura already by King Artaxerxes, the grandson of Darius. This was due to the influence of the Semitic and Canaanitic religions. Mithra was transformed into a counterpart of their Baals and Molochs, and Anahita into that of their nature goddesses Beltis, Mylitta, Astarte, Atargatis, and the rest. She had a famous temple at Susa. OAS 2 TSST/3368 Media, Babylon, and Persium. The inconsistency, however, vanishes if we assume, with Max Dunker * that temples not of the Persians or Medes are meant, but of the subject nations. We have seen that Kairos and, in imitation of him, his son Cambyses made it a point not only to tolerate, but personally to honor, the religions of conquered countries. It is very natural to suppose that the usurper would be uninfluenced by the dictates of sound statecraft, and, blindly following his priestly zeal, would neglect and even destroy these to earn abominable seats and landmarks of heathenism. Darius, no less naturally, immediately resumed the liberal and conciliatory policy of his house, and mentions it in his annals as a claim on the regard of a large portion of his subjects. Must remember that all the Achaemenian monumental documents are trilingual, because addressed to three distinct races, and that, numerically, the Mazdaeanians we formed the minority. Are forcibly reminded of this fact by one apparently slight detail. In the Turanian version, that which has been called the Proto-Median, or Amardayan, or, more lately, Scythic, the name of Ahura Mazda is accompanied with the explanatory clause, the god of the Aryas. The Babylonian version speaks of houses of the gods, an expression which excludes both Persians and Medes. 5. That Darius himself was a Mazdaeanian, and an earnest one, of that the language used in his inscript ions leaves no shadow of a doubt. Near the Persian capital of which he was the founder, and * Max Dunker, Geschichte des Alter Thumbs, Vol. 4, p. 458. Darius I, Civil Wars. 369 which is known to us only by its Greek name, Persepolis. There is a perpendicular rock called Nakhl Rustem, in which are hewn the tombs, or rather sepulchral chambers, of Darius and three of his immediate successors, representing the front of palaces, after the manner of the Lycian rock tombs. See Chap 8. They are richly adorned with sculptures, among which we especially note the frieze representing a procession of dogs, the sacred animal of the Avesta the king, standing on a platform, leaning on his bow unstrung, for the work of life is done, in adoration before the blazing fire altar, the sun disk, and the hovering emblem of Ahura Mazda. Seal 56. Of the three tombs in the row, that of Darius alone has an inscription, which in some ways completes the record of Behistun, having been indicted several years later. It begins with the most solemn profession of faith, which affects one like the far-swelling peal of some great organ. A great God is Ahura Mazda, he has created this earth, he has created yonder heaven, he has created man, and all pleasant things for man, he has made Darayavush king, the only king of many. Then follows a brief review of his deeds and of his conquests, piously referred to the grace of Ahura Mazda. No Hebrew monotheist could be more absolute and emphatic. That which I have done, I have all done through the grace of Ahura Mazda. Ahura Mazda brought me help, till I had performed the work. May he protect me and my clan and this land. The same statement is repeated several times in 370 Media, Babylon, and Persia. The Behistun Annals, and though he twice qualifies it by the addition, Ahura Mazda, and the other gods that are, these words have not in the original the decided polytheistic coloring that a modern rendering gives them. We know that Mazdaism admitted of divine beings subordinate to the one who is supreme, and such, no doubt, is the meaning here. Another trait characteristic of the Mazdaisnian is the use he makes of the word lie, which is throughout equivalent to evil, wickedness. After the departure of Cambyses, we are told that the lie became abounding in the kingdom. And the word used is the Avestan Dratij, in the more modern form Daratiga. Towards the end of the record Darius says, for this reason Ahura Mazda brought help to me, and the other gods that are, that I was not wicked, nor was I a liar. Daraj ha equals na Avestan Drujavae, nor was I a tyrant. 6. From these passages, which breathe the spirit rather of the Gathas than of the Yasna or Vendidad, we may conclude that King Darius was a Mazdaisnian of the early uncorrupted school, and, with much probability, that the alterations introduced into the doctrine and ritual by the Median Magi, CP 271, had not been adopted by the Persians. At least they do not appear to have followed the prescriptions of the Vendidad in their treatment of the dead, certainly not strictly. Their kings we find entombed in elaborately wrought sepulchres, not exposed to the birds. But we saw that this custom is a borrowed one, a fact betrayed by the very word Dakama, which originally meant the place Darius civil wars. 371 of burning, showing that the early Iranians, like their brethren of India, were familiar with cremation. Herodotus has a curious passage, from which LRFE, GS, 1 Figa TJ 56. Detail of Akhmenian tomb. Compare Lycian rock tombs, ch 8, it would seem that the practice of exposing the dead was gaining ground in Persia in his time, middle of the 5th century BC, but in a sort of underhand *Justi, Geschichte Alten Persians, p. 88. 372 Media, Babylon, and Persia. Way, being introduced and favored as we might expect by the Magi, there is another custom which is spoken of with reserve, and not openly, concerning their dead. It is said that the body of a male Persian is never buried, until it has been torn either by a dog or a bird of prey. That the Magi have this custom is beyond a doubt, for they practice it without any concealment. The dead bodies are covered with wax and then buried in the ground. This last practice looks very much like a concession to the Magian teachings, as a layer of wax must be considered to isolate the body and thus preserve the earth from pollution. Nor, strictly speaking, can any of the elements be polluted by a body shut up in a coffin or sarcophagus and then deposited, not in the earth itself, but in a chamber hewn in the hard, dry rock. That the Persians of Darius' time, moreover, shunned the nearness of a corpse, as entailing impurity, we may infer from another passage of Herodotus, which tells us that this king himself, on one occasion, refused to enter Babylon through a certain gate, because above that gate, was the sepulchre of Queen Nitocris, the mother of Nabonidus, who, from some unaccountable whim, had chosen for herself that peculiar place of rest. His story may not be true, but it is significant. 7. If Darius had hoped to avert further troubles by the swift and skillful blow which he struck at the very root of evil, in the person of the impostor Gaumata, that hope was deceived, and he was given but a very few months for the work of reconstruction which he at once undertook. The satraps of the distant provinces had tasted the sweets of in 57 building known as Rustem's tomb, at Nakshi Rustem. Compare IL 43. 374 Media, Babylon, and Persia. Pendants during the long absence of Cambyses and the late period of comparatively slack rule, and were loath to return under the strict control of the central authority. The populations were highly pleased with the Magian's way of governing, and the majority of them undoubtedly still believed him to be what he represented himself, so the sparks of future disturbances were by no means stamped out. A year had not elapsed, when the conflagration broke out nearly simultaneously on all points of the empire. And this unheard of thing came to pass, that every province that rebelled was led by an impostor or pretender. The success of the tragicomedy enacted by the Magian Gomata had borne plenteous fruits and produced a perfect epidemic of the same kind of deceit. The one reliable source of information for the gigantic struggle in v/Hitch Darius suddenly found himself engaged almost single-handed against adversaries that sprang up on every side of him, is of course his own narrative on the Behistun rock. It is singularly modest and unassuming, great contrast to the bragging of the Assyrian royal we documents. Cannot do better than follow it step by step, even when not quoting from it. 8. The first to openly rebel was Elam, or Sujanna. A certain Atrana there declared himself king. At the same time a man of Babylon, Nadan-Tabara by name, thus lied to the state of Babylon, I am Nebuchadrezzar, the son of Nabonidus. The whole state of Babylon went over to him, and acknowledged him for its king. The movement at Susa appears to have been easily quelled, as all that Darius 376 Media, Babylon, and Persia says about it is this: I went to Sujanna, that Atrana was brought to MC a prisoner, I slew him. Not so the rising at Babylon, it needed a real campaign to put it down. The rebels' forces were placed on the Tigris and it cost a battle for the royal army to effect a passage. Another battle was fought on the Euphrates near the capital, and, though defeated, the pretender did not surrender, but fled with a few horsemen and threw himself into Babylon, where he sustained a regular siege. Darius records with great simplicity that he, by the grace of Ahura Mazda, took the city and seized on the false Nebuchadrezzar, whom he put to death. This expedition occupied several months, and while he was detained in Babylonia, no less than 9 countries revolted against him at once, of which he gives the list: Persia, Sujanna, Media, Assyria, Armenia, Parthia, Margiana, Sattagidaya, and Sakya. See map. 9. This second rising of Elam was of little importance, and the people themselves put it down, captured the leader and slew him. Far greater was the danger in Media, for there a man of the name of Phravoktish, Phraorts, a Mede, had declared himself to be *Kshatrida, of the race of Kyaxares, and called on the country in the name of its most popular national hero, the founder of its greatness. The appeal was eagerly responded to. Even the Median troops which had been left at home, went over to the pretender, who was proclaimed king of Media. The rising in Sagarsha was headed by a man who also gave himself out as a descendant of Kyaxares and set up an independent kingdom. But by far the OZ7SZ Pi XT 378 Media, Babylon, and Persia. Worst feature of this conflagration was the defection of Persia proper. Another false Bardiya appeared there, and the people accepted him. He was strong enough to initiate aggressive proceedings, by sending out troops against the satrap of Arashosea, one of the few loyal servants of Darius, and to bear most unflinchingly the brunt of several battles, though the result was not favorable to himself. The fortunes of Persia's lawful and heroic king may well be said to have been desperate at this juncture. Detained in a rebellious country by a siege of which the issue was doubtful, cut off from the rest of the empire, he could rely only on the troops he had with him, as he expressly says that only those Medes and Persians who were with him remained true, and they were few in number. Yet of these few he was forced to send off 2 detachments to try and stay the evil in Media and in Armenia, whence the insurrection was rapidly spreading to Assyria. For in the east only two satraps, those of Bactria and Arachosia, persisted in their allegiance, and his father, Hystaspes, did his best in his own provinces of Hyrcania and Parthia, but was unable to keep them from declaring in favor of the Median pretender. As for Darius himself, he could not stir from Babylon, and was forced to leave his faithful friends to shift for themselves for the time. His two generals in Media and Armenia were not very successful, being too inferior in numbers to the rebel forces, and all they could do was to hold their own in strong positions, until he was able to come to their assistance. Darius I, Civil Wars. 379-10. Everything now seemed to depend on the personal efforts and presence of the king. Had the capture of Babylon been delayed much longer, it is probable that the evil would have been beyond remedy. As soon as Babylon fell, September, 519 BC, things began to take a more hopeful aspect. The prestige of the royal presence worked wonders apart from the welcome reinforcements. Darius first proceeded to Media, rightly considering the rising in that country the most threatening, because of the national principle it represented and the question which was at stake, really amounting to a renewal of the old contest for supremacy between Media and Persia. Phraates boldly came forward to meet the king with an army, offering battle. His confidence was not justified by the event, he was routed and barely escaped with life. Accompanied by a few horsemen, he fled to Ragi, where he was captured by some troops sent in pursuit by Darius. The cruel treatment he experienced sufficiently shows how dangerous he was deemed and how essential it was thought that he should be not only put out of the way, but degraded in the eyes of the people. I cut off his nose, and his ears, and his tongue, says the king. He was kept chained at my door, all the kingdom beheld him. Afterwards I crucified him at Ecbatana. The same treatment was dealt to the Zoroastrian who claimed, like Phraates, to be of the race of Cyaxares, and who was defeated and captured by a Median general, only that he was crucified at Arbela as an example to the Assyrian now rebels. At last Darius could send reinforce 380 Media, Babylon, and Persia, mence to his father, who, with a few troops, had bravely held the defensive, and who now gained a decisive victory over the rebels of Parthia and Hyrcania. This was in 518 BC, and within the same year the faithful satrap of Bactria routed those of Margiana. 2 In 517 BC Persia alone virtually remained in a state of insurrection. Yet the king stayed in Media, which he thought safest to control by his presence, and sent an army against the false Bardiya. Very wisely he kept his Persian troops in Media and sent the Median troops to Persia to avoid the contagious influences of national sympathies. After 2 battles fought in Persia, the impostor was taken and executed in the summer of 517 BC, but his followers in Arachosia held out several months longer, and it was only in February, 516, that their leaders were at last captured and put to death. But it seemed as though as fast as threads were fastened at one end they ravelled out at the other. While the king was in Media and Persia, Babylon for the second time revolted from him in favor of a man who pretended that he was Nebuchadrezzar the son of Nabonidus. This new rising, however, was easily quelled by one of Darius' generals, and the impostor was slain, January 5, 16 BC. The king meanwhile had already, in his indefatigable activity, gone to Egypt, where he put forth all his powers of conciliation to retain the affections of that important part of the empire. Egyptian monuments bear ample witness to his success, and his wise rule obtained for him a place among the great national lawgivers of the Egypt. Darius I, Civil Wars. 38 Tiens. Yet it seems that all troubles were not even yet at an end in Asia. The last column of the Behistun inscription, though injured beyond all hope of decipherment, allows a glimpse of a third, though short-lived, rising in Elam and a war in the Far East, against a Scythian people distinguished from other tribes by the name Saki of the pointed. We caps can just make out that their chief, Sakinksa, was taken prisoner, and probably put to death. Fortunately for Darius, Asia Minor, the Phoenician cities, and the Ionian Greeks had not broken the peace through all these eventful years. The only attempt at rebellion was made by the Persian satrap at Sardis, who tried to set up an independent principality for himself by uniting Lydia and Phrygia under his rule and refusing allegiance. This attempt is not mentioned in the Great Inscription, probably because it was not put down by force of arms, but by the assassination of the culprit, who was put to death by his own guard in obedience to a written order from the king. 12. It is the story of the almost superhuman struggle of these first years of his reign that Darius confided to the great rock at Bagistana. The sculptured panel at the top of the inscription is a forcible illustration of the narrative. See ill. 39. It represents the king, protected as usual by the hovering emblem of Ahura Mazda, and attended by two dignitaries, one of whom is Gobryas, his father-in-law, in an impetuous attitude, one foot firmly planted on the prostrate form of a man who stretches out his hands as though imploring mercy, while approach 382 Media, Babylon, and Persia. Zion of prisoners approaches, tied together, neck and neck, by one rope, and with hands bound behind their backs. These are the 9 principal rebels and impostors whom it took over 6 years and 19 pitched battles to overcome. They were all captured alive. The last of the band is noticeable for his pointed cap, it is the Scythian Sakinksa. Short inscriptions placed above the head of each leave us no doubt about their identity. Attached to the prostrate figure is the following declaration: this Magian, Gaumata, lied, he spoke thus, I am Bardia, the son of Kurush. I am the king. Above the first standing figure we read, this Atrana lied, he spoke thus, I am king of Sujana. And so on for every one. 13. In the introduction to this matchless piece of history, Darius gives a list of the countries of which, by the grace of Ahura Mazda, he had become king. There are 20 names. The number increases to 30 in the last of his inscriptions, that on his tomb, and includes such remote provinces towards the 4 quarters of the world as, in the east several districts of India, Hindush, in the west the Lonians beyond the sea, the people of the Greek islands, perhaps even of the Greek continent, the Scythians beyond the sea in the north, the People of southern Russia, the Libyans and Kyrenians in the southwest. It stands to reason that many of these countries, situated on the extremest verge of the empire, even though visited and more or less conquered by Darius, and by him incorporated in the list of satrapies, provinces governed by Darius I, civil wars. 383 satraps, did not really consider themselves his obedient subjects, scarcely his vassals, but they had all felt the great king's arm, and their name must needs grace the list of the countries that belonged to him. In his tomb inscription there is the following effective address to his successor or anyone who may behold the monument: if thou thinkest thus, how many were the lands which King Darius ruled, then look on this effigy, they bear throne, that thou mayest know them. Seal 39 and 54. Then shalt thou know that the Persian man's spear reaches far, that the Persian man has fought battles far away from Persia. 14. Darius I second period, years of peace. 6 years had been absorbed by the civil wars, all the provinces needed rest, and Darius adjourned the plans of conquest which his ambitious spirit was maturing until the wounds of the state should be healed and the growing generation should have reached manhood. For 7 years he devoted himself to works of peace, and showed a genius for administration and statesmanship, such as has never since been surpassed and seldom equaled by the greatest organizers and founders of states. His system was based on the simplest principle, the greatest possible prosperity of the subject, as conducive to the greatest possible power and wealth of the state, represented by a vigilant, active, and absolute central government. The means he used, the institutions which he created in order to achieve this great result, are startlingly modern in spirit, and even in the technical details of execution. In the first place he divided the empire into 20 provinces or satrapies, for, in the words of an eminent modern historian *, the insurrections which had marred the beginning of his reign had shown him how apt to bun *justi, Geschichte des alien Persians. De Ru10 Si, Years of Peace. 385 die of countries with such utterly divergent nationalities and interests is to fall apart, and that the huge empire could be held together only by the uniform rule of a class of devoted officials, controlled and directed in all their actions by the king and his counselors. Such a class was formed of the satraps and their subordinate officers. The king appointed them from the highest nobility of Persia, whose young sons were carefully educated for this special purpose under the king's own, yes. The power entrusted to the satraps was very great, and an extraordinary latitude of action was very wisely allowed to those of the remote provinces, who could at any moment be called upon to face some unexpected emergency, when the delay of communication with the central authority could have dangerous and even fatal consequences. Yet they were never suffered to forget the duty that bound them on one side to the sovereign whom they represented, and on the other to the people whose welfare was given into their care. Thus a satrap of Egypt was put to death by order of Darius because he had presumed to coin money in his own name. The king, too, frequently undertook tours of inspection through the empire, and, woe to the satrap whose province was found in a poor condition, the people needy, oppressed, and despoiled, the fields neglected, the plantations uncared for, the villages and buildings in bad repair, while favors and honors were liberally bestowed on those who could show the master a prosperous land and contented population. As the language, religion, and national peculiarities of each country were scrupulously Media, Babylon, and Persia pulously respected, local customs and institutions in no case interfered with, there was nothing to prevent such a result but deliberate misrule or mismanagement on the part of the satraps and their officials, who were accordingly held responsible. 2. Not that Darius was at all neglectful of the interests of the crown or overindulgent in the matter of taxation. He was, on the contrary, very keen in all that concerned the income of the exchequer, so much so, that so Herodotus tells us those who had called Cairo's father and Cambyses master, nicknamed Darius huckster, because he looked to making a gain in everything, and more especially because he introduced a system of regular taxation, instead of the voluntary gifts which his two predecessors had been content to accept from the provinces. Yet, in this, as in all things, he proceeded with real moderation, justice, and caution. He had the entire empire surveyed and every mile of ground appraised according to its capacities for production. On this valuation he based an impartially graded land tax. It is ever to be regretted that these estimates perished, for in them we have lost the earliest known specimen of statistical work. It was probably from the original of official documents that Herodotus drew his list of taxes, which is evidently genuine. Gather from it that, over and above ground tax in gold, silver, or gold dust, most countries paid a special tribute in kind, according to their respective staple produces: horses, mules, sheep, grain, ivory, slaves, etc., besides tolls on sluices, and dues on mines, forests, and fishing. The Dariuxi, years of peace, 387 richest of all the provinces was that made up of Assyria and Babylonia. It paid by far the largest sum, more than even Egypt and Libya. The entire income of the state is valued at about $165 millions, equal to 8 times that sum at the present rate of estimating the worth of money, yet, at a rough calculation of the proportion between the population and the taxation, the burden scarcely amounted to $1 per head. Only Persia proper, the royal province, was exempted from all taxes and discharged its obligations to the head of the state in military and civil service. Voluntary gifts were of course expected and cheerfully offered whenever the king came among his countrymen and clanspeople, but as these were occasions of national rejoicing and the king on his side was liberal with presents, the good offices were in a way mutual and helped to maintain the old clan bond firm and sacred. 3. All these reforms and innovations, however, fine as they were in theory, could have availed but little in practice without some means of easy and rapid communication between the central power and the most outlying borderlands of the empire. Without such means neither the satraps nor the subject nations could be made sufficiently to feel their dependence on the royal authority, nor, on, Geschichte Alten Persians, p. 59. Says, 660 million marks, which gives $165 million, at 4 marks to the dollar. Of course all such calculations are approximative. An ancient custom demanded that the king should give a gold piece to each woman of Pasargadae whenever he came to his old clan city. 388 Media, Babylon, and Persia. The other hand, could they enjoy the phng of security which comes from the certainty of prompt advice and succor in emergencies? These considerations, together with others of a purely military nature, the desirability of means for the rapid and unhindered movements of troops, pointed to one great need: roads. Roads then Darius proceeded to construct, from end to end of his empire, with the energy and thoroughness which he brought to all he undertook. One of these roads we can trace along its entire course, from Susa to the Mediterranean coastland. It did not by any means take the straightest line, for it had several purposes to serve, not the least of which was to connect the principal cities of the west and northwest, those cities which were capitals of provinces, held by Persian governors and garrisons. So the royal road from Susa went to Arbela, thence to Nineveh, thence, touching the Tigris and crossing the Euphrates, to Comana in Cappadocia, from whence, stepping across the Halys by a handsome fortified bridge, it went on through Phrygia to Sardis and the seacoast, where it just skirts the border of Cilicia. Before reaching Comana, it was protected by a garrisoned post in the shape of a gate building. All along this literally royal highway relays were placed at regular intervals, consisting of station houses. There were 111 between Susa and Sardis, with saddled horses kept night and day in readiness for any royal couriers who might come along with dispatches, orders, or messages from the king. It is astonishing how quickly news and orders Darius I, years of peace. 389 spread through the empire by this simple means. Darius thus originated and instituted a real postal service. Nothing was wanting to make it the exact model of our own mail, aside, of course, from the greater facilities for rapid locomotion, but to allow the public the use of the convenience, combining the service of the people and that of the state, with equal advantages to both. How long it was before this obvious and very natural step was taken we do not know. Other roads connected Susa, which, under Darius I, became to all intents and purposes the capital of the empire, with Babylon, Damascus, and Phoenicia, with Ecbatana and Ragai and the remote eastern provinces, branching off, near the eastern boundary, to India and to China. For there is no doubt that Darius, when he endowed his empire with that prime promoter of intercourse and civilization, good roads, had the interests of commerce as much in view as political and military considerations. He gave many other proofs of his solicitude for the welfare of his subjects in this respect, and two of the grandest conceptions of modern times arose in his great mind: the necessity of uniform coinage, and the desirability of uniting the Red Sea with the Mediterranean, and thus opening a direct water route to India, a country to which, moreover, he was the first to send an exploring expedition. He equipped for the purpose a fleet, which, after descending the Indus and emerging from its mouths into the Indian Ocean, sailed round Arabia, entered the Red Sea by the Straits of Bal Mandeb, and pursued its course 390 Media, Babylon, and Persia, northward until it came to anchor in the Bay of Suez. Having thus tested and practically established the possibility of a direct Indian route, Darius proceeded to finish a canal, begun once on a time by Ramses II, then continued centuries later by Necho I, for the purpose of uniting the Nile with the Red Sea, consequently, indirectly, the Mediterranean with the Indian Ocean. 3 granite steles have been discovered at different points of the canal, bearing sculptures and a fourfold set of inscriptions, in Persian, Scythian, and Assyrian cuneiform, and in Egyptian hieroglyphics. On one of the steles a profile face could be made out, which appears to be an attempt at a real portrait of Darius. This creation of 3 great statesmen and conquerors evidently was premature, too much ahead of the times to be generally appreciated, for the canal soon fell into neglect, and though it was cleared of the sand that choked it, and deepened some 200 years later, it was once more, and this time finally, forgotten and disused. It was reserved for our own age to resume the work and carry it out in a new and probably indestructible form. In the introduction of a uniform gold and silver coinage, Darius was more successful, but the Persian Empire was too vast, and its component provinces too many and varied in race, culture, and customs to allow of carrying out the reform to its full extent, and though he consistently tried to call in all the different local coinages by receiving them for taxes, then weighing them, smelting them down, and recoining them in the royal mint after the established standard, we do Darius years of peace. 39 Not see that Babylon, Asia Minor, Phoenicia, or Egypt ever renounced their own monetary standards. 5. 7 years from 515 to 508 BC were devoted by Darius to works of peace. This short period sufficed him for all the innovations and reforms which turned an empire loosely composed of disconnected and incongruous elements into a compact state, the first model of modern monarchies. It was also during this interval that he began and in great part achieved the constructions which, being continued by his son and grandson, are the immortal glory of the early Achaemenian era. Have seen that Susa. Was considered by foreigners and virtually was the capital of the empire, being fitted for the purpose by its ancient royal associations and especially by its vicinity to such important centers, always needing supervision, as Babylon and Ecbatana, as well as to the Syrian provinces and Asia Minor. Yet Susa was by no means exclusively honored by the king's presence. It became customary for him to spend a portion of each year at the other two capitals, from motives both of policy and health, Babylon offering the inducements of a delicious winter climate, while Ecbatana, cool and secluded amidst the Zagros highlands, was an incomparable resort for the summer months. But the Persian monarch could not neglect his own native state. He was bound, on the contrary, to endow it with a royal residence that should equal, if not surpass in beauty and magnificence, those of the older rival countries. So Darius selected a favorable and appropriate site in the finest, healthiest, and most for 392 Media, Babylon, and Persia. Tile part of Persia proper, and set his artists and craftsmen, many of them, no doubt, Greeks from Ionia, to work, building him a palace and an audience hall worthy of his greatness. City naturally rose around the pillared marble dwelling of royalty, the specially Persian capital which we know only under the name given to it by the Greeks, Persepolis, the city of the Persians. What the name was in Persian, has never been known, but it is most probable that the Greek was a translation of it. This is the city which, together with its incomparably citadel of palaces, perished in the conflagration lit by Alexander's own hand, in a fit of drunken fury, a deed the eternal shame of which is scarcely balanced by the conqueror's many great qualities or excused by his extreme youth. The city must have in part survived or been rebuilt, for on its site there stood a Sasanian city, of the name of Istakhr. Of this, as well as of its predecessor, nothing remains but the name, and some formless rubbish fragments of masonry, of earthed-up walls, of loose brick, stone, iron, like that which alone marks the place of the once flourishing city of Bagistana at the foot of the historical rock of the same name, where Greek and Sasanian inscriptions and sculptures but poorly contrast with those of the Persian hero. 6. The Chaldeo-Assyrian architectural principle of building palaces on elevated platforms was adopted by the Persian inheritors of that ancient art, but, different therein from the Assyrians, they knew how to save labor and improve their work by making use of natural advantages and local materials. Such were Darius' years of peace. 393. The considerations which determined the selection of the site fixed on for the new citadel. The mountains, which for some distance follow the course of the Pulwar, CP 300, on both sides, suddenly open out towards west and east near Istakhr. The eastern spur falls off steep and ends in a low, wide, and JFSI 60. Masonry of great platform at Persepolis. Nearly flat rocky platform, in shape almost an irregular square, which invites the builder's choice. Comparatively little preliminary work was needed. The rugged and slightly sloping surface was easily converted into a triple terrace, each stage rising about 20 feet above the preceding one, a disposition which gives to the constructions an almost theatre 394 Media, Babylon, and Persia. Kali effective majesty, set off as they were by the dark background of the rock against which the terraces leaned, the ahwast perpendicular face of the mountain now known as Mount Rachmd. The outer edges of the platform were cut down straight to the ground, giving wall surfaces ranging in height from 15 to 40 feet, according to the unevenness of the soil above which the first terrace rose. These surfaces were cased with blocks of marble furnished by the abundant quarries of Mount Rachmd. The construction of this casing or marble masonry, the stairways which ascend to the first terrace from the plain, and those that connect the three terraces, are, in their way, no less a wonder, as an achievement of unaided human labor, than the pyramids of Egypt or the transport of the Assyrian winged bulls and lions. The single blocks of the casing are from 30 to 50 feet in length, the depth of an average house, not less than 8 feet high, and from 4 to 6 feet in thickness. Some are still longer, and although no cement or mortar has been used, such is the power of cohesion imparted by the mere tremendous weight of these huge masses, that even now the joints are scarcely perceptible to the eye, and the iron cramps which held them together in places, and which have crumbled away in the course of time, leaving only a rusty mark, are proved to have been virtually a superfluous precaution. See ill. 60. This is probably the most perfect existing specimen of that most ancient kind of masonry which has been called Cyclopean, and which may have been Darius I, years of peace. 395 borrowed from some of the old Ionian city walls. Wherever this casing has been preserved, it has also kept its admirable polish so perfect that the marble, to this day, reflects things like a mirror, where the surface has not been in some way injured or defaced by the barbarous and inane performances of tourists, who think they achieve immortality by scratching their worthless names on the most hallowed masterworks of antiquity. 7. As to the stairs, which always strike the traveller as the most imposing feature of these grandest of ruins, they are considered the most astonishing construction of the kind in the world. There are several of them, and they are disposed rather irregularly, according to convenience. Even the principal stairway, ascending to the first terrace from the west, is not placed quite in the middle. It is a double flight, with a wide landing halfway up. There are over 100 steps, each not quite 4 inches high, so wide that 10 riders can commodiously mount them on horseback abreast. The whole is of marble, several steps being hewn out of one block. On the southern side there is another stairway, a single flight, somewhat steeper 30 steps, cut out of one block. The stairs that lead from one terrace to another are constructed on the same magnificent scale, though somewhat less colossal, and not quite so gently graded as the main stairs. When the visitor has recovered from the bewildering impression hitherto produced by mere size and harmony of lines, his attention is claimed and enthralled by the profuse and exquisite ornamentation which equals Duodecus I, years of peace. 397 covers every available space of the parapet and outer stair walls. The natural triangular panels formed by the first few steps are everywhere filled out with an artistic composition representing, in 62. Parapet op stair, Persepolis. Highly finished relief sculpture, that favorite group of Oriental mythology, the fight of the lion and bull, in a disposition most skillfully adapted to the limited space, and followed, as soon as the widening room permits, by processions of guards, while the 398 Media, Babylon, and Persia. Sculptured inside of the parapet or banisters gives the illusion of a long file of soldiers, guests, and courtiers ascending the stairs, one on every step. See ill. 62. The decorative effect is completed by Assyrian rosettes, and a peculiar carved pattern used in the lintels of all the doors and windows, a distinctive 63. Carved lintel of windows and doors. Persepolis, feature of Achaemenian architectural ornamentation found also in the frieze of the palace at Firouzabad, Seal 52, and on the rock-sculptured facade of the royal tombs, Seal 56. 8. In the southern terrace wall, Darius placed 4 large marble slabs, with the usual trilingual inscription, giving titles, a list of subject nations, and the customary invocation, "May Ahura Mazda protect this land of Persia from invasion, dearth, and 400 Media, Babylon, and Persia." He/E, evil, the exact equivalent of the Chaldean and Assyrian foundation cylinders. The Scythic inscription completes the Persian one by the statement, says Dariavush the king, "These great palaces have been built on this spot, where there were no palaces before. Central hall, flanked by 2 sets of apartments, of 4 rooms each, with a front entrance composed of a door and 4 windows opening on a porch supported by 4 columns, and forming at the same time the landing between the 2 flights of stairs. Such is the simple and harmonious arrangement which the ruins easily disclose even in their present mutilated condition. The distribution of the doors and windows is one of perfect symmetry, each entrance being in the middle of its wall, greatly differing from the Assyrian halls, where doorways were opened anywhere, near corners as often as not, apparently at random. The size and shape of the apartments, too, are very differently proportioned, quite in accordance with our modern ideas on the subject, showing that no difficulty had to be encountered in roofing the Persian palaces. *9. Behind this palace, the moderate proportions of which show it to have been designed for the king's own dwelling place, and more to the east, occupying very nearly the center of the entire platform, is the famous Hall of the 100 Columns, also built by Darius I. Its size and peculiar arrangement sufficiently enlighten us on its destination, 227 feet every way, with 2 entrances and several windows in each wall. This magnificent building contained only 1 vest hall, the roof of *C. Story of Chaldea, pages 62 to 68 QS. And 402 Media, Babylon, and Persia, which, of mighty cedar and cypress beams, was upborne by 100 columns, 10 rows of 10 of that peculiar and matchlessly fanciful type which is the most distinctive feature of Achaemenian architecture. Tall and slender, they rested lightly on their inverted flower base, carrying the raftered ceiling proudly and with ease on the strong bent necks of the animals which adorned their capitals. Seals 49-51. Have here the throne and audience hall, the reception and banqueting hall of the great Darius. If nothing else, the sculptures in the 8 doorways would assure us of the fact. Here we see the king seated on his throne, which is supported by rows of warriors, in the flowing Median garb or the tight-fitting Persian doublet and hose, or of figures personating subject nations. Seal 54. Here he receives ambassadors or visitors bringing presents. His figure is larger than nature, to elevate him above common humanity, and the attendant who stands behind the throne with the flapper wears the paididna, as though officiating before the sacred fire, CP 114, while the master of ceremonies holds his hand before his mouth, and all who approach the royal presence keep their hands in their long sleeves in token of peaceful intentions. There again the king is presented to us as the earthly image of Ahura Mazda, fulfilling his God-given mission of warring with and annihilating the evil creation of Ngramenu, by stabbing an ugly deva in the shape of a monstrous composite animal, after the manner of the Chaldean wicked demons *, the Aramean beast, as it *C. Story of Chaldea, Ills 54 and 55, 72, 73 and 74. 66. Darius fighting a monster Euliba or Aramean beast. Persepolis, Hall of the 100 Columns. 404 Media, Babylon, and Persia. Has been called. At some of the entrances winged bulls mount their watch, but slightly altered from their Assyrian prototypes, Seal 48. It is easy to imagine the royal throne placed somewhere towards the end of the middle aisle, and the vast hall adorned and, if need be, partitioned by curtains and hangings of precious stuffs, made priceless by costly dyes and embroideries, and which, according as they were looped up or left to fall to the ground, concealed the royal majesty or allowed it to shine forth on the courtiers and guests. The rings and other appurtenances for regulating the hangings must have been somehow attached to the roof rafters, which, like the ceiling, were almost certainly gilt. Indeed, it is very likely that the inner surface of the walls may have been cased in gold plating also, after the manner of the old palaces at Akbatana. A number of short metal tacks have been found, which could scarcely have served any purpose but that of fastening such platings. 10 pillared halls and porticos being an essentially Aryan form of architecture, there is no doubt that when Darius built his residence at Susa he added to it a reception hall similar to that at Persepolis, and, from what the latter teaches us, we can have no difficulty in picturing to ourselves the royal banquet described in the Book of Esther, as given at that capital, perhaps on the king's birthday, or at New Year, the two great occasions of feasting and merrymaking at the Persian court, by Xerxes, the son of Darius, whom the Hebrews have named Ahasuerus. 67 Door of Palace of Darius, Persepolis. 406 Media, Babylon, and Persia. Now it came to pass that in those days, when the king Ahasuerus sat on the throne of his kingdom, which was in Shushan the palace, he made a feast unto all his princes and servants, the power of Persia and Media, the nobles and princes of the provinces, being before him. When he showed the riches of his glorious kingdom, and the honor of his excellent majesty many days. The king made a feast unto all the people that were present in Shan the palace in the court of Tly garden of the king's Gialis, where were white, green, and blue hangings, fastened with cords of tine linen and, purple to silver rings and pillars of marble, the bed/sea, the couches or seats were of gold and silver uj on a pavement of red, and blue, and white, and black marl jail. And they gave them drink in vessels of gold and royal wine in abundance according to the state of the king. Book of Esther, Chi, 1-7. To this same Xerxes, the son of Darius, had a palace of his own at Persepolis, of comparatively small dimensions, but his principal construction there was a fine peristyle or waiting hall which he built at the head of the great western staircase. That such was its destination appears from the sculptures, as well as from the inscription, which calls it a gate, and we can easily imagine some such apartment, where ambassadors, visitors, petitioners, tribute bringers, could await the royal pleasure, processions muster and form, etc., to be a desirable and even necessary addition to the throne and audience hall. Behind the gate building came another pair of stairs, also constructed by Xerxes, and leading up to the second terrace, on which he had erected, a little apart from his father's palace, a new reception hall on a scale scarcely less magnificent than that of Darius. 17 of the 72 black marble columns are still standing, though in A_-4V is asterisk. 2, Su, 68. Pillars of the Hall of Xerxes. Black marble. Height from base to capital 44 feet, of capital 16 feet, circumference 16 feet, 52 flutings. 408 Media, Babylon, and Persia. Sadly mutilated condition, and bear witness to the splendor of the building, which seems to have been unenclosed by walls. The airiness of such an open colonnade would be particularly suited for summer festivals and receptions, and it may be that it was the need of a cooler audience hall which caused this one to be built. Ruins of palaces belonging to later Achaemenian kings, and of the same architectural type, are scattered somewhat irregularly on different points of the platform, but none are either so extensive or interesting as those we have attempted to describe. 12. It is remarkable that nothing is left standing of the masonry of the Persepolitan palaces but the doorways and windows, with their posts and lintels, all of huge marble blocks, with no vestige of walls. These ruins thus present the exact counterpart of those of Assyrian palaces, where nothing is left but the massive walls. Mr. Dulafoy, guided by his observations and actual discoveries at Susa, as well as by examination of the rubbish at Persepolis, suggests a more than plausible reconstruction of the missing masonry. I think, Lai says, that the Achaemenian palaces, with the exception of the columns, doors, windows, and stairs, were built in brick cased with tiles, that these tiles, colored in two tones, light, gray and a grayish rose color *, were disposed in mosaic patterns, that the high cornice Above the denticules of the entablature was ornamented with bas-reliefs in blue tiles representing bulls that, f into the composition of the outer casing of the walls there entered a certain amount of blue tile. %* something like what we call crushed strawberry f just as possibly lions or dogs. / Review Archaeologique, Juillet, 1885. 41 Media, Babylon, and Persia. In another place, however, Mr. Dulafoy admits not having found many fragments of tiles at Persepolis, whence he infers that the decoration in glazed tile work was not anything as prevalent there as it was at Susa, where in fact all the ornamentation appears to have been in that material, probably in imitation of Nebuchadrezzar's palace at Babylon. In fact the near and ever-open quarries of Mt Rachmed were irresistibly suggestive of sculpture, so the sterner and more solidly magnificent Assyrian mode of decoration prevailed. Unlike the Assyrian sculptures, however, the Persian ones do not deal with historical subjects. There are no battles or sieges, no marches in distant lands, no royal hunts, or attempts at landscapes. All that meets our eye brings before us various moments of court ceremonial regulated by the strictest of etiquettes. Here we see the king on his throne, there he meets us, seemingly walking into his own palace, through its main door, c.il. G. There again along the outer wall of the broad stair landing, his guards are ranged in effigies. The living ones no doubt stood in the same place, day after day, presenting arms. c.il 65. The only alternation from court pageantry is to religious compositions, and of these the number is limited to 1 or 2 subjects of a set, unchanging type. But if Persian art was more restricted in its range of subjects, it was freer than the Assyrian in its treatment of the human figure. Sculptors and tile painters had undoubtedly seen Greek models and had some Greek training, very likely the work was directed by Greek artists, and the influence tells in the Nata Darios I, Years of Peace. 4. Iral handling of the draperies and the disappearance of those muscular exaggerations which are so offensive in the Assyrian reproductions of the human form. A13. Survey of the Persepolitan monuments would be incomplete without a mention of the 3 royal tombs cut in the rocky side of Mt Rachmed, just behind the palaces of the living. They are in every particular similar to those at Nakshi Rustem, making with these 7 in all, which leaves only 2 of the Achaemenian kings unaccounted for. Here as there, the door in the sculptured front is a sham one, not made to open, and it has been as yet impossible to discover the real entrance to the mostly capacious sepulchral chambers behind. All we know, from Greek historians, is that the bodies were raised by means of windlasses to be deposited in their place of rest. The openings which are found at present have evidently been made by plunderers. All the tombs were found empty and robbed. As the tomb of Darius I is the only one that has an inscription, the others could not be identified. 15 Darius I, 3rd period, Foreign Wars. I that Darius, after several years of peaceable and useful work, should have deliberately set out on a series of foreign wars, instead of staying at home to enjoy and let his people enjoy their hard-earned prosperity, really seems sheer perversity, unless, as has been suggested, he felt that for a nation like the Persians war and conquest were a necessity, in order to preserve their energy and escape the danger of becoming effeminate in the enjoyment of wealth. His thoughts turned quite naturally to the west and north. All that was to be reached in Asia being already under the Persian domination, Europe was now to be brought under it, and of course there was no lack of good reasons, commercial and political, for such a course. In the first place the Black Sea was to be converted into a Persian lake, the nations on its eastern and southern shore obeyed the rule of Susa and Persepolis, and those on the western and northern shores the Thracians and the Scythians should close the circle. Moreover, they were strong, independent, half-barbarous, and might become dangerous neighbors. So Darius determined, in a vague sort of way, to go over and conquer Scythia. Justi, Geschichte des Alten Perendens. Der Reten si, Foreign Wars. 413, he knew the way was long, so it was to Egypt or to Bactria, he knew there were some unusual obstacles, a sea arm and a great wild river, they should be bridged, As for the country and the people, he knew nothing about them, indeed, but others had submitted, why should not they? 2. In this latter respect the Greeks had greatly the advantage of him, they did know a good deal about the Scythians and their country. The double line of their colonies which gradually extended along the shores of Thracia and Asia Minor had reached, from river to river, the mouths of the great Thracian river, the Ister, Danube, and those of the numerous Scythian, now Russian, ones, along the northern shore of the Black Sea. These rivers flowed through vast and fertile lands, of which they brought the products straight into Greek hands, enlarging and enriching the Greek storehouses and commercial stations. One of these, Olbia, at the mouth of the Hypanis, Bug, grew into a large and luxurious city by nothing but its corn trade and its fisheries. From all accounts, it must have held very much the place that Odessa now holds, from the same causes and in the same conditions. As southern Russia now supplies half the world with wheat, so it did then, as far as the world went at the time, and the entire export trade was centered in Olbia as it now is in Odessa. The next great station was Byzantium, another Greek colony, situated on the Bosporus, where Constantinople now stands. The ships that had taken their lading of corn at Olbia had to carry them out through the Bosporus, so 414 Media, Babylonia, and Persia. Byzantium held then, as it does now, the key of the entire Black Sea trade. Some 70 years after the time of Herodotus we find from contemporary evidence that 600,000 bushels of Scythian corn went to Athens alone every year, and when Philip of Macedon, the father of Alexander, wished to starve Athens, he tried to gain possession of Byzantium. It is probably owing to the importance which the people of the vast region answering to southern Russia had for the Greeks, both of the colonies and at home, that they took some pains to explore it, and their knowledge of it, as imparted to us by Herodotus, who himself visited Olbia and a portion of the surrounding country, is far less defective than on many much less remote places. Indeed, the descriptions of Herodotus have become more and more the base of all geographical and archaeological research on the subject of ancient Russia, and where they bear on climate and the outer features of the country, they are still found amusingly correct. 3. Nothing can be truer than the general remark he.m.Akes, the country has no marvels except its rivers, which are larger and more numerous than those of any other land. These and the vastness of the great plain are worthy of note. Then again, the land is level, well watered, and abounding in pasture, while the rivers which traverse it are almost equal in number to the canals of Egypt. Of these I shall only mention the most famous and such as are navigable to some distance from the sea. He proceeds to describe the 5 chief rivers of that part of the world: the Ister, Danube, the Tigris Darios I, foreign war. 415, Dniester, the Hypanis, Bug, the Bor/Sthenes, Dnieper, the Tanas, Don, and a few more which it is not so easy to identify. The Danube he calls of all the rivers with which we are acquainted the mightiest, and admires its volume of water swelled by so many tributaries, each itself a great river. But of the Dnieper, Bori thence. He speaks with the enthusiasm which that most beautiful and bountiful of streams has never ceased to excite in travelers or its own country people. Next to the Ister, he says, it is the greatest of them all, and in my judgment it is the most productive river, not merely in Scythia, excepting only the Nile, with which no stream can possibly compare. It has upon its banks the loveliest and most excellent pasturages for cattle, it contains abundance of the most delicious fish, its water is most pleasant to the taste, its stream is limpid, while all the other rivers near it are muddy, the richest harvests spring up along its course, and, where the ground is not sown, the heaviest crops of grass, while salt forms in great plenty at the mouth without human aid, and large fish are taken in it of the sort called Antaxis sturgeon, without any prickly bones, and good for pickling. Every word of this applies now, even to that last touch about the sturgeon, which is to our day a favorite fish for pickling. Is not less correct when he speaks of the woodland which stretches by the lower course of the Dnieper, where the river divides into many arms, and which, though not to be compared in thickness with the forests of a more northern tract, presents a refreshing contrast to the absolute barrenness of the surrounding steppes, or when he places the most fertile lands higher up along the course of the river, and describes them as being settled with a nation which he calls husbandmen, for L6 Media, Babylon, and Perspa, or agricultural Scythians, whose pursuit was farming, and who raised most of the corn that was sold at Albia and exported. Beyond these he places a desert region or steppe land, ranged over by nomadic Scythians, and there, at no great distance from the river, he tells us the tombs of the Scythian kings were situated. Modern research has proved this particular also to be correct, by discovering and exploring the largest of the innumerable barrows or mounds which there cover the plain, varying its flatness with some undulation, and leading us to think that those steppes served as a burying ground, not to the kings alone, but to the nation at large. For as he gets farther away from the seashore and the Greek settlements, his descriptions naturally become less distinct, less accurate, and at last grow quite vague and fabulous in their details. But even then a good many traits remain which are easy to recognize or, at least, to interpret. So his account of the climate, as far as his personal observation goes, is perfectly true to nature as well as amusing with the quaintness of the impression produced on a Greek by the to him unfamiliar phenomenon of a frozen ground. The whole district whereof we have discoursed, he says, has winters of exceeding rigor. The frost is so intense, that water poured upon the ground does not form mud, but if a fire be lighted on it, mud is produced. The sea freezes at that season. The Scythians make warlike expeditions upon the ice. For winter there is scarcely any rain worth mentioning, while in summer it never gives over raining, and thunder comes only in summer, when it is very heavy. Horses bear the winter well, cold as it is. Darius I, Foreign Wars. 417. Now there is not one word in this that does not tell. But when we come to such a passage as the following, it is not hard to say that observation has given place to hearsay. Above, to the northward of the farthest dwellers in Scythia, the country is said to be concealed from sight and made impassable by reason of the feathers which are shed abroad abundantly. The earth and air are full of them, and this it is which prevents the eye from obtaining any view of the region. We are familiar through Grimm's nursery tales with the old German snow myth, of Frau Holle emptying her feather beds, and so we are pleased and amused to see our dear old friend's good common sense giving him the clue to what seemed to him at first only an absurd rumor, with respect to the feathers which are said by the Scythians to fill the air and to prevent persons from penetrating into the remoter parts of the continent, or even having any view of those regions. My opinion is, that in the countries above Scythia it always snows, now less, of course, in the summer, than in the winter time. Snow when it falls looks like feathers, as every one is aware, who has seen it come down close to him. These northern regions, therefore, are uninhabitable by reason of the severity of the winter, and the Scythians, with their neighbors, call the snowflakes feathers, because, I think, of the likeness which they bear to them. One can gather a good deal more valuable information through fanciful stories about cannibals, one-eyed men, and griffins. It is plain that the gold which the latter guard is that of the Aral mines, which certainly were known to the Greeks of Albia and the other Black Sea colonies, and as certainly there was an overland route frequented by Greek traders. It is said that 7 interpreters were needed for the journey, the way lying through Na 41 Media, Babylon, and Persia, speaking 7 different languages. It is very possible that the Greeks purposely kept these things rather dark, so as not to divulge the secret of their commercial operations and the sources of their greatest profits. 5. The country, of which Herodotus gives us so detailed and animated an account, answers to the southern half of Russia. Of the nations which inhabited or roamed those vast and in great part wild regions, he only gives us the names as far as they were known to him, and in the Greek forms, which make foreign places and people so hard to identify. As to their manners and customs, he dismisses them mostly with this sweeping and uncomplimentary remark: the Euxine, Black Sea, where Darius now went to war, has nations dwelling around it, with the one exception of the Scythians, more unpolished than those of any other region that we know of. Accordingly he devotes to the Scythians many most interesting pages. In the first place he notes that they really were named Skoloti, but the Greeks had got into the habit of calling them Scythians. This agrees with what we know from other sources, namely, that Scythians was not a race name at all, but one promiscuously used for all remote, little known, especially nomadic peoples of the north and northeast, denoting tribes as well of Turanian as of Indo-European stock. To the latter the Scythians of Russia are now universally admitted to have belonged. He divides the nations into the husbandmen, the only portion of it that was settled and given to farming Darius I, foreign wars. 419, CP 414, the royal Scythians, including probably the royal and noble clans, and the wandering Scythians, who neither plough nor sow, whose country, the whole of which is quite bare of trees, answers to the immense steppe region between the Dnieper and the Don. These nomads, like many Turanian tribes of our own day in eastern Russia and Central Asia, followed their herds and flocks from pasture to pasture, living in wagons drawn by oxen or tents carried on wagons and easily planted into the ground. This mode of life greatly impressed Herodotus, as implying the peculiar manner of warfare, the advantages of which the Persians had just found out to their cost. Only he ascribes to premeditated wisdom what was merely a natural outcome of all the conditions of their existence. The Scythians, he says, have in one respect, and that the very most important of all those that fall under man's control, shown themselves wiser than any nation upon the face of the earth. The one thing of which I speak is the contrivance by which they make it impossible for the enemy who invades them to avoid destruction, while they themselves are entirely out of his reach, unless it pleases them to engage with him. Having neither cities nor forts, and carrying their dwellings with them wherever they go, accustomed, moreover, one and all of them, to shoot from horseback, and living not by husbandry, but by their cattle, their wagons the only houses that they possess, how can they fail of being unconquerable, and unassailable even? 6. With the appearance and costume of these ancestors of the Russians we are familiar chiefly from the marvelously beautiful and finished works of art found in a Scythian royal tomb at Kerch, ancient Pantikapi/Ian, a colony of Miletus on the 420 Media, Babylon, and Persia. Extreme eastern point of the Crimean Peninsula, and consistently principally in vases of silver and electron. They are 200 or 300 years later in date than the time we have arrived at, and of pure Greek workmanship, but they most certainly, and all the more faithfully, are portrayed from nature. The types they represent could not have changed in so short a time, since now, after a lapse of 2000 years, we recognize in them those of our modern Russian peasantry, where it has not been modified beyond recognition by contact WNTH foreigners or newfangled imported fashions. The costume too, the belted kaftan with its border of fur and its embroideries, the trousers struck into the soft boot, probably felt, and, in some cases, the bandaged feet is worn, scarcely changed at all, in every Russian village. Their fondness for vapor baths, also, though they knew them only in a rudimentary and barbarous form, has descended to the present owners of the land. As for any others of their customs, they appear savage and crude in the extreme in Herodotus' narrative, though hardly more so than those of many German and other warlike tribes in the early part of the mid-DLE ages. It is curious that he asserts that they took their vanquished enemies' scalps, and describes the process exactly as the American Indians have always practiced it. But they must have surpassed even these in fierceness, if it is true that they not only hung the scalps to their bridle rein, taking pride in these trophies in proportion to their numbers, but made themselves cloaks by sewing a quantity together. Others, we are told, flay the right 422 Media, Babylon, and Persia arms of their enemies, and make of the skin which is stripped off with the nails hanging to it, as we do of lions' and tigers' skins, a covering for their quivers. Such things are entirely foreign and, one of old think, repugnant to Greek culture, which is generally mild and temperate, yet Herodotus merely observes that the skin of a man is thick and glossy, and would in whiteness surpass, almost all other hides. Nor does he express any horror at their way of using their enemies' skulls as drinking cups, at feasts, receptions of guests, and other solemn occasions, after casing them on the outside with leather, and if rich enough lining the inside with gold. True, he remarks in one place, that their customs are not such as he admires, a blame which probably is meant to cover these traits, and some others far more objectionable, because implying cruelty to the living. Such were their human sacrifices, and especially the funerals of their kings. Not only they put to death and burned with him at least one of his wives and all his chief body servants together, with his favorite horse or horses, but after a year had elapsed, strangled 50 more youths from among his best attendants, and as many of the finest horses, and disposed them around the mount, the men astride of the horses, in ghastly imitation of a mounted guard of honor. Stakes passed through the bodies maintain them in the required position. 7 Such were the country and nation which Darius, surely somewhat lightly, determined to invade, never doubting but that he would, without any very uncommon difficulty, add it to his empire. 71 Greek silver vase, found at Kerch, ancient Pantikap Onj 424 Media, Babylon, and Persia. He would on the same occasion make sure of Thracia and the Greek cities on both sides of the Bosporus and Hellespont, as well as of several Greek islands. It is said that one of his brothers entreated him to desist, and tried to make him realize the great difficulties he was going to encounter. But his mind was made up, and he sent messengers to all the Greek cities of Asia Minor, with orders to equip and man 600 ships with 3 rows of oars triers, which were to sail up to the Bosporus and there to build a bridge of ships across the straits, while he himself collected the contingents of the several Asiatic nations. His army numbered 700,000 when he led it from Susa. He found all done and the fleet assembled when he arrived at the Bosporus, which he immediately crossed, leaving the bridge in the charge of part of the fleet and the Greek cities along both sides on the Bosporus, although they had but recently been conquered and annexed. He had no difficulty with the Thracians, they either submitted as he passed or had given earth and water to his envoys before. Only one nation, close to the Danube, attempted resistance, but was crushed by numbers. Besides, he did not go very far inland, but skirted at a distance the sweep of the Black Sea, accompanied and supported by the fleet. The trysting place was the mouths of the Danube, which the ships entered, while the land army stopped, until the river was bridged, just behind the delta, i.e., the place where it separates into several branches. The ships sent by the Ionian cities were commanded by the respective tyrants of Darius I, foreign wars. 425 these cities, and to them Darius entrusted the keeping of the bridge during his absence, appointing a certain time during which they were to keep faithful watch, and after which they might, if they did not see him or his army, give him up for lost and return to their homes. 8 From the moment that Darius had crossed the Danube and plunged into the land of Scythia, which began at once on the opposite bank, everything about his movements becomes uncertain. The detailed account of his marches and counter-marches in all possible directions, as given by Herodotus, lacks consistency, or rather common sense, and can easily be seen to come through the magnifying medium of Scythian legends, not improved by Greek rendering. What we can gather with certainty is that the Scythians, after sending their families away to distant pastures and to various neighbors for safekeeping, immediately engaged in their own peculiar mode of warfare, that warfare which Herodotus so highly admires, CP 419, and which consisted in drawing the enemy farther and farther into the country, never actually fighting, but always harassing him, so as to wear and starve him out, without ever staking their fate on the issue of a battle. Detachments of their light infantry, and in fact they were all light infantry, began to show themselves 3 days' march from the Danube. The ponderous Persian host at once prepared for an engagement, and followed, expecting that the enemies were showing them the way to a convenient battleground. Thus Darius committed his one and fatal mistake, he al 426 Media, Babylon, and Persia. Allowed himself to be decoyed away from the seashore, and consequently cut off from retreat and supplies alike. It was long before he discovered the trick, which was continually repeated, with unvaried success, and when he did he was very far north, still pursuing an elusive, unfindable foe. The army by this time must have greatly suffered from want, not of water, but of provisions. For there were no cultivated lands to be plundered, no cities to be sacked, and the flocks and herds were kept out of the way. At length the Persians found themselves in a land of woods and marshes, by the sources of some of the great rivers. Here Herodotus gives a little incident which has a great look of genuineness about it. This had gone on so long, and seemed so interminable, that Darius at last sent a horseman to the Scythian king, with the following message: "Thou strange man, why dost thou keep on flying before me, when there are two things thou mightest do so easily? If thou deemest thyself able to resist arms, cease thy wanderings and come, let us engage in battle. Or if thou art conscious that my strength is greater than thine, even so shouldst thou cease to run away, thou hast but to bring thy lord earth and water, and to come at once to a conference." To this message the Scythian king replied, "This is my way, Persian. I never fear men or fly from them. I have not done so in times past, nor do I now fly from thee. There is nothing new or strange in what I do, I only follow my common mode of life in peaceful years. If, however, you must needs come to blows with us speedily, look you now, there are our fathers' tombs, seek them out and attempt to meddle with them, and then we shall see whether or no we will fight with you. Till ye do this, be sure that we shall not join battle, unless it pleases us. Earth and water I do not send, but thou shalt soon receive more suitable gifts." 9 Still the Scythians ceased to draw the Persians on, and began, instead, to harass them with annexed Darius I, foreign wars. 427 Pected attacks and cavalry night skirmishes. And soon came the mysteriously promised gifts. The Scythian princes dispatched a herald to the Persian camp with presents for the king. These were a bird, a mouse, a frog, and 5 arrows. The Persians asked the bearer to tell them what these gifts might mean, but he made answer that he had no orders save to deliver them and to return again with all speed. If the Persians were wise, he added, they would find out the meaning for themselves. So when they heard this, they held a council to consider the matter. Darius gave it as his opinion that the Scythians intended a surrender of themselves and all their country, both land and water, into his hands. This he conceived to be the meaning of the gifts, because the mouse is an inhabitant of the earth and eats the same food as man, while the frog passes his life in the water, the bird bears a great resemblance to the horse, and the 5 arrows might signify the surrender of all their power. To the explanation of Darius, Gobryas, one of the 7 conspirators against the Magian, and the king's father-in-law, offered another, which was as follows: "Unless, Persians, ye can turn into birds and fly up into the sky, or become mice and burrow underground, or make yourselves frogs and take refuge in the fens, ye will never make your escape from this land, but die pierced by our arrows." This explanation, under existing circumstances, struck Darius himself and all the other Persians as by far the more probable of the two, and they lost no time in acting on the hint, if perchance it were not yet too late. Besides, they were now seized with the very reasonable fear that the Lonians might have broken faith with them, or a detachment of Scythians might have overwhelmed the keepers and destroyed the bridge. So they swiftly retraced their steps, and made for the Danube in as direct a line as they could, with their ignorance of the country. There is of course no proof of this story, but it is a pretty one, well in keeping, and not intrinsically improbable. 428 Media, Babylon, and Persia. They had not now to complain of the Scythians' unwillingness to attack and fight, but were glad when they succeeded in keeping them off their track, or in deceiving them by little devices, such as keeping their tents pitched and their campfires burning while they stole away at dawn. Lo! Meanwhile, the disaster which they dreaded was very near actually happening. Some Scythians had had a parley with the Ionian princes and urged them to break the bridge and hasten back to their homes, rejoicing that they were free, and thanking the gods and the Scythians. The temptation was great. Here as a chance at one stroke to restore the liberties of all the Greek cities, and Miltiades, a young Athenian nobleman, who was the chief, or rather king, of the peninsula which skirts the Hellespont on the European side, and who had but lately submitted to the Persian rule, was all for following the Scythians' advice, on patriotic grounds, thinking it a shame to miss such an opportunity of throwing off a yoke which, mild as it might be, still was a form of bondage, of slavery. The Ionian princes, at the war council which was held on the subject, were ready to join him, when the chief among them, Hlstiaios, tyrant of Miletus, who enjoyed greater weight and influence from being the ruler of the first among the Ionian cities, reminded them that it would be entirely against their interests to break their trust. "It is through Darius," he said, "that we enjoy our thrones in our several states. If his power be overturned, I cannot continue lord of Miletus, nor ye of your cities. For there is not one of them which Darius I, Foriga wars. 429 will not prefer democracy to kingly rule." This argument was found so persuasive, that when the votes were collected, Miltiades saw himself alone of his opinion. It was therefore decided to hold the bridge for Darius. Historians have praised or blamed this decision, according as they took the standpoint of patriotism and love of liberty, or of duty to a trust. It was, however, not this latter feeling, noble under any circumstances, but purely selfish considerations which influenced the Ionian princes, proving, at all events, the wisdom of Cairo's policy in placing native tyrants over the cities, then showing them favor, honor, and trust. The newly annexed cities on the Bosporus showed more patriotic zeal, and destroyed or damaged the bridge left in their charge, so that Darius, who was now so hotly pursued by the Scythians, even after having recrossed the Danube, that he could not shake them off on the march through Thracia, down to the very seashore, had to change his route, and cross the Hellespont on ships, nor did he feel himself safe until he, F.A. Sardis. Thus ended this extraordinary undertaking, the only absolutely unreasonable act that can be charged to this great king. Yet his losses were not so great as his recklessness deserved, they did not amount to more than 1/10 of his army. And one advantage was gained, the subjection of the Greek colonies all along the Thracian shore, the Hellespont, and the Bosporus. These latter had to pay dearly for their act of rebellion, for Darius, as he crossed back to Asia, left a general behind, with another 1/10 of his army, on purpose to punish them and keep the others in obedience. 430 Media, Babylon, and Persia. To the last period of Darius' reign also belong the expeditions, at one end of the empire, into Punjab, and at the opposite end, west of Egypt, across the desert, into the territory of Cyrene and Barca. But neither of the expeditions was conducted personally by the king, neither were they of much importance in the general history of the times, nor had any very notable results, except that the near approach of a Persian army caused Carthage to enter into negotiations and buy herself off from a threatened invasion, by a tribute which she paid regularly for several years. Very different is the interest which attaches to the movements of the Greek cities in Ionia and the adjoining province. For there a beginning had been made, a leaven had been stirred, which was not to be quelled with the ease that the Persian king had encountered till now in his dealings with these portions of his empire. The spirit of independence shown by the northern cities had proved contagious after all, and revolts and conspiracies against the foreign rule broke out here and there. The center and soul of these conspiracies was Miletus, whose love of liberty Histiaeus had well judged. The beautiful city was besieged, taken, and destroyed almost entirely, to the unutterable consternation of the entire Hellenic world. Her citizens were deported to the Persian Gulf, her youths and maidens taken for booty or sold for slaves, while the rebellious cities on the Hellespont were burned down. The Persian rule, as it became older, was gradually changing its character, growing heavier and harsher, and, when opposed, drifting 432 Media, Babylon, and Persia into ordinary Oriental cruelty. Besides, Darius had returned home bitterly mortified and irritated by his bootless and senseless expedition into the wilds of Scythia, and gladly vented his irritation on those who displeased him. His great grudge was now against the Greeks, not those of Asia, but those across the sea, the people of Hellas. He knew that they were one nation with these rebellious colonies, that they gave them support, encouragement, and sympathy, and determined to make an end of the entire obnoxious race. Little did he dream that the mortification and losses of his Scythian campaign were as nothing to those which he was to experience at the hands of this nestful of traders, seamen, farmers, and craftsmen, that Miltiades, after being overruled by his timid and selfish compeers on Battle of Marathon, 490 BC, the Danube, would yet satisfy his patriotic ambition, and, as the hero of M/AR Raytheon, I check on the overwhelming deluge from the east, or that not only not he himself, but his children, his children's children should ever be able to achieve the task which he now undertook, with all the caution and preparation of a wise general, indeed, but with absolute faith in its quick and easy completion. But this glorious struggle and triumph of the few lifted to superhuman heroism by an ennobling moral principle, as against the merely brutal force of number bears, does not properly belong any more to the history of the East, nor to that of remote antiquity. It is the dawn of a new star, in the West, and of times which, from their spirit, actors, and achievements, may almost be called modern. At the bottom of Darius I, Foreign Wars. 433. The new departure lies the difference between the ideals, the conception of the beauty and dignity of political and social life set up by the Oriental and a Western man, good master, is the prayer and ideal of the Asiatic. No master. Liberty at any price, as the highest good in itself, is that of the Greek. And the Greek wins the day, for his own time and for his own race, and for future times and races to come. Index. Oms, see Amasis. Abkarka, Ancient Coasts, River, 334. Akazans, an early Greek nation, of Pelasgic stock, 202, 203. Azerbaijan, see Atropatene. Aditya's, a group of Aryan deities, 41. Ishranadeva, first of Devas, 98, see Asmodeus. Agamtanu, see Agbatana. Agbatana, modern Hamadan, capital of Media, 262. Palace and citadel of, 263 to 266. Ahasuerus, Hebrew name of Xerxes, 404. Ahai, the Aryan cloud serpent, 47. Ahriman, see Engramanu. Ahanavarya, Parsi Anavar, the most sacred and potent text, 86, its power over the fiends, 87. Ahura Mazda, the supreme god of Aaron, meaning of the name, 61, originally a SK, god, 61, 62, his connection with Mithra, 62, 63, the chief of the Amishaspentas, 75, their creator, 77. Aridnaviagia, the primeval home of the Aryas, 37. Ajidahaka, same as Aji, 88. Aji, the fiend serpent, 80c, Ahi. Oxemenes, Hakamanish, prince of the Pasargati, the founder of the Persian hereditary monarchy, 279, 286. Ak, Eminidra, name of the dynasty founded by Octaemenes, 279, genealogical table of the, 287. Ako Mano, worst mind, opposed to Vohumano, 103. Alarodians, supplanted by Aryans in Euryto, 187. Alexander the Great of Macedon burns down Persepolis, 27. Alborge, see Harabarazide. Allegory, as different from myth, 72. Alyattes, king of Lydia, aggrandizes Lydia, 219, his war with Media, 220, makes peace with Cyaxares and marries his daughter to Cyaxares' son Astyages, 221. The greatest of the mare, Nadi, 306. Amardians, or Mardians, one of the nomadic Persian tribes, probably un-Aryan, 278. Amasis, Oms, dethrones Hopra and usurps the crown of Egypt, 307, his liberal policy obnoxious to the Egyptians, 347, 348, prepares against a Persian invasion under Cambyses, 348, 349. Amazons, origin of the fable, 198-201. Amarita, see Orbitat, and Amarita. Amishaspentas, the seven bountiful immortals, 7478, the Amshaspans or archangels of the Parsis, 74. Ammon, temple of, and expedi 436 Media, Babylon, and Persia. Shin sent against the Ammonians by Cambyses, 355. Amshaspans, see Amishaspentas Amidus, or Amuhaya, queen of Nebuchadrezzar of Babylon, 221. The Hanging Gardens, constructed for, 234. Daughter of Astyages of Media, probably married to Kyros, 295. Anduan, see Anshan. Engramenu, Araman, the Archfiend, 88. Anchiedil Diparin, French Cholar and traveler, his journey to India in search of Parsi manuscripts, 8-11, his success, 11, 12, abused by William Jones and other scholars, IB, his real value, 13. Anshan, also Anzan, Asan, and Anduan, a part of Elani, 278, occupied by the Persians, 280. Anzan, see Anshan. Apmnapt, son of the waters, a name of lightning, 45, Apamnapat, a name of adder. 80, see Apamnapat. Apasa, the drought fiend, his conflict against Tishraya, 82, S3. Apollo, the Greek sun god, his shrine and oracle at Delphi, 189, 210, at Miletus, 209. Apries, see Hopra. Aptia, see Trita. Arabs, their conquest, and a Persian of Persia, 2-4. Aranati, an Aryan deity, 76. Ardvisira and Heta, the celestial spring, Iranian goddess, 65. Ardis, king of Lydia, son of Gyges, 218. Ariarams, Aryaramana on Persian monuments, son of Tisps and king of Persia, 280, 286. Aryaramana, see Ariarams. Armenians, the Aryan settlers of Urido, 187. Arsames, Arshama on Persian monuments, son of Ariarams and king of Persia, 280, 286. Art, Persian, oldest relics of, at Pasargadsi, 303, 304, imitative, IB, at Susa, 333-343, at Persepolis, 392-404, compared to Assyrian, 410. Artaxerxes, palace of, at Susa, 334. Artemis, temple of, at Ephesus, 209. Aphias, primeval, 37, their nature worship, 38-40, their sun myth, 43, their storm myth, 44, their ideas of sacrifice, 47-5 / Arianes, daughter of Alyattes, married to Astyages, son of Kyaxes, 221. Ashavahishta, perfect holy. Nes, one of the Amishasper. Tas, 75. Ashavan, follower o truth, 103. Asia Minor, never subdued by Assyria, 1s6, 187. Subject to Greek influences, 190, 202. Greek colonies in, 207. Asmodeus, the Hebrew equivalent of Ishmetova. 157. Aspahiastra, and 3 end pound dire. End of punishment in. IHC Vendidad, 158. Asan, C. Anchar. Astyages, Ishtubgo cuneiform monuments, Sun 01 Kyaxares, Maries Arienus, daughter of Alyattes, king of Lydia, 221, succeeds Lys' father in Media 224, his contemptible character, 261, dethroned by Kairos from Cylinders, 289, from Herodotus, 290 generously treat, ed by Kairos, 296. Asura, Lord, by word of Dyaus and Varuna, 40. Asura, Sanskrit equivalent of Asura, 61, used in an evil sense, Lu. Atar, fire, connection with Ahu index. 437 Ra Mazda, 62, his demands on men, 79. Hga, fire altar, 118, 152. Bactri, capital of ancient Bactria, mentioned in the Avesta, 26. Atharuan, one of the oldest Sanskrit names for lightning, 42, the son of Varuna, 16, derivatives, 16. Athravan, the Iranian priests in Bakhti-Yari Mountains, 278. Varishnam, the Great Nine Nights Purification, 136. Bardiya, called by the Greek Smerdis, younger son of Kairos the Avesta, 150, 152. Athwaya, C3 Tahana. Atrana, the first impostor and usurper of Elam, under Darius the Great, 345, assassinated by order of Cambyses, 350, personated by an impostor, 357. Bersma, bundle of sacred twigs, 374, captured and slain, 376. Atropatene, modern Azerbaijan, 144, the country of sacred fires, 152. Avesta, the now generally accepted name for the sacred book of 118, 120, probably introduced by Turanian influences, 148, 149. Barsua, see Parsua. Behistun or Baisutun, ancient Bagistana, Rock of, 282, exploration of, by Sir Henry C. Rawlin the Araneans, 20, its component parts, 29-31. Avesta Zend, proper name of the sacred book of the Iranese Sun, 284, sculpture and inscriptions on the Rock of, 285, 286, 360, 361, 366, 381, 382. Belshazzar, see Belshazzar. ANS, 20. Belshazzar, Belshazzar, son of Avestan creed, or profession of Nabonidus, 322. Faith, 3. Burden, Mr. Geo, Assyriologist, Avestan, the now generally 252 and 254, notes. Adopted name for the language Bombay, city on the western coast of the Avesta, 20. Of India, headquarters of the Evil Marduk, evil Mardach of the Bible, son and successor of Nebuchadrezzar, 319. Babil, mound of, uncertainty about, 233. Babylon, walls of, built by Nebuchadrezzar, 228-230, the Great Bridge at, 231, the Palace, 232, the Hanging Gardens, 234-238, Temple of Bel at, 238-240 sub, Mitz to Kairos, 327-328. Babylonian Empire, its share of the Assyrian spoils, 173. Customs, 242-260. Women, independent position Parsis, 5, 6. Borsip, Temple of Nebo at, 227. Boris thence, modern Dnieper, a Scythian river, described by Herodotus, 415. Bosporus, 413, Darius crosses it on a bridge of ships, 424, Greek cities on, Rebel, 429. Borgia, Geo, G.E., English traveller and scholar, 8. Branchitti, the hereditary priests of Apollo at Miletus, 209. Bug, Russian river, see Hypanis. Buninitu, a Babylonian woman, often recurring in the Egypti tablets, 251, 256, 259, note. Bundihusk, a Pahlavi sacred book, of, 255 to 257. Bactria, probably the country of King Vishtaspat, Zarathustra's friend, 26. Bagistana, see Behistun. 32. Bernouv, Eugene, French Orientalist, his work on the Zoroastrian books, 14, 15. Byzantium, a Greek colony on the 438 Media, Babylon, and Persia. Bosporus, controls the trade of the Black Sea, 413, 414. See Cappadocia, a country of Asia Minor, Hittite traces in, 198-201. Caria, a country of Asia Minor, troops from, support Gyges, 18s. Chinvat Bridge, 95, note, Los, kept by dogs, 140, mentioned in the Gathas, 162, 165. Chaish, see Tisps. Kosps, river of Susa, only water drunk by Persian kinds, sculptures and inscriptions on the rock of Behistun, 282 to 287, his account of Gomada's usurpation, 361, plots against the false Bardiya, 362, with 6 companions attacks and slays him, 364-365, his tolerance and respect towards foreign religions, 368, his tomb at Nakshi Rustem, 369, himself a Mazdaisnian, 369, 370, faces and fights down rebellion in all the provinces, 372 to 381, institutes the satrapies, 384-3s6. Introduces regular taxation, 386, 3s7, constructs roads, and founds the Cilicia, a country of Asia Minor, submits to Cyrus, 317. Coining, invented by the Lydians, 212 to 217. Corpses, impurity of, 124, how to dispose of, 124 to 128. Pollution, by, and purification, 135 to 137, not to be carried by one man alone, 138, how to be treated in winter, out of reach of Docamus, 132, 142. Cylinder, containing proclamation of Kairos, 281-2s2, 327, Annals of Nabonidus, 289, 328. Cyprus, Isle of, occupied by Amasis. Dedavas, demons, fiends, 64. Devaisnian, meaning of the word, 95. Docamus, the Zoroastrian seam postal system, 387 to 389 unites, the Mediterranean with the Red Sea, 389, 390, introduces uniformity of coinage, 390, founds Persepolis, 391, his buildings there, 392 to 404, invades Scythia, 422 to 425, his unsuccessful campaign, 425 to 429, prepares a campaign against Hellas, 432. Delitzsch, Professor Friedrich, on the House of Egypti, 246. Delphi, shrine and oracle of Apollo at, questioned by Gyges, 189, 210. Nineveh, Mt, highest peak of the Elberts range, 64, note, Ajita Hawk chained under, 97, note. Dester, Parsi high priest, 13, 15. Devas, gods of light in India, 99. Dulafoy, Mr. E, French explorer of Susa, 319, 333 to 343, on the palaces at Persepolis, Teres, 124 to 128, impurity of, and meritoriousness of pulling them down, 131, original meaning of the name, 370. Danube, Sea Easter. Darius crosses it on a bridge of ships, 40s to 410. Disful, a modern city near Susa, 333 Jamaspa, a follower of Zarathustra, 108. Jumjama, Mount of, site of 424 Dariabush, see Darius. Darius I, son of Histisps, king of Persia, successor of Cambyses II. Dariabush on the Persian monuments, is the house of Egibai, 244. Dinapir, see Boris thence. Diniastru, see Tyrus. Dog, the sacred animal of the Avesta, 139, the care and respect due to it, 139 to 141. Index. 439 Don, see Tanis. Dorians, one of the Greek tribes, their descent from Epirus and Thessaly into Lower Greece and the Peloponnesus, 204 to 207. Dosabai Fratungi Karika, a modern Parsi writer, quoted, 4. Drttj, the spirit of Iie, 106, Nasu, the corpse fiend, 93, 135, mode of purification from the, Frascaesaro, a follower of Zalthushlara, 108. Fravardish, Fraorts, the impostor and usurper of Media, under Darius I, 376, his capture and execution, 380. Fravishis, spirits of the departed, 71, supply their kindred with water, 83,84, 154, transformed probably under Turanian influ 136. Drudjavan, follower of falsehood, Ince, 155, in the Pahlavi period, 156. 103 G. Didas, the Aryan sky god, 40. Eclipse, Battle of the, 220. Egibai, banking house of, at Babylon, 244 to 250. The name Prob, ably equivalent to the Hebrew Yakub, 246. Elam, see Sujana. Elberts, 64, note. Elvend, Mt, see Mt Orontes. Ephesus, a Greek city in Asia Minor, Temple of Artemis at, 208, 209. Aranians, one of the great divisions of the Aryan race in Asia, 15, their migrations and hard struggles with nature, 57 to 59. Their character, their dualism and its origin, 59, 60, their lack of imagination, 65, 66. Ethiopians, conquered by Cambyses, 355. Evil Merodach, see Avil Marduk. Ezekiel, his prophecy about Tyre, 183, about Egypt, 184. F. Ganges, Great River of India, 56. Jayokarana, or White Hauma, the celebrated tree of life, 65. Garmapada, 5th month of the Persian calendar == July-August, 360. Garonmana, the Iranian paradise, 63. Gudhas, songs, oldest portion of the Avesta, 24, contains Zarathustra's own teaching, 97. Gaumata, the Magian, an impostor personates Bardiya, son of Kairos, and usurps the crown, 360, slain by Darius and his 6 companions, 365. Gebers, see Parsis. Gera, a Babylonian colony on the Arabian coast, 241. Jashurvan, the guardian of Kettle, 100, his petition to Ahura Mazda, Loi. Gabrias, the Mede, a general of Kairos, occupies northern Babylonia and Babylon, 328. Father-in-law of Darius I, one of the 7 who slew Gaumata the Magian. Ers or Farsistan, see Persis. Faridun, Iranian hero king, 97, note. Fire worshippers, name given to the Parsis, a misnomer, I, 6. Frangrasian, a Turanian ruffian, Gomez, purification by, 136. Gujard, or Gujarat, a peninsula of India, 5. Guyard, Stanislas, French Assyriologist, 146, note. Gyges, Gugu, founder of the Lydian dynasty of the Mermaj, 81. Story of, 188, 189, his gifts to 440 Media, Babylon, and Persia. The Delphic Apollo, 210, probably invented coining, 212. H. Hakamanish, see Oxemenes. Halavi, French Semitist, 146, note. Ilalis, modern Kizil Irmak, a river of Asia Minor, 187. Haniadon, Cagl Atna. Hanging Gardens at Babylon, 234-238. Hauia, the sacrificial liquor, 30, white or Jaokarina, 65, 118, 120. Harabarazide, the sacred mountain of Iranian myth, 63. Haridi Berza, see Harabarez 80. Harlez, manager Sida, French translator of the Avesta, his views on Turanian influences in the Avesta, 147-156. Harpagos, a Median lord, helps Kairos to overthrow Astyages, 290. Part assigned to him in the fabulous legend of Kairos' childhood, 292-293, conquers the Greek cities of Asia Minor for Kairos, 316. Harpies, Lycian death goddesses, 193. Orvitae Tandamurata, health and immortality, the 2 last Amishaspentas, 76. Hebrew affinities, in the Avesta, 156-158. Hellas, the national common name of Greece, 202. Hellenes, national name of the Greeks, 204. Hellespont, crossed by Darius in his retreat from Scythia, 429. Hermus, a river in Lydia, 207, 312. Herodotus, his description of Babylonian customs, 242-244. Hindus, one of the great divisions of the Aryan race in Asia, 15. Histieos, tyrant of Miletus, persuades the Ionian princes to keep the bridge on the Danube for Darius, 428. Hittite, sanctuaries in Asia Minor, 198-201. Hopfra, Apries, king of Egypt, succeeds his father Necho to 180. Goes to the rescue of Jeru, Salem, but is routed and driven back, 180, 181, dethroned by Amasis, 307. Hakia, a peak of the Harabarazide, 65. Huzvarish, the Semitic part of the Pahlavi texts, 22. Havarano, kingly glory, 80, 81. Hypanes, modern Bug, a Scythian river, 413, 415. Histisps, Greek form of Vishtaspa, father of Darius I, 2s6, was heir presumptive but never reigned, 288. Ieba, son of Silla, a man named in the Egypti tablets, 246. Idina Marduk son of Basha, a man named in the Egypti tablets, 257. Imgurbel, inner wall of Babylon, 230. India, its geographical conditions and influence on the Aryan conquerors, 56-57. Indo-Iranians, 37. Indra, the Aryan thunder god, 46. Indus, great river of India, 56. Lonians, one of the old Greek tribes, of Pelasgic stock, 204. Ishtuggu, see Astyages. Istakru, modern name of the site of Persepolis, 392. Ister, modern Danube, 413, 414. Jajkanaya, see Jehoiakin. Jehoahaz, son and successor of Index. 441. Josiah, submits to Necho, and is carried away captive, 171. Jehoiakim, another of Josiah's sons, succeeds his brother Jehoahaz, 172, submits to Nebuchadrezzar, 174, dies, 176. Jehoiakin, or Jeconiah, succeeds his father Jehoiakim, as king of Judah, and gives himself up to Nebuchadrezzar, 176. Jeremiah, his preaching and unpopularity, 175, urges submiss Zion to Nebuchadrezzar, 177-1. So, endures persecution, isi. Jerusalem, taken by Nebuchadrezzar, 176, retaken and destroyed, 181-183. Jews, carried into captivity by Nebuchadrezzar, 1s3, Kal Kyros, king of Persia, 326, 327, delivered from captivity by Kyros, 330. Jones, William, English Orientalist, abuses Ainquetil Duperon, 12, founder of Sanskrit studies, 15. Josephus, the Jewish historian, 233. Josiah, king of Judah, defeated by Necho at Megiddo, 171. K. Cambyses, see Cambyses. Cambyses, Cambyses, son of Kyros the Great, at Babylon, 330, viceroy of Babylon, 331, succeeds his father, 344, his character, 344, 345, prepares for a campaign against Egypt, 346-349, has his brother Bardiya assassinated, 349, 350, invades Egypt and defeats Samitic 3. At Pelusian, 351, takes Memphis and subdues all Egypt, IV, his moderate rule and respect shown to Egyptian customs and religion, 352-353, his reluctance to return to Persia and increasing mental perturbation, 354, sends an expedition against the Ammonians and himself leads one into Ethiopia, 355, receives the news of a general revolt at home and the usurpation of the throne by an impostor, 357, confesses his crime and takes his own life, 358. Cambyses L, son of Kyros I, and king of Anshan, 280. Candaeules, king of Lydia, story of, 188, 189. Carchemish, battle of, 172. Carpans, priests of hostile religions, 108. Kasra, mound of, the site of Nebuchadrezzar's palace, 232. Cassandane, Persian queen of Kyros the Great, 297. Kavavish Taspa, Sivish Taspa. Caister, a river in Asia Minor, 207. Kerch, ancient Pantecapsian, Scythian royal tomb at, 419. Corday Avesta, Lesser Avesta, a portion of the Avesta, 30, its tendency to a revival of polytheism, 161, 162. Kraftstrachna, instrument to kill impure animals with, 118. J. Kraftsirus, impure creatures, 114. Kshatravarya, excellent sovereignty, one of the Aim Shaspentas, 75. Kermanshah, modern town between Baghdad and Hamadan, 282. Kizil Irmis, see Halys. Komana, in Cappadocia, 201. Korsh, see Kairos. Croesus, son of Alyattes of Lydia, 262, succeeds his father, 307, meditates war against Kairos, IB, consults Greek oracles, 308, his gifts to Delphi. 309, declares war to Kairos, 310, his defeat and capture, 310 to 312, his attempted self-sacrifice misunderstood by the Greeks, 313 to 316. 442 Media, Babylon, and Persia. Kshatrapa, see Satrap. Kurash, see Kairos. Kirush, see Kairos. Kyaxares, king of Media, founder of the Median Empire, declares war against Lydia, 219, makes peace, and marries his son Astyages to Arienis, daughter of Alyattes of Lydia, 221, dies, 224. Kyme, an Ionian city in Asia Minor, 20 I, 208. Kairos I, son of Tysps, and king of Anshan, 2s0. Kairos II, the Great, Kurush in Persian, Kurash in Assyrian, Korsh in Hebrew, king of Anshan and Persia, Proc Lamashon of, 282, his conquest of Media, on the cylinders, 289, from Herodotus, 290, fabulous legend of his birth and youth, 291 to 293, subdues eastern Aran, 296, 297, favors the Persians, 297, and next to them the Medes, 298, builds at Pasargati, 300, conquers Lydia and captures Croesus, 310 to 312, his generous treatment of Croesus, 315, his first unsuccessful attempt against Babylon, 323, called by the priesthood of Babylon, 325, enters Babylon, 328, delivers the Jews, 330, honors Yahweh and Yerduk, yet remains a Mazdaisnian himself, 330 to 331 uncertainty about his death, 331, his noble character, 332, his race undoubtedly and purely Aryan, 332, note. Kairos, river, sea Pulwar. El Labishi Marduk, son and successor of Nergal-Sharuzer, 320. Lace Seaman, see Sparta. Languages, of ancient Persia, Avestan and Pahlavi, 20 to 22, of Asia Minor, 196, of Sujana or Ilam, 27s, of the un-Aryan Persian inscriptions, 286. Lenormant, Fran 90is, on the invention of coining, on the invention of checks and drafts, 248 to 250. Lycia, a country of Asia Minor, rock tombs in, 190 to 193, submits to Kairos, 317. Lydia, its last royal dynasty, the Mermati, 188, 189, tombs in, 190. Lion, Dr. D.G., Assyriologist, on tablets of precedence, 255, note. Ma, a Hittite nature goddess, her temple at Komana, 201. Mjinder, a river in Asia Minor, 207. Magi, the Median priests, 148, a separate Median tribe, 268, probably originally un-Aryan, 269. 270, substituted to the Alairavans, 271, their political independence and power, 272. Mandane, supposed daughter of Astyages, and mother of Kairos the Great, 291. Mantra, sacred text, Sanskrit, its power, 49. Maniras, or sacred texts, when recited, 30, used for conjuring, 49, their efficacy, 86, against sickness, 138. Marathians, one of the three noble Persian tribes, 278 Marathon, battle cf. 432. Mapai, one of the three noblest Persian tribes, 278. Massagetse, a barbarous people by the Sea of Aral, 331. Mazda, see Ahura Mazda. Mazdaisnians, meaning of the word, 95. Mazdaism, the religion of Zoroaster, essence of, 102 to 104. Medes, Mate, under Assyrian index. 443 kings, 144, their origin and elements as a nation, 267, 268. Median Empire, its constitution, share of the Assyrian spoils, 173 tribes, 267, 268. Wall, built by Nebuchadrezzar, 226. Megiddo, Battle of, 171. Mermati, the last native dynasty of Lydian kings, founded by Gyges, 188, 189, fall of the, 312. Migration of the Araneans, from east to west, 57, 143, brings them under Turanian influences, 144, ff Miletus, the queen of Ionian cities in Asia Minor, temple of Didymaean Apollo at, 209, makes terms with Lydia, 218, with Kairos the Great, 317, revolts against Darius, is besieged, taken, and sacked, 430. Miltiades, the Athenian, proposes to destroy the bridge on the Danube, 428, is overruled by Hystaios and the Ionian princes, 429, wins the Battle of Marathon, 432. Mitkra, the Iranian light god, his connection with Ahura Mazda, 62, 63, his mythical features, 67 to 69, his allegorical transformation, 69 to 73. Mitra, the Aryan light god, 41. Mitravarana, the Aryan duat or divine pair, 41. Murgab, present name of the site of Pasargadsi, 280, 300. Myazda, Oenget sacrifices, 120. Myrina, a Greek city in Asia Minor, 208. Mysia, a country of Asia Minor, 196, annexed to Lydia, 217. And Nabonidus, Nabunahid, last king of Babylon, his accession, 320, his fondness for the ancient Chaldean gods and sanctuaries. 321, neglects Marduk and Nebo, and makes enemies of the Babylonian priesthood, 321, 322, betrayed by them, 325, delivered into the hands of Kairos, 328, his death, IB, and 329. Nabopolassar, king of Babylon, dies, 172. Nabunahid, see Nabonidus. Nadantabara, the impostor and usurper of Bab, Ion under Darius I, 374, captured and slain, 376. Nakshi Rustem, rock of, containing tombs of Achaemenian kings, 369, sepulchre of Darius at, 369, 370. Nasu, the corpse fiend, 93, exorcised by IHE look of dogs, 93, 94, 135, purificalion from, 136, probably of Turanian origin, 150. Envstri, a city on the western coast of India, gives refuge to the fugitive Parsis, 5. Nebuchadnezzar, king of Babylon, defeats Necho of Egypt at Carchemish, 172, succeeds his father Nabopolassar, 172, his campaign in Syria, 174 to 177, besieges and takes Jerusalem, 176, appoints Zedekiah king of Judah, 177, retakes and destroys Jerusalem, 182, 183, besieges Tyre, 184, makes peace between Lydia and Media, 221, his works of defense and embellishment in Baal, Onia and in Babylon itself, 225 to 241, death of, 3t9. Necho 2. Succeeds his father Samitic, and plans a campaign into Asia, 170, his war in Syria, IB, defeats Josiah of Judah at Megiddo, 171, is defeated by Nebuchadnezzar at Carchemish, 172, dies, 180. Nehabend, Battle of, won by the Arabs over the Persians, 2. Nergal-Sharuzer, Aerialisser, successor of Abil-Marduk, 320. 444 Media, Babylon, and Persia. Neriglasar, see Nergal-Sharuzer. Ninayati-Bel, outer wall of Babylon, 228. Nitis, the Egyptian princess, story of, 347. Nilocris, queen of Babylon, 240, mother of Nabonidus. 320, her death and mourning for her, 323, said to have chosen her sepulchre above one of the gates of Babylon, 372. O Albia, the Greek colony at the mouth of the Hypanis, 413. Orontes, river, in Hamath, Isi mountain, by Ecbatana, modern Hamadan, 263 to 264. Auralo-Altaic, meaning of the name, 278, note. Auranos, Greek equivalent of the Sanskrit Varana, 40. Palaces, of Nebuchadnezzar at Babylon, 232, 233, at Ecbatana, 263 to 266, at Susa, 333 to 343 at Persepolis, 392 to 411. Pantecapsian, sea Kerch. Paradarsh the Jock, the sacred bird of the Avesta, 141. Farsis, their small numbers, their importance, their monotheism, 2, their settlements in India, 5, their reverence for fire, 6, their belief in a spiritual hierarchy, 7, profess themselves followers of Zoroaster, Fi Ursua or Barsua, a nation occurring in the Assyrian inscriptions, 274. Pasargadsi, the noblest of Persian tribes, 278. The clan city of the Pasargati, 279, ruins of Cairo's, great palace at, 300, Cairo's tomb at, 300 to 303. Pazend, Iranian portion of Pahlavi texts, 22. Pahlavi, the language of Persia in the Middle Ages, 20 to 22. Pelasgi, the old Aryan stock from which the various Greek nations descended, 204. Pelasgic, Aryan type of language, 196. Penalties, for performing purification without being an Athravan, 116, 117, for burying a corpse, 133, for carrying a corpse alone, 137, for ill-using or killing dogs, 140, extravagant, for small offences, 158 to 160. Punjab, a part of northern India, 5 first country in India occupied by the areas, 38. Persepolis, capital of the Persian kings, burned down by Alexander, 27, 342, 369, 392, Oxemenian constructions at, 392 411, Great Platform, 393, 394, Stairs, 395 to 398, Palace of Darius, 400, Hall of the 100 Columns, 400 to 404, Peristyle or Gate Hall of Xerxes, 406, Audience Hall of Xerxes, 406 to 408, Royal Tombs, 41-1. Persian tribes, 277 to 279. Persians, an Iranian nation kindred to the Medes, and originally vassal to them, 273, their hardy nature, 276, a mixed people, as a nation, 277 to 279. Persis, classical name of ancient Persia, modern Fars, or Farsistan, 273, its climate and productions, 275. Fans, commander of Amasi Greek bodyguard, deserts to Cambyses, 349. Phaedon of Argos, supposed by some to have invented coining, 217. Note. Fraorts, see Fravardish. Phrygia, a country of Asia Minor, inscriptions and language of. Index. 445 Ig6, King of, sends gifts to the Delphic Apollo, 2 Io. Physicians, and surgeons, in the Avesta, 138, 139. Pitres, fathers, Aryan spirits of the departed, 53, honors rendered them, 54. Pognon, French Assyriologist, 146. Note. Pollution, inflicted by the presence of a corpse, 132, on the earth by burying a corpse, 133, by the Druj Nasu, 135, by carry a corpse alone, 137. Profession of faith, see Avestan Creed. Samanid, see Samitic 3. Samitic 3. Greek Samanid, son of Amasis, succeeds him, 350, loses the Battle of Pelusium, 351, captured at Memphis, IV Pilatica, c. where polluted waters are purified before returning to the sea Vaurukasha. Pulwar, river, ancient Kairos, flows through the valley of Murgab, 300. Purification, IOB performed by none but Iravans, 116, 117, prescriptions for, in the Vendidad, 134, by Gamite, 136. Arachmt, Mount, at Persepolis, 394, Royal Tombs in, 411. Rages, a city in Media, see Ragas. Rashnu, uprightness, justice, 71, 159. Ragii, rages in the Book of Tobit, a great city in Media, 157, the seat of the Zarathustra, 272. Ribla, on the Orontes, a city in Hamath, 181. Rigveda, the oldest of the Hindu sacred books, 38. As sacrifice demanded by gods, 84, its epiphylacy, 85. Saudiots, king of Lydia, his war against Miletus, 218. Sagdid ceremony, meaning and description of, 93, 94, 136, 142. Sakinksa, rebel chief of the Sacs, taken prisoner, 381. Sandong, the name of the sun god in Lydia, 2 OG. Sanskrit, language and studies, 15. Sades, capital of Lydia, capture of, by Kairos, 312, revolt at, 317. Sasanian dynasty, 2, restores the ancient texts, 28. Satrap, Persian Kshatrapa, meaning of the word, 317, note, position and duties of, 384 to 386. Scythia, south of Russia, known to the Greeks, 413, its rivers, 414, 415, its climate, 416, its people, 418, their mode of life, 419, their appearance, 420, their customs, 420 to 422. Semiramis, building of Babylon attributed to, 240. Shapur II, king, proclaims the Avestan law, 28. Shushan, see Susa. Sipar, reservoir at, dug by order of Nebuchadrezzar, 225. Skolodi, real name of the European Scythians, according to Herodotus, 418. Smyrtis, see Bardia. Smyrna, a Greek city in Lydia, 201-208. So/Na, god, and plant, 48. Spaka, supposed nurse of Kairos Tligate, 292, mythical significancy of the name, 294. Sparta, one of the two chief cities of Hellas, also lace seamen, 312. Spartans, make alliance with Croesus, 308, are too late to help him, 312, defy Kairos at Sardis, 316. 446 Media, Babylon, and Persia. Spenta Armati. Holy Piety, one of the Amish Spentas, 75. Spentamanu, one of the names of Ahura Mazda, its meaning, 74. Spiegel, Dr. Friedrich, Iranian scholar, German translator of the Avesta, 157, note. Spidama, name of Zarathustra's clan, 25. Son-in-law of Astyages, king of Media, 296. Sriasha, obedience to the law, 71, the chief of Yazatas, 78, 107. Sriasho Karana, an unknown instrument of punishment in the Vendidad, 158. Suleiman range of mountains, 274. Surd, a city on the western coast of India, gives refuge to the fugitive Parsis, 5. Susa, Shushan, one of the capitals of the new Persian Empire, 318, Achaemenian palace at, explored by Mr. Dulafoy, 318, 333-343 Suiana, ancient Eam, 278, uncertain when annexed to Persia, Cyanisus, king of Cilicia, helps in reconciling Aleuts and Kyaxares, 221. Tablets of Precedence, the base of Babylonian law transactions, 5252-256. Tira, principal peak of the Hara Barazidi, 64. Tanaz, modern Don, a Scythian river, 415. Tanaoxares, Tanyaxakes, names given T-Bardiya, son of Kairos the Great, 345, note. Tisps, Chaishpaish on cuneiform monuments, son of Oxemenes, the probable annexer of Anshan, 280, 286, 287. Teriton or Tiridatus, a city built by Nebuchadrezzar at the mouth of the Euphrates, 241. Taba, probably a quarter of Babylon, 322, note. Thales of Miletus, a wise man among the Greeks, predicts an eclipse, 220. Thermodon, a river in Asia Minor, 201. Thracia, submits to Darius, 424. Tikritayana, son of Athwaya, Iranian equivalent of Sanskrit, Trita, son of Aptia, 97, note. Tigranesi, king of Armenia, said to have been Astyages' brother-in-law, 296, friendly to Kairos, Pounteridatus, see Teredan. Tishlria, the dot star Sirius, the chief of all the stars, 81, the giver of rain, 82 his conflict against, Apesa, Tridroutfiend, 82, 83. Tombs, Lycian rock tombs, 190,193, Royal Akhazmenian, at Nakshi Rustem, 369, 370, at Persepolis, 411. Trita, son of Aptia, Sanskrit equivalent of Iranian Tritayana, son of Iwaya, 97, note. Turanian influences on the Iranians' religion, 144 to 156. Turanians, natural enemies of Iranians, 97, 98. Tyrus, modern Dniester, a Scythian river, 414. Tyre, siege of, by Nebuchadrezzar, 183, 184. Vara, Yuma's garden, 91, 92. Varuna, the Aryan sky god, 40. Vayu, the Aryan wind god, 46. Veda, sacred books of the Hindus, Vendidad, a portion of the Avesta, meaning ff the word and contents, 30, its character, ii3ft. Not strictly lawlowed by the per index. 447 Chians under the Oxemenians, Yasna, a part of the Avesta, Con 370. Vendid Sade, the Parsi liturgy, 8, 31. Varethrakna, victory, 71, 73, Iranian form of Britrahan, 76. Vezersha, the Deva who takes tents, 30. Yazitas, good spirits, 62, 66. Azeds of the Parsis, 78, all created by Ahura Mazda, 161. Yeshts, a part of the Avesta, contents and character, 31. Yezdijerd ih, last Sasanian the souls of the wicked, 164. King, 3. Vishtaspa, or Kava Vishtaspa, Yuma, his story, 89 to 93, his Khan King Zarathustra's friend and connection with the Hindu Yama, disciple, 26, 102. 89, his fall, 92. In Greek, Histasps, father Azeds, see Yazitas. Of King Darius I, see Histasps. Visperd, a part of the Avesta, contents, 30. Vohumano, good mind, 1. Zaothra, holy water at sacrifices, of Thd Amishaspentas, 75. Vaurakasha, c. mythical, 64. Vritra, the Aryan cloud fiend, 46. Vritrahan, killer of Vritra, the proudest title of Indra, 46, found in the Iranian Varethrakna, 76. 120. Zarathustra, known to classic antiquity, 2, 7, 23, was he a real person? 23, his questionable date, IB, his personality as shown in the Gathas, 24 to 27, was a reformer, 36, his mission and his work, 96. Zarathustra Tima, the head of W the Magi, 272. Zedekiah, a son of Jehoiakim and West, Drive EW, a Pahlavi scholar. Women, Babylonian, independent position of, 255 to 257. Brother of Jeconiah, appointed by Nebuchadrezzar king of Judea, 177, rebels against him, 180, barbarous treatment and captivity of, 182. Zend, meaning of the word, 20. Zend Avesta, sacred book of the Xerxes, son of Darius I, his Con Aranians, 19, and incorrect struct ions at Persepolis, 404 to 408. Name, 20. Zohak, a wicked usurper, a form of the mythical Ajidahaka, 93. Zoroaster, see Zarathustra. Yaqub, said to be the Hebrew equivalent of Ijabai, 246. Yama, the Aryan death god, 52, first man, 53, king of the dead, ibj his dogs, 2. Zoroastrians, i.e., followers of Zoroaster, persecuted by the Arab conquerors, 3, 4, their wanderings and landing in Gujarat, 4, 5. The University of California Library, Los Angeles. This book is due on the last date stamped below. WWID Diswovodas 5 Janhar Renewal LDUR Ivoe RECD UMNO MPhil October 2nd 198 II2 IUR 0, Happy Face, asterisk Oct 161 S3 I April 4th V.06 asterisk 2 number 1 L9-50 MLWOM 315 30 AENEAM.